Why? Why would you do that? Alright. Should be kicking up just a second that I can hear if I can hear my own voice. Why? Oh, we're good. That's the right mic. Hello, everyone! I hope you are having a good day, because it is about to end. This is the last good day you will ever have. It is Saturday. We have some shenanigans to do, some stuff, some things. We are hosting a tournament on Total Tavern. I heard rumors, I heard schemes that there might be a land battle leaderboard eventually. So I should probably do this, and also we wanted to attract some new players. Get more people to know that we exist and stuff. So let's figure this out. I'm pretty sure I know how to do this. I don't use Total Tavern much. I don't use it much, so I gotta start. Boojilicious has a buy round. Okay. Geraldo also has a buy round. Okay, that seems fine. Hardfark Druid with Ian 0. I don't know how to move people around even if I wanted to. So yeah, these are just the brackets we're gonna get, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how to redo it anyway. Not that I should. Not that I would. Because we're good. We're good to go. It's time to tell the players. Let's tell them. Is this secret information? Cool. Yeah. Yeah. How many people do we have? Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. 14 people. I get a pick in a dark horse. So who is my favorite to win the whole tournament? Usually, when I say my favorite to win the whole tournament, I just say my favorite player. I don't actually analyze their skills. So for that one, I am just going to go with fucking Ian 0, baby. Ian 0's taking home the gold this time. We love Ian 0. He's a tenacious fighter, never gives up. Takes every punch on the chin and keeps swinging back. And for our dark horse, we're going to go with my man, Boojilicious. Boojilicious, probably going to win the whole thing. Literally the greatest player you've ever seen of all time. More seriously, I do see him training an awful lot with Cool Umbrella, Strat Game, Black Knight, the usual late night crew. So I think Booj has a good shot at taking it all. I think he does. Though it's risky to bet on him, I'm still betting on him because I never give up on you, Booj. It is risky to bet on him because he has to go, he said at 3:50, I don't know what time that is in his time zone, so he might have to just leave in the middle of the stream, in which case, I'm shit out of luck. That's how gambling works, kids. Sometimes you lose because you make shitty decisions. So don't gamble, or if you're gonna gamble, do your fucking homework first. Alright? Cool. Nurgle's PA, that's a pretty good bet. He's a good lad. He is a good lad. Alright. I do have to inform people that this stream is actually going on. And then I'll find us a game and we'll play some video games. Play ourselves a couple. Actually, I won't be playing. That's a lie. And I shouldn't lie to you. We will watch other people play video games. Where is self-promotion? Boop. Do I need to post this anywhere else? Nah. Let's just find ourselves a game. Okay. All right, we gotta hurry along and find a game. We're in the same time zone? Oh, you got plenty of time. You got plenty of time. Let's go, since Adelmo's here, We could go watch Nurgle's PA versus Titus. Though it looks like he has not answered just yet. How dare he? If he's not around yet, we could go to Alea. Yeah, let's do that. You got a game? Someone has a very loud small bike outside. Okay. It's tradition to watch my beloved RTK lose. If Nurgle's PA answers his opponent, we'll go find him. Slanesh doesn't exist. Slanesh does make me sad. It's true. Salinator, your opponent is not responding. Starukin? One second. We have lost souls. Sorry. Starukin. And Sail. Okay. We might have a game. Okay. We're done. We're done trying to help anybody do anything. They're all on their own. They're all on their own. Alea Yakta Est versus Zegzi. Multiplayer battles. Alea versus Zegzi. No spectator slot! Why? Why don't I get a spectator slot? It is impossible to spectate if I cannot find the spectator slot. Well, this is awkward. I feel a lot better about my time management now since so many people didn't check in. True. Columbia's Prime! No! I'm sorry, dude. You did miss the check-ins. I pinged you. I tried. I tried to be a good person. It was just not enough. What up, little troll? Mr. Teufel, why isn't he playing? Teufel, are you a bone ripper yet, or are you just not playing today? Okay. We found a lobby. We're here with Alea. There's Zegzi. And we're off to the races. Alrighty. Now that I know where people are, Zigzy. Nice. His name should be more centered. There we go. That's not Lenorm. Though I actually did play Lenorm this morning. He did done beated me. Made me the saddest rat there ever did was. Our players today. I don't know very much about Zegzy. I've seen them play once. I don't remember what faction they played. Yeah. I know Alea, though. I've seen Alea a couple times. Plays a good amount of Bretonnia. Played some Demons of Chaos for the faction war stuff. Plays, I think, a little bit of Empire, but mostly Brett. Mostly Brett. The Slumber Gods took you by storm. That's fine. That's fine. Who do you think is the worst land battle faction? Slaanesh. Slaanesh or Demons of Chaos? Probably the worst two. I'd say maybe besides those two, Kislev, though I would vote Kislev as, like, a pretty good step up from those two, but still in the lower percentages of things. Yeah, and I don't know after that. I had thought Skaven were going to be really good coming into this patch, but they have felt actually quite subpar. The Plague Monks feel good after the buffs, but the Globe nerfs, and I don't know. Nothing really changed about healing that much or monsters, but I've just been having way more issues as Skaven versus like builds centered around healing a very large monster and having it run around your faction. Like just this morning, I lost to Lenorm. It was Tzeentch versus Skaven. I deleted his entire army, and Kairos Fate Weaver and a Soul Grinder just killed everything I had left. Like, I legitimately had 4 Rat Ogres left, a full health Hell Pit Abomination, a full health Assassin, a Greyseer on his bell, and then a bunch of Skaven Slaves and some Gutter Runners who had no ammo left. And just a Soul Grinder and Kairos, and then some Doom Knights that were so injured most of what they did was just chase stuff off. They killed my whole army. Like, he won that game. It was actually insane, because the Soul Grinder just out-dueled the Hell Pit Abomination, which is bullshit. And you might be like, well, it probably used all of its ammo in the Hell Pit, then ran in for the kill. No, it used all of its ammo on my Greyseer, and then a full health Hell Pit Abomination cracked its knuckles, and it's like, now it's my time. And then, like, 3 minutes later, my Hell Pit was fucking dead, and the Soul Grinder was sitting there at half health, like, whee! It was terrible. It was terrible. I'm not mad about it! My voice did not crack. Why Kislev bad? Kislev's an expensive roster, and they have very little threats. If you bring something that could deal with the hero/bear blob, you can focus the rest of your army on infantry killing tools, and you'll be fine. And you'll be completely fine. Because outside of infantry, their only threat is the bear blob or single entity blob. So it's pretty easy to prep for them, which makes them weak. Like, Kossars aren't bad. Armored Kossars aren't bad, I mean. You know, the bear blob isn't bad, but when those are your only 2 tricks, every build against you knows exactly what it's doing. Whereas, like, good factions, like Dark Elves, you don't know if you're going to get Scourge Runner kited, you don't know if you're going to get Malekith on a Dragon Lord, you don't know if you're going to get Malice on Spite. Malice is a better duelist and a better crowd clearer, while the Dragon Lord is better at sniping out, like, elite stuff with breath attacks or Soul Stealer tanking, like things like that. So rosters with more options to how to play the game usually end up in the higher tiers because you can keep them guessing, whereas Kislev, their roster's just so small and a lot of it is honestly garbage that you know what, like, 4 or 5 units you're going to be seeing, and then you can just directly counter them and win the game. Is Skullcracker bugged or overpriced? Both. Both. Chariots in general are bugged right now, so they're taking a lot of damage and they're not dealing a lot of damage. The Skullcracker Crusher suffers from that, but it is also overpriced. Compared to the Iron Demon, which is 100 gold cheaper, has literally the same stats and a range attack. So, yeah. Skullcracker Mega sucks. Bye, Mr. Teufel. I mean, you almost lost to Lewin last night. Yeah, true. If Blood Penguin can only make Kislev look decent, though, that's how you know it's a trash faction, because Blood Penguin should be making him look OP. It does look sick. It does look sick, Steve. First matchup is going to be Lizardmen versus Demons of Chaos. I actually don't know if this is a matchup I've seen in a while. It feels sus. I feel like the Lizards would have the time of their life here. With healing and a big dinosaur, like maybe a Dreadsaurian, which are not a meme anymore, but maybe with a Dreadsaurian, you could just ruffle stomp your way through the Demons of Chaos roster. They don't have a ton of great things that can focus it down. Being a faction with limited armor-piercing range, that can happen too. Humboy, I won my last match as Kislev yesterday. Okay. I guess I'm just wrong then. Is that what you want? Is that what you want me to say? Because you win. Kislev are overpowered. Nerf them. Oh, congrats though. Nice job winning. I know you were grinding against Scroot, which is brutal. Scroot is playing Chief today in the BBB playoffs. Best of 5. It'll be over on Tactical Glitch's stream. So, not an easy opponent by any means. Armies are mostly set up, so we can start talking about them now as a couple more Velociraptors stream in. We do have Feral Cold Ones. There, my stream was lagging, that's why. Okay. Feral Cold Ones, 2 Horned Ones, 2 Cold Ones Spear Riders. We have a Bastildon with a Revivification Crystal to heal up Krokgar on Grimlock. Very nice, very nice. We also have Lord Croak. I am nervous, but excited to see Lord Croak. And then a front line of very basic skinks. Cool. Heavy Cav and Monster Core there. On the other side for the Demons of Chaos and Alea, we have triple Nurgling in the front line, 4 Blue Horrors, some Bloodletters of Khorne, looks like 4 Bloodletters of Khorne, a Fleshhound. I swore I saw more. Were there 3 Fleshhounds? Are they in the Vanguard? No? Just 1 Fleshhound? Okay, guess I'm seeing things. A Soul Grinder of Nurgle, a Plague Ridden of Nurgle as a caster with Fleshy Abundance and Stream of Corruption to heal up Red Ogre, Prince of Slaughter. Actually is turning into a very meta Demons of Chaos Lord when they are taken. People really like him. He's a good duelist. He has his own regeneration, which is quite nice. Kind of surprised we're not seeing more Svarik. I know Be'lakor got nerfed into the dirt, so he's just too expensive and a lot of people don't want to take him. But still, Svarik is a really, really good combatant, so I don't know why Red Ogre all of a sudden exploded in popularity, but he is. Lizardman frontline is going to fall apart immediately. As soon as this Demons of Chaos roster touches it, those skinks are all going to die a horrific death. The only thing I am extremely worried about for Alea's build is what is going to kill the cavalry and giant monsters, which unfortunately is most of his opponent's build, but most of this is just not at all suited to deal with a T-Rex or even the Cold One and Horned One Riders. Are suffering some lag. It makes me sad, because these are cool builds and cool factions. Thought I had Hide Foliage on. There we go. Because Red Ogre values Chivalry. He does value Chivalry. Lag. It doesn't look like it's going away anytime soon. I might have to back out to try and make it easier on the players, but that would make me sad because I was looking forward to this. Look at his little teeth. Look at his little teeth in here. Sad. Sad, BI. If we get to the 40-second mark and it's still tragically slow, we will have to back out. Look at poor Red Ogre up there. Just wants a good battle. Of course, we get to the 40-second point, and there's like one part where it started going really well, and then it lagged exactly at 40 seconds. Like, what you gonna do now, human boy? You gonna hope the rest of the game was like when it was moving forward, or are you gonna accept the fact that it's probably gonna be laggy forever? Damn you, Total War Warhammer 3. Okay, now it's going. Every time I think about just calling it quits, it's... okay, I'm thinking about calling it quits now. It moves forward as soon as I think about it. It's in my head. It's in my head! Alright, I'm just calling it. Fuck you. Every time I think about leaving, you get better, but I'm doing it. Boo! I wanted to know what happened. Well, now I'm just sad. Gotta find a different game. I'm sad. I just want to watch people play video games. Why is that so hard? Why? Cast a random league player to a quick battle. I might have a game to cast here in a second. Hold on. Hold on, everybody. Holy shit. Alright. We're in. Ian Zero is inviting us to spectate his game 2 versus Aardvark something. Hold on, I want to get this name right. Aardvark Druid. And he says you can cast our game 2, I guess, but it's Nurgle versus Khorne. I'm down for Nurgle versus Khorne. I love a good old blob fight. I love when all the units get slammed together and just sit there for 45 years. It's actually my favorite thing. But it is better than sitting in the main menu, so we're gonna go do it. Also, Ian Zero is our tournament favorite for the entire day, just because of his unfailing positive attitude. So let's fucking go. This is game 2, so I'll figure out what the score is in a second. Sorry for the delay. It was awkward at the start. People couldn't find their opponents, and then when they did, we had lag, and it was all super sad. It made me cry a lot. Druid. Alright, Ian Zero won game 1 as Lizardmen versus Beastmen. Oh my god. I haven't seen a Beast of Nurgle since pre-Immortal Empires. Like, legit, I haven't seen one. And it's Scarbrand plus Soul Grinder. This is what we like to see. What do you think of the worst races for the new players going into multiplayer? Any of the Elves. Any of the Elves, in my opinion, are pretty hard to play correctly. Now they're strong. They're very strong. Like Dark Elves and High Elves are at the top of the meta. So they're really good factions. But they're more difficult. If you make mistakes, your units have a very low health pool and usually low armor, so you're punished more quickly for mistakes that you make. And a lot of their units are expensive, so losing a unit, it's not like, oh, I lost a Skaven slave or a peasant mob, it's 100-ish gold. You know, your cheapest, as High Elves, your cheapest chaff is 500 gold. So that's like that's closer to losing a Rat Ogre than it is losing a Skaven slave. So generally you want to avoid all 3 of the Elves until you're getting better. If you're looking purely for ease, right, I still think the best way to play it, regardless of your faction difficulty, is just pick a faction you thematically enjoy, and you enjoy the way they look. Because that'll keep you more interested than playing a faction you don't find that cool, but is easy. So, I liked guns. I liked going pew-pew, so I started the game with Vampire, Coast, Skaven, and Dwarves. And then I played that for like a year. before I branched out into factions that actually do cavalry stuff. But I spent like my entire first year playing this game just like, does it have guns? Yes. How many guns am I gonna take? As many as I can. Of the 3 elves, yeah, high elves are easy, but like I still wouldn't call high elves overall an easy faction. All right. Take 2 with the first game. For Nurgle, we have a front line of Chaos Warriors of Nurgle with great weapons. Secondary of a bunch of Plague Toads, we have a Beast of Nurgle. Haven't seen her for a long time. You might not remember what she does. She does have her own regeneration, but she also has an AoE -5 melee attack. We have Kugath Plaguefather, Artillery, Caster, Duelist, AoE Mortis Engine. He does it all. He does it all for $10 million, so your army's going to be pretty small if you have him. A Soul Grind of Nurgle and some Furies, plus Nurglings in the front line. For Khorne, Chaos Warhounds of Khorne, we have Skarbrand, the Exiled, a bunch of Bloodletters, some Chaos Warriors of Khorne, some Chaos Spawn, a Soul Grinder of their own, and a Cultist, a little Cultist on the ground with his Bloodletter Summon and Sword of Anti-Heroes, plus his Icon of Endless War. Nice! Coming from historical Total Wars, the Toad on the Stone Chair was hard to deny as my first faction. Yeah. All right, Skarbrand dives straight in. He's going all out right now. He's probably going to want to back off because Kugath is looking for him, but he just kicks some Nurglings aside. He'll want support though before he goes in too deep. Kugath is actually strangely a better duelist than Skarbrand, and Kugath is the one with support here. So Skarbrand's going to need to take a little bit of a chill pill before going too far there. I got a message. I was just making sure it wasn't like someone in the tournament is cheating. They called another boy a name and he got mad. But that is not the case, so we're good. Skarbrand is just going hog wild. He is really going for Kugath here, and I disagree in the strongest of terms. Chaos Spawn plow into Nurglings. They are going to get through them rather quickly as Soul Grinder fights the Beast of Nurgle. But Kugath is kind of beaten up on poor Skarbrand here. And Kugath is the one who has healing in the back pocket if he really needs it. Chaos Warhounds are pushed off on the backfield by the Toads of Nurgle. And now the infantry of the Chaos Warriors are just getting here. So, Aardvark Druid, if you watch this back later, I would suggest you delay your engagement with your big asset pieces like Skarbrand or your mobile assets like your dogs and the Soul Grinder until your infantry actually get to the front line, because most of the infantry aren't even here yet, and the battle is already getting decided without them, so most of your funds aren't here yet. Just an FYI, Nice Stream Corruption is going to go down to Bloodletters, and the Cultist is probably going to use his Bloodletter Summon soon. If he throws it behind these Chaos Warriors and sandwiches them between 2 Bloodletters, they'll actually die rather quickly. Now, Skarbrand is performing better than I would have suspected Skarbrand versus Kugath while standing in the middle of Chaos Warriors to go for him, but that does not mean it's going particularly well. Chaos Warriors piling into the Nurgle ones with armor piercing, doing their best there. One of the Bloodletters is fading away by a rear charge from the Nurgle Furies, but a rear charge from the Bloodletters on the Nurgle stuff is also getting them rather close to routing, so both sides. It's a sandwich on a sandwich on a sandwich. First main of Warhammer 2 Mazda, first main of Warhammer 3 being Kugath. Toilet seat joy, I guess. Yeah. Alright. So Skarbrand's actually doing so much better than I would have expected, and the Soul Grinder somehow is doing about as poorly as I would have expected. The Soul Grinder of Khorne and Slaanesh are trash, and some people are going to try and tell me, like, the Slaanesh ones can kind of snipe out single entities. I'll believe it when I see it, but most of the time they're hot garbage. Hot garbage. The Soul Grinder of Khorne continues to try to do stuff. Skarbrand is in the back just doing his goddamn best. And there goes a Fecundity to heal up all of the progress he has made so far. Skarbrand's at 1,000 damage value. Kugath is at almost 1,000 as well. But he's also been casting stuff on the side. Khorne is slowly getting ground to death. Bounce power significantly against him. Cultists tried to push through. This Chaos Warrior summon lived through both Bloodletters. Now, they did have Nurgling and Fury support, but still, my point remains. Soul Grinder continuing to try and fight the Beast of Nurgle. It's not going that great. Poor little Soul Grinder. Ooh, 500 value. Ooh, we hate Soul Grinders. Ooh, Soul Grinders are bad. Ooh. Unless it's the Zinch ones. Nurgle ones are okay too. But Slaanesh Khorne, bad. Chaos Warriors struggling to kill the little toads that are just knocking them all over the place, sending them flying. As is their birthright. Look at those happy toads. Look at them go. Just hopping around, having their best day. Scarbrand, tenaciously. You gotta admire his tenacity. He don't give up for nothing, and he missed again. 94 melee attack, 64 melee defense. That's a pretty easy miss-a-reno for the old Scarbrand. Hey, another miss, let's go! 70 melee attack versus 64 melee defense. That's a pretty easy miss angle. Try again? You wanna try again, buddy? You wanna swing your big axe, man? Oh, another miss! How is that even possible? 64 melee defense versus 70 melee attack, still missing. Oh, you hit him and you did 500 damage. 25 more of those and you would win the game, but you don't have time for 25 more of those as Kugath does just destroy Scarbrand in melee combat because reasons. I love you, Scarbrand, but for some reason you suck. You just do. I am so sorry. Goodbye. And Nurgle stands triumphant against the forces of Khorne. And the sad times continue as the toads bounce on some Chaos Warriors. GG. All right, Ian Zero will advance to fight Geraldo 7. And I'll probably just follow him there for ease of access, since most people have started their series by now, and hopping in the middle of them is difficult and strange. So we just want to get some games. Some games. Kugath 2,000 value. Soulgrinder about 1,000. His Chaos Warriors actually did a ton of work, though. They got about as much value as the Soulgrinder. Beast of Nurgle did okay. It was just around. Plague Toads also did nicely. So yeah, it was overall just good. Scarbrand and the Soulgrinder really failed there. They got on the right targets, they just didn't do anything once they were there. The infantry rush was a little delayed. Overall, I didn't notice too many mistakes from Aardvark after that. He actually had pretty good target selection for Scarbrand and the Soulgrinder. It's just unfortunate that Scarbrand is... It is the incorrect decision for Scarbrand to try and snipe the giant Caster Lord for some reason. But other than that, I liked his sandwich of the Bloodletters. I liked the dog flank. I just think it was too early because the infantry weren't there yet. So, GG. Glad to see the premium melee faction do well. True. Khorne should have brought the Caster Lord, might have done better. Yeah, having Winds of Magic is usually pretty good. Yeah, that joke's still funny. 45 years into this game, still funny. Yep. Not getting sick of it at all. Not gonna happen. Alright. What up, Caradog? The dreaded curse of the leper meta needs more nerfs. Ugh. As if the cursed leper need more nerfs. Okay, is it still Ian Zero's lobby? Isn't it the same one? Oh, it is the same one. Nice. Nice. That means I don't have to move Ian's name. I remember Geraldo from early Warhammer 3. I don't remember what factions he really plays, and I don't remember how he plays, and I don't remember if he's good or not. That's what happens when I don't see someone for like 8 months. Sometimes that's the way it goes. How's the bracket doing? Any updates? Ian took the dub. The rest are still playing it out. Which phase is on? Like very start. Okie dokie. Okay. Why you gotta have this on one of the 4 Saturdays I work in a year? Fat Kid Recess, I don't know, man. Huden normally hosts these on midday on a Wednesday, and you guys get mad at him saying it needs to be in an NA time zone. He hosted in an NA time zone. You guys get mad at him saying it needs to be on a weekend. It's on a weekend. You get mad at him for saying it's on a week. What do you want from us? What could we possibly do to please you, sir? Gosh. I miss when Hummus used to stream. Oh, God. I hate you guys. Dude, I am so sad. I'm the saddest I've ever been. We made some banger-ass content. The Gladiator stream was fire. It was maybe the best thing I've ever done. No one watched it. Dude, no one watched that thing. It made me the saddest little panda. Free pizza and more cursing. Chaos Dwarfs have a full army, but I can't tell if he just loaded in with that or if he's actually been building it. Boojalicious. I refuse to believe you. You were busy for the Gladiator stream. Why do I have such a hard time believing that? Alright, Geraldo all of a sudden switched to Warriors of Chaos, so that does make me think that they were still just picking and banning. Warriors of Chaos versus whom? Versus Lizardmen! Warriors of Chaos might be in some big trouble. This feels really bad, but okay. We'll see what Ian wants to do. Way past your bedtime, Peter Shanks? Let me guess. Are you across the pond? If we're talking about the Atlantic, are you on the incorrect side of it? Don't you miss when Hubris used to stream? Oh boy. We're trying. I can't go too much into it. But I will say we have been at work in our rat warrens, in our scryer workshops, cooking up one last push to get this channel some subs. One last push. I can't go too much into it, but me and my team have been talking a bit with certain people. Can't go into it. I don't know how many times I have to tell you that. Can't go into it. There might be some form of event coming up soon with a prize pool of roughly $1,000. It might involve me not being able to swear. And it might involve channels that have more subs than I currently do. And we are going to siphon those viewers with money back to our channel. Possibly. So we'll see how that goes. First meeting went well. Second meeting is coming up. And if the second meeting goes well, then I can tell you more about it. If you never hear about it again, the second meeting did not go well. Lizard versus Chaos is the old one's intended. Yeah, looks like that is what we're settling on. Behind the blocker, Ian Zero has set up most of his army. And again, I generally try not to talk about builds, what I would do in this situation, especially in a new player tournament, because I don't want to give anybody advice. If I'm casting Alfredino versus Caradoc, right, or Elchef versus Lenorm, those players are as good, if not better than me, and they've got their own style, so I'm not telling them any new information. But a new player tournament, I really just don't like to sit in the lobby and be like, so what the Lizards should do here? And just give them a Lizardmen build, because that feels pretty fucked up. But Ian did do some stuff I really liked. So try this in quick battles, because it's kind of an army that works versus a lot of factions. A Fire Slan with Burning Head. That's really the only one to take. Fire Slan with Burning Head, a Revivification Crystal, 2 Kroxigors, the ROR Kroxigor, and then a bunch of Skinks and whatever else you want in your army. But that core, nice. Kroxigors have been feeling really, really good, especially when you pair them with Burning Head. So when the front lines are about to collide, throw a Burning Head down the line, especially if it's a low armor, low leadership faction. You get them close to routing, and they're like, I don't know if we should be anymore. And then giant alligators with hammers slam into them, and all of a sudden their front line just breaks immediately, and it's great. And you can get them into the late game. If you use the Burning Head to take out most of their infantry, you get to cavalry and single entities, which is what Kroxigors really want to deal with, and then they just go to absolute town. It's awesome. Arvar Druid here, thanks for casting my fight. I appreciate the advice in terms of Scarbrand and the Hound stuff. I really thought Scarbrand would win that matchup. Dude, I don't know why he doesn't, but he doesn't. And it's just some bullshit that, like, you play it, you realize Kugath can 1v1 Scarbrand, you go, got it, and you just don't do that mistake again. Shit happens. You don't want to give anybody advice? Okay, not even afterwards? No, I'll give you afterwards. It's just when we're in the game, like, when players are building armies, it feels weird to put my thumb on the scale and be like, here's what I've been doing as a Lizardman that works really well, Lizardman player. Feel free to steal this midstream while I give your opponent nothing. Anyway. Yeah. Okay, so for this build, the stuff I do like is the Cohort of Hwaddle, Kroxigor ROR. I don't know whether it was a bug or an intended buff, but they did get the daze, so anybody they touches loses 10 melee defense, which is really nice. Other basic Kroxigors just got buffs overall, and the Lizardmen healing is pretty insane. So combining those two things, Kroxigors can be a really nasty punching piece into the late game. 2 Ripperdactyl Riders, one of which is the ROR Colossadon Hunters. Then we have some Feral Cold ones, and Jab Skinks and Skirmish Skinks, Mazda Mundi for clearing out just as many infantry as you could possibly need. Bound Banishment, Bound Ruination of Cities, and Winds of Magic costing Comet of Cassandora. Infantry are going to have a bad time if they stand still near Mazda Mundi at all. On the other side, for Chaos, I see a lot of infantry. The Mazda Mundi's just rubbing his hands together like, oh boy, it's time for my spells to kill a lot of dudes. So we'll see how that goes. But he does have a Chaos Feral Manticore. He has Siggy the Magnificent. 2 Marauder Horsemasters, 4 Marauder Horsemasters, a whole bunch of Chaos Warhounds with poison, 2 Chaos Warriors with halberds, Marauders of Khorne dual weapons, and Marauders. Geraldo, where the fuck's your caster? Geraldo, where's your caster? Siggy's not a caster, Geraldo. He has healing, he's invincible, but that doesn't make him a caster. That's Astrogoth you're thinking of, or Kugath, or Malekith, or the Dark Supreme Sorceress of Dark. But that's not Sigvald. Just being invincible and cheap does not make you a caster lord. Marauder Horsemasters trying to pokey poke the Ripperdactyls as they dive onto Sigvald. I actually don't hate that from the normal Rippers. They do have arm-piercing anti-infantry, so that's okay. Colossadon Hunters, I'm not as big of a fan. Their anti-large is a bit wasted there, but you gotta poke down Siggy eventually, and he really is the only threat around here for the Rippers, though they are overcommitting, and now they're getting attacked by dogs. There is a Manticore moving in. There's a whole bunch of skirmish caps. This is an over-aggressive move from Ian Zero. I like the initial just like get some free poke and walk away, but the walk away part was skipped. Now, a nice Comet did hit the Marauders of Khorne on their advance, and they are already routing. And a ton of little poison darts are just poking away at these Marauders. Their low armor and bronze shields not saving them. The Chaos Warriors will be just fine with getting poked by all these little javelins or whatever, but Mazda Mundi has plenty of spells to deal with them later. Colossadon Hunters are like dead. Like, just straight up dead. They're dead. Oh god. Run away, little Clawstone Hunters, run away. Ripperdactyls are also leaving. Dog's not having a good time, though. So while the backfield dive was a little overambitious for the Lizardmen, and they are suffering the consequences of that, the front line's going fantastically for them. They're just having a field day. Crocscore's charging these little marauders, swinging their newly buffed hammers. They were holding them the wrong way. That was the problem. In all of Warhammer 2 and now 3, they were holding the big rock end, and they were swinging a little stick at people. And CA just turned that shit around, and they're like, oh, this is, like, way better. So, they've been slapping now. Marauders are already routing. Other side, more Marauders doing Marauder stuff. These Halberds are not yet engaged with any Crocscores. Lizardmen are overall happy. Balance power is favoring them. Damage value is actually favoring Geraldo, interestingly enough. I think it's because Geraldo got a crap ton of damage on highly elite units. And Chaos, most of their damage is on dogs and stuff, which are routing, which is why the balance power looks so bad for them, because most of their units are routing. An Eager Banishment tried to catch it. Looks like the Halberds napping a little bit, but they did walk out of it. Crocscore's mass rout on the front. 4 Chaos units heading out. The little Dart Skinks just applying poison to everybody around here is pretty huge, and then Feral Coldbloods are going to swoop in and chase off anybody running away. Chaos Warriors with Halberds diving in as well, but the Halberds are quickly becoming the only thing left for the Chaos front line. As you can see, these Crocscores are just pounding through the infantry. With just a little bit of spell support, the Crocscores can murder any amount of front line, even if they're holding spears, which is why I love Burning Head. It's real good. Croxy's coming in to the side field. They are going to hit these Halberds and lower their melee defense down to 32. That'll help these Skinks get a couple more hits in, I guess, but overall it is going to be rough. But the other Crocscores are also coming. Mazdamundi's nearby, and the Clawstone Hunters are big chillin'. For Chaos, we're down to just some Halberds, Siggy, and Skirmish Cav. All of their infantry has pretty much left. And even these Halberds are already breaking at half HP. Nobody can stand up to the Crocscores. You just can't. And I love it, because I love the Crocscores. They are one of my favorite looking units, and I'm glad that they are finally viable. I would say better than viable. I'd say they're good. I love Crocscores. I've been playing a ton of high-level tournament players with them, and I think I've lost one game with the Croxy so far, so they have overall performed really well. It's not just like a take this in quick battles and cheese. It's like more of a no, I actually legitimately believe in Crocscores. For the Lizardman army of Ian Zero, I would recommend getting a Revivification Crystal if you're going to take Crocscores, though, because they just really need that heal support. They can get whittled down, and that is a problem. One of the reasons I did say, yes, their buffs were nice, but people discovering how much healing the Lizards actually have on their roster really is what's making Crocscores viable. So without that healing, you are kind of shooting yourself in the foot a bit, but it looks like overall the Lizard army is not going to suffer for it in this game too much. Ripperdactyl's both extremely low and barely hanging on, but we do have a staunch line of spears in the Saurus. We still have some skirmish elements from those little Skinks. Mazdamundi is very healthy, Crocscores are very healthy, and that's all that's going to matter going into the late game, because these Marauder Horsemen have used a lot of their ammunition effectively. I mean, they've done a ton of damage with that ammunition, but without any left in the late game for the spears and for the Crocscores, if they all really just group up around Sigvald and beat his ass to death, that will probably be a GG for the Lizards, and I don't see how Chaos is going to win it. I don't see it, because I could see the Marauder Horsemen using all of their ammunition left and the Lizards still being fine, and I think that's my biggest concern. Oh, he does have healing and Apotheosis. Okay, so he has a little bit of healing for the Crocscores. Never mind. I'd still like to see a Revivification Crystal. I think Revivification Crystals are insane. But Apotheosis makes this more acceptable. Build overall is fine. Don't tell the lore of a master of Sotek. He will have you in the snake pit. Hi, Menephis. I think I said hi to you, but if I didn't, my bad. Lizards are regrouping / chasing off some Halberds. They're just kind of congregating their forces, letting some Skinks get picked off by Chaos in the distance, but Balance of Power says about how I feel. This is looking tough for the Chaos boys, as some tattered-ass infantry groups up with almost out of ammo Skirmish Cav. And Sigvald, the Ripperdactyls did die, but they apparently did some work on our on the French prince. I don't know why I stumbled over that part. The French Prince of it's a clever way of saying like Chaos Waste, but Bel Air-ish. Don't know. I'll think on it. Anyway, he's not feeling so good. His heal cap's in sight. Even if he heal caps, he'll be at like 3/4 HP. Nakai kind of redundant since the Arrow Croxies get Perfect Vigor. Oh yeah, they do. Rip Nakai. Croxies are too dumb and it took them 2 games to figure it out. Hey, Lich. Lich, I already plugged your stream once this thing and you weren't even here. You're gonna have to pay me at some point. Titus, if you're still in the chat, I will check the replay you sent after the stream and give you my thoughts, if that's what you meant. I can do that. Bale Air. Here's a banishment. It is going to catch some Marauder Horsemen. I thought he canceled that Ruination of Cities, but it looks like it didn't go through as the banishment gets a little bit of damage value. Yeah, the Ruination of Cities is entirely gone. Croxies and Skinks piling into these Chaos Warriors with Halberd. Their leadership is going to tank as soon as they get into combat with the Croxcores, so I won't expect to see them around for very long. As Manticore is thinking about diving onto Mazdamundi, it does. Do his Croxagores respond? Do they respond? You brain-dead, slack-jawed crocodiles given thumbs. Get over there. Move! Move your tiny-brained legs! They did not move their tiny-brained legs. Meanwhile, the Halberds are running away like I said they would. And I don't know why you people don't believe me by now. The slack-jawed idiots that are the Croxagores. And that's just being lore-wise correct. Croxagores are not bright. They still have not noticed that Mazdamundi is in danger, though he does have his loyal Saurus retainers nearby actually trying to help him, as Sigvald also dives onto him. Geraldo going for the Lord Snipe. Maybe he can turn this around with that. No more healing for the Croxors, no more leadership for the Skinks. Possibly. I still think, honestly, even without Mazdamundi, the Croxors can clean this up as now they pile in. Mazdamundi heals himself. It was all a bait. He just wanted him to overcommit as the Croxors get to slapping that Rampaging Manticore in the bum. With Dazed, he only has 25 melee defense, which is not a lot. Sigvald is also in here. 74 melee defense with all of his buffs popped, but that Dazed will bring him down to a human amount of defense. Marauder Horsemen getting out of here. We are getting down to just the Sigvald versus the world part, and the world's a scary place with a bunch of armor-piercing Croxcores and regular Croxcores that are also armor-piercing, but they have bonus versus infantry. And again, CA did make their axes face the correct direction, so they actually do stuff now. Though Sigvald is a vain one, he does not go quietly into the night. He is going to try and kill Mazdamundi on his way out the door, just as a last middle finger to the forces of the Lizardmen. Feral Cold Ones trying to catch some Marauder Horse Masters, but it looks like due to their pink sashes, I'm going to guess that they are Slaneshi and faster than the Velociraptors. And faster than the Velociraptors! Hey! Hey! Listen to me when I say words. The narrative is important, though actually getting poisoned by those Skinks is slowing them down quite a lot to let the Feral Cold Ones catch up. That's nice. That's nice. Maz is down to 200 HP. Sigvald is getting buried in Croxagores. Army losses will take him. And the weird shiny light on his back is not enough to save him from all of these scaly bodies. ZGG. I love Croxagores. Please use them. This is not a meme. They are actually good now. They just need a little bit of healing support. Just a little bit of healing support. Healing support and clear out the chaff, which Mazdamundi does, a Fire Salon does. You know, there are things, and you need to heal them. But without that, they'll actually do really... With all that, not without that. They'll do really good. I love Croxagores. Marauder Horse Masters, good value. The basic Marauders and Marauders of Khorne, plus the Chaos Warriors struggled. The Dogs really struggled, and Sigvald did fine. Now, obviously, Geraldo's army could use a caster. But other than that, I think Chaos Warriors of Khorne, especially the ones with dual weapons, suck. I hate them. But in general, this army is actually pretty good. I think just this is the old way of chaos fighting versus the new way of lizards, and it's getting slapped in the face by why the lizards fight this way now. Healing, very strong. Croxcores buffed. Ripperdactyls buffed. Skink spam, still very strong. So GG. So GG. Also, Geraldo needs to take a caster. Please. Please take a goddamn caster. I prefer the Firecaster over Mazdamundi because Blood Statue of Spite is a point-and-click spell, so it can't miss. And it's very similar to Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma. It does a lot more damage than you think it does. The Blood Statue, despite the little free Slann point and click ability. Super good. Super good. He still has Banishment like Mazdamundi does, so no difference there. And then I think Burning Head is just an incredible spell. You can aim it, so it's not like Ruination of Cities where it goes all over the place. The one place I will say Mazdamundi is better, Bretonnia. Taking the exact build I talked about, but swapping out Mazdamundi for the Fire Slann, way better into Bretonnia because you want Mazdamundi's net. Grail Guardians charge in, net them, and say, you picked this fight, you gotta finish it. And they don't want to finish it, they want to charge in, they want to charge out. They want to charge in, they want to charge out. Just net them. I fought Black Knight last night. It was tough. It was tough. Lewin almost soloed my whole army somehow. But we heal capped Lewin. We heal capped his shitty Grail Guardians. And we eventually killed his caster. And we won it. And I started that game forgetting a Kroxigor and a Feral Cold One in the woods, and they joined later. So I think the build was really strong. I think Black Knight played better than me, and I still won. Which is more points for the build. Or Gorok. Yeah, I'd say we see Nakai more than Gorok. Because Nakai is a funny meme, Gorok is a sad meme. Geraldo took the Khorne caster. He casted Axe. Samaric and Mr. Casual. So funny with the Khorne caster jokes. So funny. It never gets old. Never! I would pick pre-patch Greasus over Gorok. True. Aren't Grail Guardians super resilient in melee? No. I have zero follow-up for you there. Just no. No. The more serious version is they rely on two things. High melee defense, and physical resist. One of the Croc scores, the ROR Croc score, lowers your melee defense and does magic damage. So, the ROR Croc score is extremely good in that matchup, especially versus Grail Guardians, and it trades quite effectively. Also, just basic Croc scores on top of Skinks. Their armor piercing is really good. Their melee stats are high enough to get decent shots in on the Grail Guardians anyway, and they're still monstrous infantry versus cavalry, which is still... Cavalry should not be fighting monstrous infantry, so like even if you have really good cavalry, it's still tough. And with heal support, the Croc Swords trade. And again, I should say, the Croc Swords should be on the front line with like your Skinks and stuff, so they should have infantry support rather than, I'm not saying like walk a Kroxigor into the woods and 1v1 a Grail Guardian. That probably won't go great for you. But yeah. Flying Brett better versus many factions. I would be suspect, Caradoc, but I know Vargheists are like the new shit for vampire counts. It's just like, why ever take Blood Knights when you could take Vargheists? So I guess Pegasus Knights are probably similar. Or Hippos. Okay. We do have Beastmen versus Ogres. Again, I didn't really want to speak on the matchup before we got into game because this is a new player tournament and I don't want to influence their builds. I just want to let them go and we'll talk about builds now. Traditionally, Beastmen versus Ogre Kingdoms is the Minotaur with Great Weapon Show for their anti-large. And some archers and the centaurs dominating the flanks. Maybe a Jabberscythe to abuse their low leadership at some point and cause some terror outs. Maybe double Gorgon for the anti-large, armor piercing, and healing. So it is largely about monsters and flank domination. And for the Ogre Kingdoms, some people would like to go with the Crusher Blob with 3 Crushers and some healing. I think that's risky into Traderkin. Traderkin's an extremely good spell. And Centaurs with throwing axes can kind of tear the Crusher Blob apart. So that can be tough. It can be effective, but it can be tough. I personally prefer just an Ogre Bull Rush. You blow through everything the Beastmen have, and then the late game comes down to, okay, you have some Centaurs with no support, you have some Minotaurs with no support, my Ogre Bulls are going to beat you. Both sides have a lot of teeth in this matchup. I would personally give it very, very slightly to the Ogres, but I haven't seen this matchup enough to really get like, oh, I've seen it 100 times and the Ogres win it like 80, right? I've seen it maybe 5 times, and I've played it some of those times, and when I was playing the Ogres, it felt all right. Felt like my opponent could do stuff to definitely win the game, but overall, I mean, Beastmen are a low leadership faction, so once you get them routing, you get a ton of your army passive up and stuff, so there's things as the Ogres you like. Yeah, I think Crushers or Ogre Bulls is probably the way to go, though. Alrighty. Who dares message me? Okay. I'll look at those later, sir. What do we have for the builds? Iron Guts, newly buffed. Still don't know if they're any good. I don't know. I haven't seen them at all, and I haven't really used them. I usually just stick to Ogre Bulls and Ogre Bulls with Iron Fist. Some Noblar Trappers, a Lead Belcher, 2 Lead Belchers overall, a Slaughtermaster of Beasts with Flag of Doom and Transformation of Kadon to summon a Manticore. We do have a Mournfang Cavalry. Just a single normal Mournfang Cavalry, not even with great weapons. I hate Mournfangs. I think they are absolute garbage. We'll see if they do anything this game. Their stats are great. For some reason, just never translates into anything. I don't know why. Like, I swear you could charge them into peasant mobs of Bretonnia, and they would rout. I just don't know why. A couple Saber-Tusk packs, Noblars in the front line, and then Ogre Bulls with dual weapons. So a lot of Ogre Bulls. Ooh, basic Man-Eaters. Not even Man-Eaters with great weapons, just basic Man-Eaters. Okay. I don't know if I've ever seen this unit. I'm down to learn. But it's mostly kind of what I wanted to see. I don't love the Lead Belchers. I'd like a little bit more mobility instead of Lead Belchers, but I do like the Ogre Bull spam. I think they're just cost-effective into Beastmen. For the Beastmen side, Chaos Warhound, Centaurs with throwing axes, Minotaurs with great weapons, and the Butchers of Kaldengar basic Minotaurs, 2 archers to put a little bit of pressure, Gore Herds and Ungor Spearman Herds across the front line, Traitor King Caster, and Morgar the Shadowgave. This is a very good army from Ian Zero. This is about what you want to see from the Beastmen, so I am a little concerned for the Ogre Kingdoms just on build alone, because when it feels like a roughly even matchup and one side has a build exactly what I wanted to see and the other side has most of what I wanted to see, that tends to favor the army that did exactly what I wanted. First, Traitorkin is going to start poking down the Slaughtermaster of Beasts. He is not a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, so he doesn't have Troll Guts for himself or anything, so the poke will add up unless he wants to spend a tier 3 army ability Butcher on just his Lord. Minotaurs are charging in. They're going to catch the Ogres a little flat-footed, and they should tear through these Ogre Bulls rather quickly. How did you get punted back? You were charging him. What the hell? Anyway. Iron Guts trying to pile into the front line. The Ungor Spearman Herds are already pushing through as the Minos and the Traitor King Caster have pushed back the Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, and I am already a little concerned for the Ogres. We have some Saber-Tusk packs and Mournfang Cav falling asleep on the flanks. They do have to get in here. They do have to get involved. What are the Lead Belchers getting done with their time? Looks like they are attempting to shoot at Ungor Spearman Herds for the moment, but they are currently sitting at the base of a hill, so a lot of their models can't see anything. Chaos Spawn Summon from Morgar does come out. It is already on the Lead Belchers, and Morgar himself is just piling back here to also distract the Lead Belcher, all on his lonesome. Now, Man-Eaters are tearing apart the Minotaurs with great weapons. That is the first thing the Ogre Kingdoms really have got going for them, and Noblar Trappers are trying to support that fight. But the Mournfang Cav and these Saber-Tusk packs, the Saber-Tusk packs are back. The Mournfang Cav do need to get more involved. They are 1,200 gold worth of stuff. They are sitting around. It's almost a soul, well, similar to a Soul Grinder, so they do need to get a lot done here. Lead Belchers are doomed. The Beastmen onslaught was just too much. The Iron Guts are struggling to hold their position. With their superior armor to most Ogre Bulls, it looks like the Minotaurs with their armor-piercing values are just getting through them anyway, unfortunately. Mournfang Cav going for a good snipe here, if they can actually catch this Bray Shaman. But we might run into the issue I've seen before, where it doesn't matter what your stats are if your unit model doesn't work and the Mournfang Cavs just don't do anything. So that has happened in the past, but they're piling up on that caster. They might get him. We will see. Second Chaos Spawn summon, second Chaos Spawn summon. So Morgar does have both of his summons out. A Manticore summon piles back here from the Ogres, trying to hold those guys at bay. So a lot of summons out on the battlefield. We'll see how that goes in the end. But the Traitor King caster is almost fully sniped. Does that matter? Noblar Trappers can maybe punish the Centaurs. Throwing axes have just been falling around the Mournfang Cav. The Ogres are brutally far behind on the bounce power, and I think this Chaos Spawn summon came out of a Lead Belcher. So that's a very expensive unit to lose to a Chaos Spawn summon. One last Trader King cast from this guy. It was undercast, it doesn't actually hurt him. And yeah, the Mournfang calves did barely any damage to him, even while fully surrounding him. I hate Mournfangs. They just suck. I don't know why, but they just suck. What up, Tariff? How you doing? Please tell me Flappers aren't allowed for Greenskins this tournament. They are allowed, because I didn't really want to deal with the rules on it, and no one plays Greenskins anyway for some reason. Tariff, did you know about this? Someone, Stormrunner pointed out to me that if you zoom in on Chaos Spawn, this happens to you. I have a video about it coming out in like 2 days. Seeing all this Crusher spam pains me. Tactical Lich, are you even watching the game? There's no Crusher spam. There's not even a Crusher in this build, sir. What are you talking about, Lich? I will not tolerate this slander, Lich. Look at this build and point at the Crusher. Point at it. Hold on, it's not done loading. Hold on, it's not done loading. There we go. Where is it? Find me that Crusher, sir. That's a Mournfang Cav. Oh wait, Man-Eaters most of the time. This build has a Man-Eater, Tactical Lich. Why are you shaming Geraldo when he's after your heart? You just dropped in? All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Tara, if you're still there, I thought of you today, actually. I recorded my shitty form of memery because I find it funny that Nurgle was built to be like this great healing faction, and they're actually pretty subpar at healing compared to a lot of other stuff. Like, basically, anybody with the Lore of Life can outdo them. But I don't have your skills. So I just kind of made a shitty version of a meme video, but it's like one Nurgling talking to his boss being like, well, sir, we're not actually the best at healing. And he takes him on a tour of all the factions that are better at them. And he just gets increasingly mad. But you'd probably do it better. Which is why I have to do it first. So everybody will remember me. And I'll go down in history with 10 million subscribers. And I will be the best. All right, Morgar, 500. Minos, not a lot, but the great weapons got more. Trader Caster did fine. Throwing axes did okay. Senegors did all right. Everything on the Beastmen roster largely did fine. For the Ogres, Slaughtermaster Beast struggled. He rode the struggle bus just a little bit. Man-Eaters, Mournfang Cav didn't do that great. Iron Guts also got shut down. We have a kitty cat. Hi, kitty cat. Lead Belchers also got shut down immediately. Oh, wow. The Ogres just didn't get any value anywhere. Good God. Oh, Nabo Trappers. There we go. Nabo Trappers. We're repping the boys. Doing good. GG. Be a 2-0 to Ian 0. He's on his way to win the championship, folks. Just like I told you he would. Let's go find somebody. Nurgle's PA and Boojilicious looks like they're probably in game. Hey, kitty cat. Who's your good kitty cat? Who's the goodest kitty cat? Oh, Jesus. I'm being attacked by a cat. Hello. By attacked, I mean nuzzled aggressively. So I have found our next game. They just aren't ready for us quite yet. So while we're waiting, I know Titus wanted me to look at some stuff. So we're going to look at some stuff. All right, what are you doing? Empire versus Chaos Dwarfs?
Oh, look at this kitty. Look at this kitty cat. Look at him. Look at how kitty he is. Look at him. Hey, hey. Look at him. Oh, kitty cat.
Who's your good boy?
Mr. Moo Cow. Little Moorton.
His name's Ed, but he looks like a moo cow, so we call him Moo Cow. I'm gonna go to my pretty face so that people don't just assume that there's a thingy. Alrighty, so this is a replay from round 1, just checking some stuff out. I just thought you want all the replays. Well, I didn't know you thought I wanted all the replays. I'm going through it anyway, I'm already here. Might as well, we're waiting for our live game anyway. 4 Empire Knights, a very, very pushy cat whose fur is all over the damn place. We have a Hellstorm Rocket Battery, Halberdiers, a Hellblaster Volley Gun. Fuck yeah, I love that thing. Archers, Crossmen, Halberdiers, a very persistent cat. 4 Free Company Militia, an Amethyst Wizard, and Karl Franz on a Pegasus mount. Sus. Sus. I don't like Pegasus mounts. I think they suck. For Nurgle's PA, we do have, hey, Wolf Riders. I love these guys. Including the Agha Khan's Wolf Boys. Demonsmith Sorcerer of Death with Fate of Una and Spirit Leech. Bull Centaur Renders. Bull Centaur Renders, ROR in the distance. Astrogoth with more Bull Centaur Renders. A bunch of Hobgoblins in the front line. Some Chaos Dwarf Warriors plus the Blazing Beards of Bazrek. Okay. Cool. Cool. I don't like basic Hellstorm Rocket Batteries. I think they are unfortunately not very good. The Sunmaker is incredible, but that's because it actually hits things. Yeah. Basic Hellblaster Volley Gun, trying to harass this Demonsmith Sorcerer as Franz chases after him. I guess that's fine. I would prefer it to shoot at these Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Because actually I do like what Titus is kind of doing here. If the Hellstorm Rocket Battery and the Organ Gun can clear off the front line, then you just have a million ranged units. And eventually these Bull Centaurs are going to commit to like 1 ranged unit at a time, and all the rest will just shoot them. So, it can be good. Franz is dueling this Demonsmith Sorcerer, but he is straight up losing because I hate the Pegasus, and the Pegasus mount is bad, and I hate it. Please don't take the Pegasus mount. It just sucks. Demonsmith Sorcerer whoops Franz's ass, and that makes me the saddest panda there ever was. Damn it. Because on Deathclaw, I think he has just like better stats, but he's also immune to terror because he causes terror. He is faster on this Pegasus, I'll give him that. Hellblaster Volley Gun trying to punish these Bull Centaurs who are sprinting straight into Archer Fire. They're taking a little bit of damage, though. It is unfortunately well known that Bull Centaurs are insane against missile units. These aren't even the shielded version. Oh god, okay. That was an aggressive Hellstorm Rocket Battery Volley as the Demonsmith Sorcerer dives in, gets a rear charge on the Amethyst Wizard, and terror outs him at full HP! That feels interesting. Is this Chaos Dwarf build auto-generated? No, it's actually pretty good. Has the best lord in the whole game, Astrogoth, has a bunch of Bull Centaurs, which are really, really, really strong. It's good. Okay, no more Pegasus, I get it. Yeah. I know. Some of it is just memery. Bull Centaur Renders are crushing through the front line at this point. And the Hobgoblins have even returned. And the Empire's in mass exodus. I am honestly surprised they're routing this easily. I know Franz left. Or did he die? Lord die or Lord fled? Yeah, Lord dead. Okay, so that is worse. But still, the Empire's usually a little better holding than that. Nice Spirit Leech on the Demonsmith. Does he have the heal thing? No, he doesn't have the heal thing. I think that's a Sorcerer Lord. The heal where if anybody casts a spell near you, just get healing. Empire Knights are trying to come back and do stuff, but at this point it is just too far gone. Like, these Bull Centaur Renders are so healthy. Some Empire Knights are trying to rejoin the fight now. And they just get torn apart by the Bull Centaurs. Oh god. It's terrible. Hey, Fate of Una on the Ogden's Wolf Boys. Aw. I wanted to see how much damage it was going to do. I'm honestly super surprised that Franz lost to that Demonsmith Sorcerer. That's a little wild. You'd think he'd beat him. The Hellstorm Rocket Battery and the Organ Gun also didn't get a lot done. Damn, that's a lot of stuff that on paper I would assume would do better. It's kind of fucked up. Astrogoth got only 300 value. He didn't even need him. He needed this guy, the Demon Smith Sorcerer of Death, just solo the army apparently. That's tough. Why didn't the Organ Gun do better? Because he was shooting at the Demon Smith Sorcerer while he was in combat with Franz. You'd think he would be a nice still target for it to get a lot of value out. Well, now I'm upset. Well, now I'm upset. You said the Overcast Spirit Leech of Flamestone Rooney killed Karl Franz. Oh. Hey, another Nurgle versus Khorne! How did this happen? I'm just casting it because we have the time. We're waiting for Boojilicious and Nurgle's PA to finish game 1, and we'll join them for game 2. So for now, we're just casting Titus. Huntsman would be a good idea? Yeah. Yeah. Titus, So I liked your build concept. A lot of things surprised me. Like, I am serious that I don't like Pegasus Franz, but I only kept bringing it up just for the lulls. In a downtime of action, I just kept going back to that for an easy thing to fill the void with. I liked your build in theory, and then in practice, like, the Organ Gun did worse than I would have expected. The Free Company Militia did worse than I would have expected. After Franz got sniped out, your front line fell apart while at full HP, which also surprised me. So a lot of, like, on paper, I really liked your build. It just, like, didn't work at all in game how I thought it would on paper, and sometimes that's just the way that's the way the game goes. So I don't know. That looked really rough. I actually don't know what I would do in that matchup at this point. Because Fate of Buna on the Bull Centaur Renders does very little damage, so you can't just take him out for free with that one. Anyway. Khorne versus Nurgle. Valkyrie the Bloody. Marauders the Khorne with dual weapons. Minotaurs the Khorne with great weapons. Cultist. Blood Shrine. I love Blood Shrines now. Hanadins use them a bunch, and then I got on board. And while I don't think they're the best unit in the whole game, I think they're fine. They're fine, and they're very fun. So I like taking them because they're fun. And they're fine. They're not going to lose you the game. They're just not going to help you that much either. Okay, I just told Booj to wait for me. They're doing picks and bans for game 2. On the Nurgle side, we do have Kugath Plaguefather again. Marauders with great weapons, a whole bunch of Nurglings across the front line. Also, we have some Plague Toads of Nurgle, the Barons of the Bog, ROR, Pox Riders, and some Marauder Horsemen. Cool. Valkia gets surrounded by Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, but gets a really nice Spear Sleipnir through all of them. Takes about half HP off one, a third off of another. And this is a pretty good start for Khorne. We saw earlier, Aardvark had struggled in this matchup, and it looks like the Skull Crushers are doing much better on the flanks. And Valkia is just a cheaper and better crowd cleaning lord than Scarbrand. She is unfortunately just like better in most cases. Now Blood Shrine overextends a little bit, does get caught up by the Barons of the Bog, and is now starting to demonic instability crumble away, so that will be going shortly, but the front line is falling apart. And Skull Crusher is ready to take another Plague Toad's head while more Skull Crushers move in. Now, my big concern with this is they didn't bring any throwing axes of their own, none of the Khorne throwing axes. So I think it's going to be heavily on the Minotaurs with great weapons to kill Kugath, because Skull Crushers just don't do it. There's too many models, they surround him, and then they sit there and get Mortis Engine drained to death. Minotaurs are a little bit better about it, but we'll see. They're currently taking a lot of throwing axe fire from Nurgle. This is going better. This is going better than both Game 1 versus the Chaos Dwarves and the first time we saw Khorne versus Nurgle. Bloodletter Summon is out. It's behind these Marauders with full HP. If it quickly surrounds either of these Marauders, it will take a lot of damage. But with those summons, the Bloodletter Summons especially, you have so little time to really use them effectively that they just have to get attack orders right away, which is always the thing I forget to do with them, so I don't take them because I know I'm bad with them. According to Turn, Bull Centaur models are bugged, no air missiles don't hit them at all or most of the time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video on that soon. I have all the recordings for it. I just haven't had the time to sit down and edit them together. It's really funny to watch 3 rattling guns shoot at them because most of the bullets miss, and it's kind of hilarious. All right. Valkia plus the Cultist plus the Minos are all committing onto Kugath. He is taking very little damage because I am also convinced that his model is broken. And you can see this if you have Astrogoth. Like, you can do this yourself. Take Astrogoth and nothing else versus Kugath and nothing else. If he charges Kugath, he'll get like 1 or 2 hits in on the charge at first, and then he'll just like stop hitting him. It doesn't matter how much melee attack he has or how much melee defense Kugath has, he'll just stop hitting him. So I think something's fucked up with Kugath's model where only certain attack animations can hit the center of it because it's so big. And otherwise you just stand on the outsides because he's just like not taking any damage from Valkia right now. Because if Valkia hits him, you're going to see 300 HP fly off of him. And it's literally not moving. So something's not working correctly about Kugath and melee. Anyway. Barons of the Bog, super close to demonic instability, and there they go. That will help out this blob fight a lot without their minus 15%, I think, damage aura that's been helping Kugath out. That'll be quite nice. What the hell? Infested Nurgling. Oh, okay. I thought for some reason the Nurglings had a name, and it was very confusing. Skull Crushers and Dogs and Marauders and all those sorts of things, just trying to reroute off any Nurgle units that are attempting to come back in, aid their lord in the fight. Now Kugath is taking a lot of damage. And if these Nurglings get out of here, it's going to be even better, because there'll be nothing to distract any of these Minotaur models. But, ooh, Miasma Pestilence. Countered up by the Horn of Khorne. Never mind, that's fine. It looked kind of like the Rancid Visitations animation, so I thought Valkia was just getting super for fun Spirit Leeched. All of the infantry is gone now, but the Minotaurs are about to rout. No, this is your time to shine as Skull Crushers and Minotaurs and Valkia and Occultists surround Kugath. They're trying to kill him, but he's getting a Fecundity healing, and he is just Mortis engineering them down. Plus, most of the Skull Crusher models aren't actually in melee combat with him. They're starting to move in now, but one of the Minotaurs is pushed off. Khorne is up on the balance of power. But I'm going to do a little bit of fast forwarding at this point. 1, because our next opponents are actually waiting for us live, so I don't want to take too long. And 2, unfortunately, I already know that Khorne loses this, and I think we're about to get fun and interactive gameplay right in the face, because Khorne has killed most of the things, but they just can't finish off Kugath. And he is starting the routes. Khorne's still up on the balance of power. Fleshhounds are chasing around the Marauder Horsemen that have the last throwing axes. Skullcrusher's trying to charge in and out. Fecundity is cast. Kugath is healing back up. Balance of power shifts against Khorne. They just can't get through the big boy in his big blob. Some Nurgling summons plus some actual Nurglings are holding on. Wow, one of the Nurglings is even heal capped because I think Kugath has a passive heal for them if he's in melee combat or something. Skullcrushers charge him, actually get a lot of damage off on the charge, but you can see now what I was talking about earlier in the game where they just have too many models. They don't do that much damage to Kugath, and then his Mortis Engine really kills them off quickly. Balance power shifted significantly against Khorne at this point, and I really like how Khorne played it. I like how Khorne played it. I liked their build. Some of it is just Kugath being Kugath things. I think you could probably cut... Oh boy, that is a tough ask. Maybe cut... I mean, keep the Bloodshine a little safer. That was a mistake for sure. Like, I'll give you that one. That was a bit of a mistake, how deep it went. But like, maybe cut a Fleshhound. But I liked the flank domination, so it's hard to cut mobile assets. I don't know. We got to find a place to put at least 2 throwing axes to deal with Kugath, but like the build was solid. I liked it a lot. I really liked how Titus played it. He dominated the flanks, took out the Plague Toads and the Barons of the Bog, really limited what the throwing axes of Nurgle could do because he just owned all the space and chased them around. And then he got rear charges. It was just like there was nothing to actually finish off Kugath, and he drained down the whole army after that. But like, I don't know. Compared to game 1, that one is one you can feel pretty good about. Titus, if you're still out there, that was a solid scrap. All right, on my way. So we are going to game 2 of Boojilicious versus Nurgle's PA. Apparently, Nurgle's PA did win the first game, and the message I got was I lost to the very balanced, very fun Astrogoth. So it was Chaos Dwarves versus Vampire Counts, and Astrogoth went burr. This is Boojilicious, our dark horse for today's tournament. see how he does here. And he's currently down a game to the PA of Nurgle. We have Skaven versus Norska. He was texting me about this. Pick Skaven, ban Lizardmen, Tomb Kings, Ogre Kingdoms. Okay. So it looks like Nurgle's PA maybe hasn't decided just yet what he's playing. Or he decided Norska and nobody told me. He decided Norska and nobody told me, because otherwise he's building a build for no reason. Norska versus Skaven. Some people say this is a bad matchup for Skaven. I think it's fine. I don't think it's good, but I think it's doable. It's okay. There's like 4 matchups of Skaven I would rather... There are 4 matchups of Skaven I would avoid before Norska, so I think this is okay. I'd rather fight Norska than Vampire Counts, Demons of Chaos, Warriors of Chaos. And I haven't played Slaanesh since the nerfs, but maybe still Slaanesh. Maybe. Just because it felt so bad fighting Hellstriders and Furies and Sigvald and crap. It was tough. Because, like, their AoE... Oh, fuck. No, it's Ogres. No, it's not Slaanesh. It's Ogres. Ogres is terrible. It's so bad to fight for Skaven right now. I hate it. I hate it. They raffle stomp you really hard. What up, Patrick? How you doing? Frogs are OP. I mean, his Skull Crushers slapped the shit out of those frogs, but sure. Okay. Yeah. So we're building some stuff. We're doing some things. Nurgle's PA switches over to Skaven. I presume he's looking to see what a certain unit can do and not seriously switching to a mirror after building an entire Norska build. And it's the Shredder of Lustria. He's the worst matchup too. No! No! Don't be silly. Don't be silly. I'll talk more about this matchup once we're loading into the game again. I know I've said it before if you've been here the whole time, but like people are coming and going through the stream, so I don't like to talk about the matchups in a new player tournament until we're into the game, and the players can't change their builds based off what I'm saying anymore. So I'll stay hush-hush. Ogres into Skaven. I think Ogres might need nerfs overall. Like, healing across the board in the entire game needs nerfs. Almost every source of healing needs nerfs. That is the type of nerfs I want for the Ogres. The same nerfs that are coming for every faction with healing, hopefully. I don't think the Ogre units need any nerfs. But aside from their healing, that matchup is just terrible for Skaven. And I don't think, if the Ogres are ever in a healthy place, I don't think that matchup will ever be good for Skaven. Because it's just designed to be terrible for them, and I see that now. You have strong single entities. You have strong monstrous infantry and cheap monstrous infantry. You do have healing, which the Ogre should always have, even if it's not this strong. And you have spells and abilities that lower leadership. And you have army abilities that charge based off of nearby units routing and you killing them. All of that is garbage for the Skaven. All of it. I was playing Cool Umbrella, and I'm like, I don't know if this matchup's that bad. And we played it, and I was like, huh. And then I was talking to Central Scrutinizer later that night. I'm like, can you help me with this matchup? Sure. We played a couple games, and I'm like, this feels terrible. And then he was like, let me give it a try. We switched places. He played Skaven, I played Ogres. We only played it once, and he tried to like kite me with Night Runners and stuff, and it felt super easy. Like, and not like, wow, he played so bad, I just stomped him. But like, the game plan was so straightforward. Run at them. That thing's shooting at me? Run at it. Does anything get in your way? Not anymore. Because rat ogres just like walk up to ogre bulls, and ogre bulls kill them in a second. Or rat ogres walk up to a stonehorn, and the stonehorn literally ignores them and walks straight through. Like, it is terrible. Oh, God. It's so bad. All right. Blocker down. So why is this a bad matchup for Skaven? It's doable, but it is a bad matchup. Well, think about a lot of the things I just said about the ogres. Skaven have a couple pretty significant weaknesses. They don't like chariots, which chariots are weak right now, so no one cares. But they don't like chariots. They don't like strong single entities. They don't like monstrous infantry. And they don't like leadership debuffs. They also don't like Lore of Death. Well, Norska has the Lore of Death if they want it. They have leadership debuffs and the Lore of Fire if they want it. They have regenerate. Oh, they also don't like healing. They have healing monstrous infantry in Skinwolves and Trolls, I guess. Though I think Trolls are bad here, so I'm a little concerned about that. They have dogs. They have flank pressure. They have strong single entities and manticores if they want to bring them. Like, Norska has a lot of things the Skaven don't want to deal with. Why it's manageable is Norska has a couple things the Skaven are really good at dealing with. The Skaven are also, while they are low leadership, the Skaven are really good versus low leadership. So Skinwolves can have a problem on the flanks when fighting Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres if buffed up by like a Packmaster that causes terror. Skaven are pretty good at Lord sniping, and Throg is tall, so he's pretty easy to shoot. Or if you go with Wolfric, he doesn't have regen, he's pretty easy to Flensing Ruin. And the Norscan frontline is one of their strengths, and Skaven killing frontline is one of the Skaven strengths. The Norscan frontline really doesn't matter that much to the Skaven. So I think the Skaven have some teeth. I definitely think it is a Norska favored matchup. But yeah. Darko. There's a lot of factions they don't want to nerf. They don't want to. They have to buff a lot of factions, so they don't want to. Oh. That's sad. I think like a healing nerf across the board, like healing went to percentage based into game 3, and that was just a bad idea. So if all of healing got knocked down, I think the meta would change so significantly that we would want to wait on buffs and nerfs until we figured out what the new meta was. Like maybe Bull Centaur Renders need a nerf because they don't even get healing and they're already really strong. But you get my point. Like a lot of stuff that's strong right now is only strong because of the heal support it can provide. Like the Shredder of Lustria and Croxagores, those are only good right now because you can percentage-based heal something that is 15,000 health. What's 1% of 15,000 per second? A lot. That is a lot of health. Anyway. I've stalled enough. The builds are mostly set up. For the Skaven of Boojilicious, we do have Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats paired on the flanks. There's a little bit of contesting those areas. They will still lose the Skinwolves, so they'll have to remain close to any support whatsoever. Teethbreakers, Rattling Gun, ROR to deal with mammoths or big single entities. No Poison Globes. Instead, we have Night Runners across the front line. And Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. Clan Rats, Skaven Slaves. Ooh, and some Plague Monks. Okay, good. Plague Monks will trade okay versus Norscan Infantry. I do worry without any Globes or Warp Fire Throwers or anything of the like that the Norscan Infantry will actually get to fight stuff, which is what they want to do. Slightly concerned about that, but the Rattling Gun's pretty good. Aside from that, we have a Chieftain and a Packmaster. This is a very popular combo. I don't play with it very much, but a lot of people do, as the kind of bash buddies. The Chieftain has a bit harder hitting stuff, especially versus infantry, and the Packmaster just provides some healing and some nice buffs for him. Plus, we have Claw on his Doom Wheel with Flensing Ruin for any single entity sniping needs. I guess healing is cool that way for a campaign player. I suppose. Yeah. High Elves would need buffs if healing got nerfed. 100%. 100%. I would go further, Tian. I would say if healing got nerfs, High Elves would be like C tier. Because they rely really heavily on heal capping stuff. Like Imric, Dragon Princes, things like that. Oh, for the Norska build, I didn't even cover it. My bad. Marauders great weapons. We have Skinwolves, we have Norscan Ice Wolves, we have 3 Ice Trolls, more Skinwolves, more Marauders, and we do have Wolfric the Wanderer on his horse. We have a Shame Sorcerer of Fire with, Flamestorm and Burning Head. Plus we have a Frostworm. So, good stuff from them. I am the only thing I don't like about the Norskan build. I love all of it except for the Ice Trolls. I think Ice Trolls are trash versus all factions, and I will fight anybody that thinks otherwise. For the Skaven build, I would recommend 1 or 2 globes instead of Night Runners, but it is what it is. Marauder Hunters with throwing axes get a lot of damage onto the Rat Ogres before they get pounced on, but these Rat Ogres are about to suffer a horrible, horrible fate. I imagine Ice Wolves and Wolfric will be coming for them very soon. Meanwhile, the Wolf Rats that scurried forth have gotten murdered by Skin Wolves and Norskan Ice Trolls. Norskan Ice Trolls are in the formation already. Icket Claw plus the Teethbreakers are trying to rout them off from these Night Runners who are valiantly sacrificing their lives, and a Flensing Ruin is getting cast onto Norskan Ice Trolls. That is unfortunately not going to work. It's not a very good spell versus Monstrous Infantry. It's really, really good versus single entities, but it's just not going to do that much damage to an Ice Troll. It's probably not going to be worth it. Skaven lines are falling apart. Balance power is significantly in favor of Norska. Rat Ogres getting murdered by Skin Wolves on the flanks. They are trying to fall back now to some form of infantry support, but they probably want to be fighting on Spears, Skaven Slave, or Clan Rat, or otherwise. But without that support, they are just at the mercy of the anti-large regenning Skin Wolves that are tearing them apart. In the backfield, Teethbreakers getting really good value back onto the Frostworm, who for a moment was forgotten, and any forgotten moment versus the Teethbreakers is a bad time for you, so that's half HP off that big boy. Packmaster and the Chieftain trying to make their way back to Icket Claw, who's currently fighting Horserick. It's not going that well for them. The Skaven have been completely overrun on all fronts. All of their infantry is routed. The Night Runners just haven't had time to shoot or do anything. Frost Trolls are on their way out of here already. And Frost Worm's not feeling so good either. The Chieftain's here to deal with Wolfric. Could this be a comeback from the Skaven? I am extremely sus, but maybe. I'm sus, because Flensing Ruin should be here, not on the trolls that were over there, unfortunately. For El Scavinos. The Flamestorm is getting whipped up in the background to finish off some Plague Monks and maybe poke at Night Runners a little bit. Frostworm actually does rout. Ice Trolls are routing. And this leaves the Skaven all alone with Wolfric. Here comes another Flensing Ruin. Is it Overcast? It is Overcast. This will do significant damage. It's not linked to Wolfric, though, so he can walk out of the circle if he gets the moment to. But for now, the Skaven are keeping him here. They are draining him down. And Norska, like we mentioned at the start of the game, they are a low leadership faction. They're relying pretty heavily on trolls in their build. They have 3 of them. So if you can take out their lord, it actually can become a bit of a terror route cycle scenario here. Wolfric walks out of the Flensing Ruin. That is still going on. He took a significant amount of damage, but it did not finish him off. Plague Monks continue to fight Marauders, but I think the Marauders will trade up in that situation, mostly due to their just high base stats and their cheap cost, but also they do have that rage mechanic. Yeah. It's 78% charge, giving them physical resist, leadership, and melee attack. All that helps versus the Plague Monks. Flensing Ruin still going. Just wore off now. Skin Wolves and Trolls are still in here fighting. Chieftain does run out. He's going to go kill himself a Shaman. Is the Shaman on foot? Nope, he's on a horse, so he could technically get out of here if he wanted to. It looks like Nurgle's PA has not realized he's under duress just yet. And the Skaven did do a valiant effort at coming back on the balance of the damage value. At one point they were down 3k, now they're down about like 1.7. So they did pretty good. Ooh, Wolfric getting sniped by the Packmaster at the same time that Chieftain is sniping the Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. Shaman Sorcerer does get out of there, and he throws down a Burning Head to support Wolfric, getting rid of all those extra Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves. Icket Claw is currently getting sniped by Trolls and Skin Wolves, while the Skaven heroes are off doing other things, trying to save the game themselves, because they know they can't really bail Icket out of this situation. Even if they were there, it's just they would die too. And that is probably going to be the end of the Skaven Menace. Maybe leadership debuffs from low health shouldn't go away even when you heal them. Maybe. We never see Karl Franz without healing. Maybe, but I definitely think it is a problem right now, because anything with like regeneration is taken. All the factions that are meta are the ones that can have the most healing. And it also is frustrating to cast like games where most things end up heal capping, and it's like, okay, well, what's even the point of anything? Oh, big catch onto Malekith. He takes half his HP, and he's full HP again. Oh, that's so fucking cool. I don't know. I don't like it. I wish like big strong heals were a rarer thing, but it feels like everything heal caps in the game, so then nothing. If everything's special, nothing special is kind of what I'm trying to get at here. Looking around at the values, Skin Wolves did fine, Shaman Sorcerer did fine, Wolfric did alright, Trolls, 1 did good, the rest were just there for some pressure, Ice Wolves did okay, Marauders with Javs, sorry, the Throwing Axe did alright. Norska spread the value across this entire roster, so really everything ended up doing good. Ikit did well. Packmaster and the Chieftain struggled to get their value back a little bit, but they were nice defenders for him. The Wolf Rats got ganked, Night Runners got mostly ganked. Clown Rats, Clown Rats did okay. How are Vampire counts? They're okay. I don't think Vampire counts are, like, OP. I think they're just mid. High Elves have no passive healing? That's true. But I mean, Soul Stealer's not passive healing, and I still think Soul Stealer needs a fucking nerf. All my homies hate Soul Stealer. Why do you think Ice Trolls are garbage? Versus Skaven, their armor piercing is wasted, and their low leadership is easily exploitable. In general, I don't know, man. I just don't think Ice Trolls are that good. Some people really swear by them, but they feel like they always route, which is kind of the troll thing, but you're paying a decent amount of money for them. I guess it's less about what I can point to the Ice Trolls and say this is why they're bad, and more of just every time I see them, they don't impress me, and they're meh. Stupid Ice Trolls. I also played a Throg campaign once in Warhammer 2, and Ice Trolls sucked then, and I think I've just been scarred for life.
But they're different now.
The pain remains. The pain never leaves you. Scarred for life. What race do you think should have the best healing in general? Nurgle. Nurgle. I think Nurgle should have the best healing. Because that's kind of his whole shtick. Alright. So this is a semifinal. I'll hop over to the bracket in just a second for you all. But first, I do have to get these up. Alright, bracket time, bracket time. Trolls got better because Famir got worse. Famir got worse? What? They got buffs. What? The Famir got buffs. Famir are good now. They got anti-large. And I think they got melee defense, I think. So we're up here. Apotheal is also known as Super Mario Fried Chicken. Ian Zero is also known as Ian Zero. On the bottom, we do have Nurgle's PA waiting in a semifinal versus either Salinator or Alea. And yeah, we'll cast this one. Then the finals. Depends on when these guys go to fight Nurgle's PA, but I will tell Nurgle's PA to not wait for the stream, and we will just hop in when we can. But I do want to keep this moving for everybody. Yeah. Manticores don't have the DPS on Ultra side. Dragons can still chunk down characters, and healing works even better on them. The rat looks like he's in a wheelchair. Maybe he is. Yeah. I'm of the opinion that healing is too strong, but you're allowed to have your own opinions. just know that they're wrong. And I'm right. Because I'm always right. You hate Gorst so much. Gorst is a little stinky. Why? Do you see him a lot in like campaign or Dom or something? We almost never see him in land. We see almost exclusively the Blood Dragon Lord. What up? Rubenbert fanboy number 2. Alright, Beastmen versus Dwarves. Super Mario Fried Chicken is a disciple of Sabrus Regnum. I am claiming that. I know that they played together in 2v2. I know they did some practice together for the 2v2. That's literally the only connection between these two players that I know of, and still I am going to claim that he learned everything he knows from Sabrus Regnum, because I like making wild accusations with no proof. Turn 10k Ultra Crisis. He always dominates just like Grombrindle. Alright. It's the as many blasting charges as you can fit in a build, plus the Hero Hammer Dwarven Box. Do you like playing against Dwarven Boxes? 'Cause you're gonna get another one. Hey, where'd your infantry go? Oh yeah, blasting charges killed them all. So fun! Now there's Hero Hammer. Have fun with that. Oh wait, no you won't. I hate it. Okay, here's your moment in the sun, chat. Flame my mod team. Flame them, give them all the shit in the world, be as mean to them as possible. No, don't do that. This is sarcasm or facetious just to be funny, but also telling a mildly true story. I asked my mod team, I was like, listen, guys, Gotrek Felix fucking sucks. Nobody wants to play against it. It's not even that good, but it can be like abusive versus like newer players. I hate it. I hate Gotrek Felix. I hate casting it. I hate watching it. It's just awful. No one enjoys it. At the higher level of play, no one likes playing against it. No one likes playing as it. So why don't we just ban it? And they said, listen, human boy, you're prone to overreaction, which is true. You're prone to overreaction. It's not even that good. Not even that many people play it. So we shouldn't ban it. And my follow-up is, it was on the Gladiator stream. Kiara brought it. It was in the Elchef versus Lenore and BBB replay. It was the final game. It took 23 goddamn minutes to kill it. It's right here with Super Mario Fried Chicken taking it. It was in the RTK land battle tournament with Super Mario Fried Chicken taking it versus me, and I had to kill it. I had to fight somebody else with it before that. Wait, no, it was Grombrindle. He didn't have that, so never mind. He didn't have Gotrek and Felix. He just took Dwarves, and I had to kill a whole bunch of Dwarves. But I will say, if it's not so common, then why do I have to watch it all the fucking time? I hate it. I hate Gotrek Felix and Thoric. I hate Gotrek Felix and Miao Ying. I hate Gotrek Felix and blank. It's boring. It's stupid. It's dumb. And I hate it. So we should ban it. And they're all like, no, that's not a good way to design game balance. No, you can't just ban things you don't like. Well, maybe we should. Maybe we should just ban things I don't like. Why is the world about me? I think that'd be a pretty good world for me. Why doesn't everybody cave to my desires? Would Slunch be okay if chariots work properly? Yes. They would need other buffs, but they would be okay with chariot buffs. Yes. I hate Dowie so much. True. Hey, look, it's a game without Dark Elves. Yeah, we haven't actually seen Dark Elves today. This tournament does have global bans in it, though, so I think Dark Elves have been global banned. This mod team doesn't even own a Varka. Ban Felix and Gotrek and all the dwarves along with him. Ban Thoric. I know, Caradoc. I got outvoted. Okay. What do we have for the Beastmen of Year 0? Ungor Spearmen. Yep, made sure I got rid of the blocker. Ungor Spearmen herds across the front line plus 1 Gore herd. We have some Centaurs with throwing axes. How many? 1. Uh-oh. 1 centaur throwing axes, 2 archers, butchers of Calgangard, plus another minotaur, so 3 minotaurs, a jabber scythe, brave shaman of beasts with flock of doom. Oh fuck, and Khazrak. Oh no, it's not gonna win. The beastmen are gonna lose. You need Traderkin, my man. Traderkin is the only thing that can stop Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric. No, please, no. I beat almost this exact build with almost this exact formation because Traderkin could hit literally every unit in the whole formation. I just overcasted 2 and I regular casted like 3. Legit, if you go watch that stream, my Traderkin caster got no joke like 4K value. It was insane. For the Dwarven build, it's a box. I don't even want to talk about it. I'm not even gonna watch it. I'm just gonna go over to the mountains. Take me away, mountains. Take me away. What's on top of these mountains? Rocks. I'll cast it from over here. So we have Ungor Spearman herds walking up towards the dwarves. All of a sudden, the dwarven value is going to spike, and that's when the blasting charges killed all the beastmen, and then we're going to see a pretty quick FF after that. Whee! We are getting closer. So the actual build is just a shit ton of blasting charges, plus triple iron breakers, plus Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric, and some slayers. Hooray. Everybody rejoice. Visible pixels. Yeah. Alright, so Khazrak's trying to charge in. We're going to see chariots do real good. Oh, wow, the damage. And he takes a bunch of damage from the iron breakers. And the Iron Breakers friendly fire their own kin, doing a lot of damage there. The Jabber Scythe will unironically actually do well here, though. The Minotaur's also plowing in. Slayers do need to get more active. Khazrak takes about a quarter of his HP from even getting near Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric. Archer's still pouring in fire. The Beastmen are now starting to advance, and the Jabber Scythe needs to keep charging around, needs to keep moving. The Minus Blasting Charges, I don't know if they had Fire at Will on, because they did not use their ammo before getting attacked. This other miner also needs to turn around and just kill all these guys. Flock of Doom casts are continuing to rain in from the Beast caster, doing his very, very best. Khazrak's getting super low. He needs to get out of this box so he at least doesn't cause the Beastmen to lose a bunch of leadership. Miners are getting routed off. The Iron Breakers and the Slayers will continue to fight. The Jabber Scythe's already down to half HP. Archers continuing to fire. I don't know what they're shooting at the stream. Miners are blasting charges right now. Shouldn't do that. Fire at the Slayers. Fire at the Slayers or at Thoric. Those are really your only two good to do. Ooh, Felix separated. Khazrak's going for it. He hits Felix. He does like 3 damage, and then he runs away because chariots are working super well. And the next chariot charges in, and he hits him. And he does like 3 damage, and he walks away. But him, boy, we have 280 weapon strength. Yeah, Felix has like 4,000 HP, as everything does on Ultra Size. Don't know why chariots still do like 400 damage as weapon strength is considered good. Oh, but Felix gets hit. Holy shit, Khazrak actually hits him and does significant damage. For some reason, it wasn't on the charge, because when you're charging as a chariot, you do minor damage. When you actually stop and hit something, you do real damage, like a normal character. Jabber Scythe is entirely dead for fighting the Slayers, but Beastmen are up on the balance of power. Flock of Doom still continues to hit the entire blob. Holy shit, Flock of Doom. And Gotrek is getting his ass kicked by something. I think it's the Minotaurs as Felix continues to try to heal him and Thoric. The Slayers continue fighting in the back. They are going to kill some Minotaurs. Balance of power is shifting slightly back towards the Dwarves. The Dwarves are actually up on damage value as the Archers start to fall back from the front line. They don't want to be here anymore. Felix had something casting on him. Then it stopped. Don't know what that was about. Khazrak thinks about getting back in. Decides, you know what? I don't want to. I don't want it. The Jibber Jabber has returned. Probably has to be used along with these dogs to chase off anything that is routing, make sure they don't come back at all, because miners with blasting charges and that full ammo can come back and actually do a lot of damage in Laking if you let them. Things are looking all right for the Beastmen, though, I will say. You have archers with plenty of ammo and very, very healthy. Thoric did bring Wrath and Ruin, so I think this archer is about to get deleted very soon by Rune of Wrath and Ruin under his bum. Yeah, he's gonna have to watch out for that. Jibber Jabber is back. Thankfully, its Mortis engine only affects things with low leadership, which these Iron Breakers will never get to low leadership. And the giant Slayers and Slayers are literally incapable of falling low in leadership in any capacity whatsoever. Thoric's getting low. Gotrek's getting low. Felix is still trying to heal him up. Can the Butchers of Calgangard carry this? As another Flock of Doom is going to hit all these Slayers. Jesus Christ! There's the Rune of Wrath and Ruin. It's actually not going on to the Archers. It is going to hit some of these Spearmen and Minos. But Gotrek is getting work done. I am surprised how well the Minos are doing here. Holy crab apples. Miss Crabapple. Jibber Jabber routes once again. The Minos in the backfield aren't feeling so good. The Butchers of Calgangard are feeling amazing. They're crushing it. Don't know why these dogs are still sitting back there. They need to get involved. But with the throwing axes coming back in, they can throw at Thoric, get some decent damage onto him over time, but the Butcher's Scout Guard getting low. Bounce power is getting lower, though. Can the Dwarves army loss before we have to deal with the Hero Hammer? Because if we have to deal with the Hero Hammer, the Dwarves actually still have a pretty good shot. You don't believe me, but I have seen Hero Hammer do crazier things, because most of the stuff left on the map right now isn't actually that good versus the heroes that are left. It's just if these Minotaurs can actually break off, Felix can continue to heal up Gotrek, can continue to heal up Thoric, and that'll be a problem. But it looks like Ian Zero has torn apart the box quite effectively, and army losses hits! That takes out Thoric, that takes out Felix, that leaves us just with Gotrek and some Slayers. Holy shit! I didn't think it was going to work. The Beastmen did pull it out, and another loss for the Hero Hammer. I still don't think I want to watch it, even if it loses. Final Squall here, loving this match, instant blob. Thankfully the blob lost. Too easy, GG Beasts. I just, like, I hate the Hero Hammer because win or lose, it's bad content. That is the crux of my argument. And most of the people I argue with are talking about the balance of the game and whether or not it's good or bad or whether or not it deserves to be banned and those things. And I am purely speaking from an entertainment point of view. And I am just like, this sucks. Why is it in here? And some people are like, well, you can beat it. Okay, cool. I can repaint my walls, but that's boring, so I'm not going to fucking do that. Anyway, Dwarves did lose. Their blasting charges really didn't fire. I don't know if they didn't fire it well on or if they didn't have orders or something. The Slayers did fine. Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric got mulched. Kazarek did okay. Jabberslite did okay. The Minotaurs did fantastically well. You don't often see the basic Minotaurs with their bonus for symmetry, but apparently they are super good here. Flock of Doomcaster, even though it wasn't Traderkin, 1,700 value, just draining down all those Slayers, and the box formation of the Dwarves was so tight that he just got to hit the whole army with it every time. Coops, I know you're pro-banning it. Dwarves! More specifically, Gotrek and Felix and Thoric. Gotrek, Felix, and blank, but Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric. Can kiss my ass. I hate that blob. I hate it. How does Traderkin deal damage to Dwarves when they don't have any horses? When they don't use any horses? It just works. All of it just works. Oh! I hate when people say land battles is just blobs. But whenever Gotrek and Felix are involved, it's like, that is a blob. I'll give you that. Are all land battles blobs? Fuck no. Is that one? Yeah. And it's trash. Want to get rid of it. Put it in the dirt. I wouldn't care as much if the beta changes went through, because I did a lot of testing on the beta, and Gotrek and Felix on the beta were not a problem, because foot characters got fixed overall, so it was much easier to just, like, hit them. I had Scarbrand run into Thoric, Gotrek, and Felix. He killed all three of them. 1v3. He just fucking murdered them. It was great. And then those changes didn't go live, and I don't know why. Chariot changes didn't go live. Foot character changes didn't go live. Infinite Rampage bug didn't go live. Dragon Landing bug didn't go live. Like, a lot of... the Skullcrackers are trash on live, and in the beta they were actually solid. They weren't amazing, but they were solid. I don't know why. But I definitely wouldn't be having this conversation if the foot character changes went through, because then if you take Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric, you're just going to lose. But they didn't. They did not. And now I am eagerly awaiting the next patch to see if they fix the things. Also, I contacted CA and said, hey, and I showed them some videos that I made during the beta, and I was like, hey, this was fixed. And then I showed them videos of now, of the same units performing against the same units, like White Lion Chariots charging Norska and Marauders. And in the beta, the charge took out like a third of their HP, and the Chariot pulled through just fine. And then it charged them again, and again, and again. And in like 4 charges, the unit broke, and the Lion Chariot had like 10% of its health missing. And now in the live, I charge them, and by the time I get out of the Marauders, I'm missing a quarter HP, and they're missing 10%. And I'm like, my 1,300 gold Chariot just lost a charge with a 500 gold infantry unit. Something's wrong here. So I had to send that to them. I submitted all these reports, and they were like, cool, bro, cool. And then a week later, they did the change to the known issues list, and those issues weren't on there. So I messaged them, and I said, hey, you didn't put it on the list, just want to make sure you heard. These are fucked. And I sent a list of like those 10 things with replay supporting them. And then because I did the official channel thing at that point. And they sent me an email back. We're like, we know these issues exist because you addressed them previously, but thank you for following up. And I'm like, put them on the list! Put them on the list! Make it know that these are issues. I want it in writing. They did not go through with the footlore changes. They did not. And after many salty comments on some of my videos during the beta where I said things were fixed and then in live they weren't, I also showed them being fixed in that video, so you can tell I'm not lying. It just didn't come to live. I am living in the same world you are. I know they didn't happen. I don't know why they didn't happen. Whenever I said something, I didn't just say it offhand and be like, oh, by the way, the infinite rampage bug was fixed. No proof of that. We went to live. It's not fixed. What the fuck? That's crazy. No, in the video where I said that, there were 4 Sabertusk packs. All of them fought skinks. All of them rampaged. And all of them stopped rampaging without breaking, without the skink dying. I showed it happening. Now that's not true in live. Please stop sending me DMs about it. I'm also confused. Okay. In case you can't tell, I've gotten a lot of messages about things that weren't actually fixed. And I know. Are they on the list now? They haven't updated the list since I sent that in. Because I sent it in, what did they update the list? 2 days ago? Or yesterday? And when I didn't see them on there, I messaged them again. So now the community team and the balance team have both messaged me and said, yes, we heard you, stop typing. Human Boy just ignores your messages because you're a hidden Dahlia main? No. In concept, it's a trash idea versus Traderkin, which kills 3 to 0 and 3 to 4 casts. I said that too. I said there was no Traderkin, so I was super worried that Ian Zero's Flock of Doom spam wasn't going to work. It ended up being okay, but I was worried. See, I just wants to fuel the Human Boy never says anything good drama storyline. Long Paul, that's so good. That's so fucking good. Holy shit, Human Boy made a positive video about our video game? Shut it down. Whatever changes he mentioned, get rid of them. Fuck those things. We don't want them here. That's so funny. Yeah, Danny Loggy, I will say that. This was a good patch. A lot of stuff didn't go through, but it was still a good patch. Chaos Dwarves are a fun faction. I'm enjoying them a lot. I think they're one of the best factions to be added to the game in a long time. They didn't release OP, they didn't release Underpowered, they released fine. Now they're getting a little bit OP as people are learning them, and they found like the 3 units that are way too overtuned, and now they're just spamming the shit out of those 3 units. That happens, but the roster as a whole is not like ridiculously broken or anything. So I do like that. A lot of the balance changes were good. Croc scores are good now, and I'm really liking that. Famir feel a lot better. Loving that. Grail Guardians being strong is a cool new addition to the Bretonia buff. Vampire counts aren't oppressive. I've even stopped banning them. I don't mind playing them. They're fine. So vampire counts got 2 down. Like, a lot of good things happened in the patch. Don't get me wrong. But there were a lot of things that were promised that didn't come through. Tomb King box is the new meta. Tomb King box. It's the disciples of Saber's Regnum. It's the Church of Sabers. All right, Tomb King's build: Skeleton Spearmen, Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Spearmen, Skeleton Warriors, Tomb Guards and Halberd, Skeleton Spearmen, Skeleton Warriors, and Tomb Guard. We do have Grand Hierophant Katep on foot with 2 of his cheapest spells to spam out as much healing for all the skeletons as you can. His Chosen Gods who shop to Great Bows, Eyes of the Desert, and the Necro Sphinx to actually deal any damage. Tomb King's in a box. This is the Saber's Regnum box. He usually has a position that's this way. The kind of weird chevron pointed formation. Why? I don't know. You'll have to ask him, man. On the other side, we have a bunch of skink skirmishers. We have 2 ripperdactyls, one of which is the Clothlon Hunters ROR. We have a bunch of jab skinks, feral cold ones, Mazdamundi. Oh, Mazdamundi's gonna go burr on that box. 2 Saurus Spears, 2 Crocscores, one of which is the Sacred Crocscore ROR. So we'll see how they do. But I want to see some real good RNG on those Ruination of Cities. Just go up the line, just zzz, all those skeletons, just zzz, skeletons, just zzz. Say it with me. Bzz. Tomb King's missing Gotrek and Felix. You're right, they gotta add it next patch. Chosen of the Gods trying to hit the Clothlon Hunters. They aren't the spacing that the Chosen of the Gods would like. They're getting decent damage down, but Chosen of the Gods will like wreck cavalry. But the Ripperdactyls are a little more spread out than that, so some of the arrows miss. Comet of Cassadora is coming in. Can the Tomb Kings dodge in time? No! Big damage! An entire skeleton spear bites the dust. As Ripperdactyls are diving in now, they're just suiciding for those Chosen of the Gods. They're like, fuck it, I don't give a shit! And they're going in! If you can take out the ranged of the box, that means you can dictate the entire pace of the battle. You can back off when you need to and do whatever you want. So I think they're feeling pretty strong about that. Ripperdactyls are in. Ripperdactyls are trying to do any damage whatsoever. For some reason, they're really struggling. And now with 40% physical resist, it's going to get a lot tougher. The Necrosphinx has come back. And yeah, I don't know if they'd had attack orders onto Kotep and they just couldn't get to him or something, but they were not attacking the Chosen of the Gods at first because that took way too little damage on the charge. Scaly Spears that have wandered out the first rank that advanced forward are all dying. And the Ripperdactyls continuing to try and hold on, but it's not going super great for them. Feral Cold Ones fighting the Tomb Guard with halberds, meanwhile Skinks just poking a little bit. This is feeling a little unnecessary, kind of wasting these units, fighting elite halberds with large units. And yeah, I got the charge on like the Chosen of the Gods. Something went wrong there with attack orders, I get that. But attacking the halberds afterwards is unfortunately just a waste of your units, so oof. We'll see how it goes. Feral Cold One's also getting a side charge on the Skeleton Spearmen. Crocscores and Skinks now fighting these other Skelly Spears up front. Mazdamundi has not used the Ruination of Cities yet. I do wonder where he's going to put it. Looks like he's putting it back here where there's the least chance of friendly fire possible. Let's see the RNG. Bad shot, good shot, great shot. So 2 out of 3 for good RNG. 1 hit his own Feral Cold Ones. That is fine. Mazdamundi is trying to carry this game on his back, but Super Mario Fried Chicken's box is holding, and for now he is up on damage value as the Ripperdactyls. 1 has rallied, 1 has entirely shattered, and a bound banishment from Mazda is trying to tear through the Tomb Guard. Little bad RNG here. Goes off on its own little path, its own little journey for now. Mazdamundi's taking a lot of damage from the Chosen of the Gods, and in the back the Sacred Crocscore ROR is fighting a random skeleton that it doesn't need to be doing. Armor. A more Titus lore-wise Gotrek and Felix would have made more sense in Tomb Kings than Liquid. Yeah, they did have the Serpent Queen book where they hung out with the Tomb Kings. So that's true. Mazda's taking a lot of damage right now from the Chosen of the Gods. Ripperdactyls are going to dive back in just to buy him a little bit of space. Sparkle Stalkers are shooting at the Crocsagores. The Higher Titan's just stopping things, but the Crocsagores do have to hurry up and get through the front line and move on. I do think here a Fire Salon would be better. A Fire Salon and then a Rev Crystal. Mazdamundi has some good crowd clearing spells, sure, but Burning Head is like specifically really good against Tomb Kings, and it's more controlled, less RNG based. It'd be really good versus these lines of spears. But Caradox also mentioning that Ancient Salamanders would do wonders here as well, and I agree. Another Comet of Cassadora is getting cast. Mazda probably has to heal himself / get out of here because he has just been sitting in range of these Chosen of the Gods. I think maybe it's going slightly unnoticed what is happening. There goes an Apotheosis and a big Comet. Going to take out another Tomb Guard, though their leadership should be healthy enough that they will be fine, and Kotep is spamming out spells to keep them safe. Oh yeah, and Kotep spamming out spells can be making it hard for Mazdamundi to do anything because his spells and abilities go on cooldown whenever Kotep casts a single thing. Chosen the Gods almost out of ammo, but Mazdamundi does need to move. Unfortunately, he has just been sitting too close to the front line and is taking all this damage for free, so he is going to die. Unfortunately, that is a big error. Oof. Oof. Without Mazda, I do think this is doomed. No leadership, no healing, no spells to clear out the rest of the blob. The Lizardmen are just going to start a slow decline into madness. And that is that. That is that. It's pretty much GG at this point. There's just nothing Lizardmen can do. When's the last time that Casadora did that much damage? It's been a while. Chosen God's almost out of ammo, but it just doesn't matter at this point, as army losses is just around the corner. Burning Head would be really nice here. Yeah. Though we did have... I mean, I keep forgetting that Kotep just resets all your cooldowns constantly. Maybe he wasn't expecting a box. It is a bold thing to expect. Necrosphinx just held the front line. Kotep provided a ton of healing for his army. Sepulchral Stalkers did fine. 3,500 on the Chosen of the Gods who shopped to Great Bows. Then Tomb Guard and Skeleton Spears stood around and died for their Dark Gods. Mazdamundi, with his limited time, 2,200 value. Ripperdactyls, dove in, got nothing done. Unfortunately, Crocscores also got butchered. Generally, it's going to be a hard time getting value for Ian here. His Skinks did okay. GG. Alright, I'm going to grab a beverage. I'll be back when I feel like it. Whoop! Build from game versus chaos. Yeah. The newbie tournaments are pretty fun to watch because they're just off meta. Sometimes you run into boxes. The problem with boxes is they have an inverse skill curve. Are any noob dom tournaments on the horizon? I do not really do domination stuff. When I do it, my viewership is quite bad. And also I am bad at domination mode. So then I don't have too much of worth to say because I don't know what's good or what's bad or what's going on. Plus, there's a bunch of domination casters. Well, not casters. There's a shit ton of domination tournaments. There's not a lot of dom casters. There's Turin and Platypus that I know of. Both do quite a good job. Land Battle casters is like me and Lich, Tactical Lich. So I tend to just kind of stay in my niche because already the Land Battle community is like starved for content all the goddamn time. Anyway, the inverse skill curve of boxes. Boxes are really good against worse players. And the better your opponent is, the worse a box build becomes. Just like across the board. That's generally a true statement. Is no matter how good of a player you are, a box build relies heavily on the skill of your opponent. So it's like, in a new player tournament, box builds will do well. In a high tier tournament, you almost never see a box build or it gets torn apart. My example would be, Lenorm's a good player and he barely ever plays boxes. Like, he does a lot of stuff. But he played a High Elf Spear box versus BBB's El Chef on the stream earlier in the week. He just got torn the fuck apart. And that was, like, really the only box we saw. So, yeah. Boxes can be frustrating, but once you learn how to beat them, they actually like significantly limit your options as the box player because you just don't have any agency in the game. How do I get into these newbie tournaments? We try to host one a week. Sometimes on Challenge, sometimes on Total Tavern. Judging by this one, we'll probably do a lot more on Total Tavern because we got more players there and it feels like more people can see that and give us a shot. Yeah. You can also join our Discord. We do have our Discord. There's also a practice pit where you can find games and stuff. So if you join our Discord, you just get the Rat Ogre roll. Marks you as a newer player, gives you access to the new players chat. We also have a list of people that play each faction. So if you have questions on the factions, you can just message them. And they give you tips on builds or what lords are good and stuff. But we also post most of our tournaments here. Or on Total Tavern. I'll probably be posting most of them there, especially for the new player ones so far. But yeah, I think for the next tournament, just for the sake of everybody's, for the health of the stream and for the new player experience, I'll probably be banning Gotrek and Felix. Just because it's like no one has fun with it, and it gives land battles a bad name. Because then it's like land battles are just shitty blobs, and it's like shitty blobs don't often win, but if you don't know how to beat them, then yes, land battles can be just shitty blobs, because some people like pushing the limits of like a combination, right? So Gotrek and Felix is a pretty good example, but there's another one that's easier to talk about, which is Vampire Counts versus Nurgle. And Nurgle has this blob where it's like you can get AoE healing, you can get a Mortis Engine effect that damages everybody around you, you can get like stacking melee attack debuffs, and you can get stacking damage debuffs. So you can like make everybody do like 50% less damage that's near you, and they have 50% chance less chance to hit. And if they're near you, they take damage. And if they're, if they even do any damage, you have AoE healing from like a cultist to Nurgle Warshrine or something. And it's like, this build is objectively dog shit if you have an AoE single entity punishing spell, if you have really good just AoE punishment spells in general, if you have ranged, if you have any of that. And the vampire counts are like, we don't have any of that. And it's like, okay, you're going to have a really fucking bad time. And some people see that and they're like, this is what the whole game mode is. And it's like, no, it's just that matchup, unfortunately. But there's not a lot of them. Gotrek and Felix are kind of similar, where it's like some people get joy out of combining as many things as possible and just laughing as it like runs around, but that shit loses so many games. It only works once in a while. It reminds me of League of Legends. Like Darkmane did a lot of those videos, Donkey did some of them, Magikarp used to do them too, but like full AP Garen or full AP Twitch, and it's like they'll show you the clips where they get like a pentakill or something, but if you look at the top right, their kill death is always like 5 kills, 12 deaths or some shit like that. And it's like, yeah, this stuff isn't very good, but if it gets ahead, it can be really toxic. Same with blob builds, where it's like, if you're playing a faction that has good skirmish cav, good ground-based archers, good artillery, spirit leech, traderkin, found transmutation, like any AoE spell that can do a lot of damage to single entities, good flyers, like there's tons of tools to deal with like these super terroristic blobs. But if someone's like just loading into quick battle and trying to have a good time, and you take like a balanced Bretonia build, I just want to take my knights and run at them, and it's Nurgle, what's the worst Nurgle could do? You're gonna run into like 5 single entities and 3 Nurglings, and you're like, okay, cool, I don't get to have fun this game. And anybody who knows the meta would say, you should have taken like 16 archers. Just shot his ass to death. But it's like not a fun way to play, so yeah. I definitely get it, where like there are people out there who just get their jollies off by making your life miserable, and it sucks. Dwarves have a chance without playing box? Not really right now. Not really. They can do okay. The wider build with like Dwarf Warrior frontline, Miners of Blasting Charges secondary, and then a bunch of Quarrelers and Thunderers, and then Thoric to buff up the whole army. But the meta is so heavily determined by agency, and Dwarves just don't have a lot, because artillery sucks right now. If artillery was better, Dwarves would be better. But now that artillery sucks, Dwarves aren't having a good time, because artillery is literally the only thing they have to force you to do something. And since it sucks, they usually just opt for this like Gotrek Felix blob. And they're like, since he's going to eventually come here and cycle charge me and stuff, I'm at least just going to make this last 35 years. So it's not good. Also, as I complained about earlier, healing. So when Felix healed a flat amount, you didn't see much of Felix because it took too long to heal anybody. But now he can, like, you saw last game, Gotrek's heal cap was getting close, Thoric's heal cap was getting close. So Felix can really keep Gotrek and Thoric alive, which just didn't used to be the case. And foot characters, for some reason, have a hard time getting hit, which they fixed in the beta, and it didn't go live. I'm not mad. Box can be useful later in a match and can reconsolidate. I'm a little confused by that. Give Dally more speed and way left melee defense. No, they just need their artillery to actually be worthwhile again. Because then, artillery disincentivizes boxing. Because if you let someone too close to your box, basic archers are just going to shoot over your heads, and they're going to take out your expensive cannon pieces in like a couple seconds. So that's why when cannons are meta, dwarven boxes really aren't that popular, because you need space. So you need rows and rows of infantry spaced out enough so that you can cover a lot of ground and keep the archers at bay and make the archers fight your quarrelers, because your quarrelers are heavily armored, they're shielded, they have a good range, so the enemy archer doesn't want to fight your quarrelers at all. It's going to be a bad trade for them, right? So you want your quarrelers far enough away so that the enemy archer would have to walk into your front line to even reach your cannon, and that by nature spreads your build out. And then it makes slayers more important on the backfield to keep cavalry off of your cannons, because now you just don't, there's no possible way you're going to form a box that's airtight. So now you need slayers to move relatively quickly for a dwarf and keep light cavalry and dogs off of your cannons and stuff. It makes dwarves more interactive. But right now that cannons suck, there's no reason to take them, so you just get these weird, heavily armored leadership blobs. Also, Thoric is a fucking piece of shit, but that's a whole different conversation. Make gyrocopters do more damage? I disagree with that. Gyrocopters already do a lot of damage, and gyrocopters don't need infantry to defend them, and that incentivizes a box playstyle even harder. Because you can have a gyrocopter running around being a fucker while your box just sits there ominously. So no, gyrocopters being strong actually makes boxes better, which sucks. Isn't dwarf artillery pretty good for artillery in general, except for bolt throwers? All artillery in game 3 sucks. With the change to ultra unit size, artillery doesn't really do that much damage. I know you're going to point out the Sunmaker, but like most artillery does very little damage. And I don't know why this is, but it misses a lot. Artillery misses an awful lot. And if you want an example, look back to Titus's game versus Nurgle's PA, the Chaos Dwarves versus Empire. His Hellstorm Rocket Battery and his Hellblaster Volley Gun did fucking nothing, even though they were shooting at stuff all game. They just missed constantly. I don't know why that's true, but it is. So all artillery in game 3, if it hits, it does nothing. Most of the time, it doesn't hit. Try taking Warp Lightning Cannons as Skaven, and you'll know what I mean. They just, like, it's the saddest shit. It's the saddest shit. I tried to take it versus Lizards to punish their Slans. Like, if they're going to take the Shredder of Lustria, I want to punish their life Slans, kill him, then kill the Shredder. I had 2 Warp Lightning Cannons shooting a Slan. Even when they hit him, I didn't see his health bar move. And it's just bullshit. All right. We have Bretonnia versus Ogres. Traditionally a fun matchup. Not today, I guess. We have Felix, the Fey Enchantress, Gotrek, Double Grail Relique, the Elite Halberd Beast Slayers of Bastogne, front line of Spears, secondary line of Pole Arms, 2 Royal Hippogriff Knights in the sky. On the other side, for the Ogres, we do have Noblar Trappers plus Noblars, Iron Guts, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, Man-Eaters with great weapons, Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, more Saber-Tusk packs, more Man-Eaters, the Sky Striders, Crushers, ROR, and Saber-Tusk packs. I am seeing a lot of anti-infantry here, so it looks like the Ogres player roughly predicted what he was going to be facing. Not a lot of cavalry, so he didn't bother with a lot of anti-cav. He just has a ton of anti-infantry stuff. So, reading your opponent there a bit. We also do have just Troll Guts on the caster to heal up the Sky Striders most likely. So we'll see. Isn't that too many SEM? No, Grail Reliques don't count as a thing. They're like corpse cards for the Vampire counts. At least it didn't bring a 3rd box. I mean, it's kinda. It's not literally shaped into a box, but it is just as many melee infantry as you can bring around a single entity healing squad with Gotrek, Felix, and the Fae, and a Mortis engine. Alright, Ogres are piling in. Saber-Tusk packs are going to rear charge some of these Men-Arms, Polearms, and that's actually going to be a nasty little sandwich here. Faye plus Gotrek and Felix. Yeah, that's 3, but you can have 4, and the Grail Relics don't count because they're like corpse cards. They're just little supportive things. And that was a really nice sandwich from Ian Zero. He's going to take out 2 units here. The front line of peasants is already crumbling a bit. Though, ooh, those halberds are going to do a lot of damage to those ogre bulls that are trying to path through them at the moment. But really nice hammer and anvil stuff here from Ian Zero. After some micro mistakes in that Lizardmen game, coming back strong with really good fundamentals in this game. So that is good to see. That is good to see after a whoopsie that you recover like that and just make some solid-ass plays. Hippogriff Knights are diving in. Now, Hippogriff Knights are going to have a bad time versus the Sky Striders. We'll see if they can even attack the Sky Striders. And the Chalice of Potions coming down from the Fey Enchantress. Man-Eaters of Grey Weapons also in here, though. Wow, these Hippogriff Knights have to be careful. This is not a fight they want to take, and they are trying to opt out now. Does the Fey have any healing for them? Did she bring Earthblood or anything like that? Looks like she's starting to use something now, but actually that's just Troll Guts going on to the Sky Striders. So the Sky Striders are getting healing. The Hippogriff Knights are getting completely fucked up as the Bretonnian lines are gone, shattered, destroyed by the Ogres. Oh my goodness! And their army, yeah, they even get a butcher onto the Sky Striders. They have to have so much army ability right now. Ogres are up 1,000 damage value, but it's mostly in just the routing units all over the map. But can they kill the hero core? That is the big question. As the Grail Relics are going to keep even Felix in the fight. They give Felix plus 12 leadership and ITP. They also give, I guess, the Fae ITP, but she doesn't have leadership issues nearly as much as Felix does. And there are still these elite halberds, so we'll see how they can do. Hippogriff Knights get back up in the sky where the Fae can cast healing on them every once in a while. So they'll be okay there. They probably just want to stay up for a little bit, get some healing, get some nice stuff. But oh no, it looks like they're trying to opt into a fight. Oh no, you're not ready to fight yet. You're not ready to fight yet. Okay, for now they don't. They try to fly in for an Earthblood, but the Earthblood doesn't hit any of them. It hits all of the infantry because you can't pick what it hits. That was so dumb. It's not his fault, but that was so dumb. Balance of power is about even. Damage value is 1,000-ish in the favor of the Ogres. The Sky Striders are trying to catch out Gotrek, and they're actually getting pretty decent damage on the little guy. He's having trouble swinging. It looks like he's trying to path back to the blob, but he just can't get there. And in the meantime, he is taking a lot of damage foe-free. The blob is trying to get back to him, but the Saber-Tusk packs are going to hold them back for now. And the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw is still just chilling here. Gotrek is taking so much damage! And he might just get soloed out. Traditionally, the Ogres have a lot of trouble dealing real damage to foot characters, but apparently today is the day that these Sky Striders decided to hit Gotrek in the face. Felix is running over to provide that slow passive healing to him. He's trying to get in range, and the Royal Hippogriff Knights are also going to dive down and try and bail him out of this situation. The Fey Enchantress continues to just drain down everything around her. You can see little swooshy swooshes of her efforts. More healing for the Sky Striders. Healing is very balanced. More Troll Guts. Their healing cap is approaching, and it is going to be hit rather swiftly. The Royal Hippogriff Knights are hanging in the fight for now, but they're getting rear charged by some Ogres and trying to actually opt out of this fight just about. There's still a little bit of him in there. And another Chalice of Potions is going to land. The Hippogriff Knights are trying to stay out of here. Actually, pretty good micro there from Super Mario Fried Chicken to keep microing them away from the blob. Here comes a big Chalice of Potions. Does not do a lot of damage versus Ogres because they're all monstrous models, but it was a good attempt. Gotrek is still fighting. The blob is carrying on, but the Ogres have so far just dominated the field, really held them back. And the Fey Enchantress hanging on for all she's worth, but she is surrounded by Man-Eaters, and the Man-Eaters were kind of clutch, honestly. If Bretonnia had gone wider with more Knights of the Realm Cavalry and some Archers, I think this Ogre build could have struggled significantly, but it was well put together for mass amounts of infantry. And that is what it got. Dual Weapons Ogres actually trade really well against Gotrek. Yeah, that was a clever play from Ian. After seeing how the first 2 games went, he was like, I have a strong suspicion of what the fuck's about to happen to me. Now it is not over. The Fae is still draining, and Slaughtermasters are nefariously terrible combatants. So if something terrible were to happen to him, that would be the end of him, and the Ogres would all of a sudden start routing left and right. Gotrek's hanging on. He's still getting healed up by Felix a little bit, and he all of a sudden dies. Doesn't even get his little marijuana stank of doom. Even though it never hits him, he still didn't even get it at all. More strain continues from the Fey Enchantress. Hippogriff Knights are trying to charge in and out. Ogres now have a 3,000 damage value lead as Felix tries to come back in. And that is that. Yeah. We have some new players hopping into our Discord looking for more games. So that's fun. That's exciting. Yeah, I've wanted more people to play games. We don't have a ton of domination, folks, but if you are looking to get into domination, a lot of our new players do play both, so it doesn't hurt to ask around. Or if you haven't joined Turin's Discord yet, there's a ton of folks in there always looking for domination. I think Platypus, RTK's Platypus, also runs a training gym kind of thing for domination. It used to be Ents. I don't pay attention to it too much. Honestly, I don't pay attention to too many Discords besides my own. So, yeah. If you're new looking for domination or land battles, join any competitive Discord and they can point you in the right direction, even if it's not the exact Discord you should be in. Yeah, so do that. Do that. Or go just find RTK's Platypus. I think he's Menacing Platypus on YouTube. He can point you in the right direction. And he's a friend of the channel. Good fucking guy. The Bretonnian build got ran over. Just sprinted over. All of the Healy boys, not the Healy boys, the Speary boys did not do that well when sandwiched. Really appropriate. So that is how large things need to work. And remember this for when chariots are good, because someday I promise they will be. Someday they will be. When chariots are good, chariots come second. Chariots come second. Infantry hit. Chariots go through the infantry, and from there they pass on through, because braced infantry will do a lot of damage to your chariots, especially if they have charge defense or charge reflect. Chariots come second. Same with large things like Minotaurs, like Croxagores, like Fleshhounds of Khorne, like Chaos Spawn or something. Second. Chaff needs to take the charge first. They protect so much. And here was the thing. Super Mario Fried Chicken's build would have shredded those ogres if they went first, but they chucked Noblars at them, ate the charge defense with those little guys, and then the ogres plowed in, and all of a sudden the spears lost their charge defense. They lost their charge reflect. Their bonus versus large didn't matter because most of them are still swinging at Noblars as the ogres just pile into them and start knocking them over. And then the rear charge got rid of their leadership. It was just flawlessly executed. So if you are having troubles breaking through front lines with monstrous infantry, be it Croxagores, be it any of those things I just mentioned, this was an excellent game for how to do that. I would rewind the stream and just watch that because it was really good patience. Because those require patience. The ogres are way faster than the Noblars. So if you just blindly chuck all your guys at them, they're all gonna hit, the ogres are gonna hit first. They're gonna get charge reflected. They're gonna get mulched down. The Noblars join a little bit too late. This is really good execution by Ian Zero. His build, I don't know if you would want to take this versus Bretonnia overall. I think he was reading his opponent after 3 games. He was like, I bet there's going to be a shit ton of infantry and then a hero squad. So I think he kind of read his opponent. I don't know about this build versus Bretonnia, but like the fundamental mechanics were really good. So do that. All right, GG. Nurgle's PA, do you have an opponent yet? He does! It's Alea! We almost got to see Alea earlier, but then we lagged out. Okay, sorry. I have one of my faction war people just sent me a replay that I have to save. So my bad. Let's go find Nurgle's PA and Alea, see where they're at. I hate Go Dragon Felix. I hate him. Oh, shit. Hang on. They just got in a lobby like 2 minutes ago. Maybe they haven't started. If you haven't started, hold on. Block her up in case I come in on the thing. Join the code. Nice. Nice. They haven't started. We get both semifinals. Okay, so we're gonna watch this semifinal, start to finish, and then finals. There's 2 more series left. All right, RTK's Nurgle's PA is here. Alea is here. Alea did have connection issues. So I'm going to message them ahead of time. I'm going to message them ahead of time and say, if we have lag issues, I am going to drop out. I'll play some quick battles. They send me the replays. We'll cast the replays as they get sent to us, but with the lag issues from earlier, 1, it's bad for the stream, but 2, having a third person on there is definitely not going to help their lag. If we lag, I will drop and cast replays. FYI, Alea had issues earlier. Who's left? Ian Zero, tournament favorite of the day, Prodigal Son. The rest of you were looking at me. You said, Huey boy, you dumb piece of shit. Why didn't you vote for Boojilicious? I did vote for him for my dark horse. Why didn't you vote for Nurgle's PA? Why didn't you vote for Alea? Why didn't you vote for Zegsy? Why didn't you vote for Stark? And why didn't you vote for Salinator? You dumb monkey. Well, look who's in finals now. It's Ian Zero, baby. Let's go. I knew it. I believed in him. When everybody else gave up, I believed in my heart he was gonna fucking do it. I didn't just vote for him because he seemed nice. I didn't just vote for him because he's been around my Discord for a while, constantly grinding it out, and even when he loses, he keeps coming back for more. I didn't do any of that shit. I voted for him because it seemed like a nice thing to do. And now he's in the finals. Take that, analysis. Do I think Boojilicious is a better player than Ian Zero? Probably. Probably, if I had to be honest. I love you, Ian, clearly. But Boojilicious is pretty good. But is today your day? Fuck yeah, today's your day. If you get either one of these players in finals, are they more likely to win? Yeah, I'd say these are 2 pretty scary players to face in finals. Ian? But you can fucking do it! You can fucking do it! Any given Sunday. I thought Caradoc was going to get slapped by Alfredino, but he made that series a banger. I thought El Chef was going to get slapped by Lenorm, but he made that series a banger. And he almost fucking won. I thought Lenorm was going to beat him pretty easily. It's nothing against El Chef. Lenorm's just good. But it was a 5-game series. Let's go, Ian. Any future soothsayers in the making? Yeah, Ian, easy. Why are people with 0 wins on top of the quick battle ladder? It's a weird bug, man. It's a weird bug. And if you're looking for more land battle content, we have 2 best of 3s left. And in an hour and 20 minutes, Tactical Lich, who was in the stream chat, does have a best of 5. Now, this is a new player tournament. We are going to see some you're going to see lower quality gameplay, but more interesting builds. Because, I mean, they're newer players. I'm not trying to be an asshole. It's just like, I mean, if these guys are playing perfectly, then they shouldn't have been in this tournament because this tournament was for new players, right? You're going to see lower quality gameplay, more interesting builds. On Tactical Lich's stream today, we do have Chief versus BBB's Chief versus Central Scrutinizer. Those are 2 extreme tournament veterans. Have been playing for many years and years. You'll see some pretty bonkers gameplay. You'll see super meta builds, very high-end stuff. So it's a different style of content. This is an all-you-can-eat buffet where you just go absolutely nuts. on the ribs. You put ribs in some tacos, wrap a corn tortilla around a fucking rib, and just eat it anyway. All right? You go to the salad bar, throw a bunch of lettuce on your plate, then go over to the mac and cheese bar, just take some of that really gross plastic-looking cheese and just slap it onto your lettuce and eat that. Don't even go back to your table, just eat it with your hands like a fucking animal, and then they have to escort you out. That's this tournament. That's this stream. All right? If you want a steak dinner, highly refined, classy, nice little butter and garlic sauce dribbled over the top, a couple fresh basil leaves, lemon wedge on the side. That if you squeeze that lemon wedge onto your steak, you're fucking trolling because it actually makes it taste worse, but it looks classy on the side. And when you order a Diet Coke, they say, sorry, sir, we serve wine and we serve water, but it's a wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That water is actually wine. That's Tactical Itch's stream. That's in 1 hour and 20 minutes. You should go watch that because he's a good guy. What? 0. You have 0 in your name, so it must be good. Yeah. That's a good stream. Which I'm probably gonna watch. I don't watch a lot of content because I make content, so the last thing I want to do when I sign off for the day is like, oh man, I prepped Total War Warhammer content for about an hour and then I streamed it for about 5 hours. Let's go watch more Total War Warhammer content. But I'll probably be there because my boy Scroot, he's on my admin team. He's a good guy. He's a friend. I got to root for him against Chief. It's nothing against Chief, but I got to support the boys. You got to support the boys. Because if you're not supporting the boys, then why? It's a good time. I actually have a lot of boys left in the run-in. Blood Penguin, Lenorm, Central Scroot. Those are all on my admin team. Trying to think who else is still in it. Strat Game's in it. He's not one of the boys. Fucking hate Strat Game. Strat Game's a piece of shit. I'm being sarcastic. I love Strat Game. But he's not on my admin team, so he doesn't get my vote. Who else is still in it? Why am I blanking so hard? Cal Harmon's still in it. He's not one of the boys. Hannons is still in it. He's not one of the boys. Alfredino's still in it. He's not one of the fucking boys. I hope Alfredino loses. Fuck that guy. This one time he said hi to me. What an ass. Piece of garbage. The green one? Green one's still in it? I can't say fuck that guy. I love Green One. Green One is not one of my admins, but he is a homie. I love Green One. Even when he cheats against me on stream. The worst kind of human filth, but I'll tolerate it just for him. He's so handsome too. That's the fucked up part. Is he's both good at the game and strikingly handsome. Alright. Enough tomfoolery. I've stalled for as long as I can. We do have Greenskins versus Chaos Dwarfs. This looks to be the actual matchup. Both sides are actually building builds. Nurgle's PA is ready, and he's using the best flag! Alea, I'm sorry, I'm rooting for Nurgle's PA in this one because I love that flag. My two favorite colors are green and black, and they came out with a faction that has a green and black flag. Ooh, love it! All right, our first Greenskin game of the day. How many Snotling pump wagons do you think we're going to see? How many? I'm feeling lonely crying in my room. Fat Kid at Recess, why? Gotta love the greenskin fights. True. Hey, Floof! What's up, dude? It's been a while since I've seen you in the chat. How you doing, man? I hope well. You gonna go root for Chief? Or Scroot? You have divided loyalties! You're also on the admin team, but do you root for your clan, BBB Chief, or do you root for Scrooty Tooty? Oh man, I would not want to be you. I imagine you're just heartbroken over this. You're definitely not the chill type of person who doesn't really, who's just kind of taking it all in stride. That's definitely, no, you're upset, and I'm sorry. Okay. I had to send someone a cat meme. It's important. You refuse to take sides, Floof? That's fair. That's fair. Let's go, Scroot. Fat kid wants a lemon steak. I'm an old man. When Human Boy says sarcastic stuff, all that's left in my mind is the initial statement of so-and-so is filth. Now you just change the series count. Oh crap, Tian, you're super right. Who is Alea is blue. Oh, for all the shit we give Warhammer 3, I will say the improvements to both the lobby system and the spectator system are very, very nice. As a caster, I've been enjoying those immensely. I'll be positive where it's deserved. I'll be negative where it's deserved. Being a spectator, much better in Warhammer 3. All right, Chaos Dwarf Army is just starting to set up, so my lapse in judgment that Tian called me on is not going to cost us too much. So the Greenskins seem mostly set up. We do have the Warlords boys. Night Goblin, ROR, but they're the Sundering ones. They're not the Unbreakable Spinning Loons ones. They just have Sundering and slightly better stats. We have a bunch of Forest Goblin, Spider Rider Archers to provide that nice poison support. Wolf Riders and Orc Boar Boy Biggins. More Orc Boar Boy Biggins for their anti-large and armor piercing. More Orc Boar Boy Biggins. Over there, Orc Biggins in the back line. A front line of Goblins and one Rusty Arrows. Night Goblin Archers with their armor piercing. Not armor piercing, sorry. Armor Sundering shot. So actually 2 different armor sundering units in the build. I do like that. On the ground, we have 2 Goblin Big Bosses, and this is kind of neat. One is just butt naked on a wolf for his 92 speed, and the other one is on a spider with they need stabbing and poison, but he has less speed. So this one's kind of more of the debuff one, and the other one is the chase stuff off after it is already routed one. I like that. I like that. That's cool. We have Azhag in the sky with only Spirit Leech, and then Slaga's Slashes. This does make him cheaper. With all of his items and abilities and stuff, he is very, very expensive, but I still think he's a little overworth the cost. And I would personally prefer Fate of Buna to Spirit Leech, though I guess Fate of Buna doesn't do that much against Bull Centaurs, and maybe that's what he's most scared of, but I know Fate of Buna is really good versus Chaos Dwarf units. Yakta, not Takta. Oh shit, what did I do? No! No! T and Y are right next to each other on the keyboard, it's not my fault. No, they're next to each other. No! No! We got it. Thanks for that. Okay. On the other side for the Chaos Dwarves, we have a Goblin Laborer frontline, Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and some with great weapons as a secondary. 1 Magma Cannon, 3 Bull Centaur Renders. We have Astrogoth Iron Hand on foot, and a Demon Smith Sorcerer in the sky. This is a lot of money on spells. Spirit Leech, Fate of Buna, and then Astrogoth has Flamestorm and Cascading Fire Cloak. That is going to be a lot of Winds of Magic. You should read some Mirror Horror? No. Also, hi, Peter. I like your picture. It looks fun. Hopefully it's nothing crazy and then I just said something horrible, but yeah. All right, the front lines have collided. Hobgoblin, oh no, just Goblin. Goblin Laborers will lose the basic Goblins because they cost half the price and they probably should. And I hope the Wah from Alea is appropriately timed. He shouldn't use it as soon as it's popped. He needs to wait until he's attacking stuff that matters. Because if you pop it to beat up Goblin Laborers, okay, but what was the point? Oh, we are having lag. No, the start of the first minute of the game was so good, and then it's lagging. I'll give it 30 seconds to resolve itself. If not, then we will have to cast these as replays after they are finished. So I will apologize for that delay. But it is a known issue. We had the similar issue with Alea at the start of the stream, so it's not shocking. Orc Borbo Biggins are going to charge the Goblin Laborers. The lag is resolving itself a bit, so we will carry on for now, but if there's another massive spike, I might have to dip for the player's sake. Orc Borbo Biggins almost take a charge from the Bull Centaur Renders, but realizing that is not their cup of tea, they really want to wait for the Waw. They want to take that fight only when they have a Waw charged, and right now they are trying to charge away. There's the Waw, they have to go. They have to take advantage of this moment, but the Orc Borbo Biggins are scattered a bit. Some of them are charging these Hobgoblins. Other Sundering Goblins, the Warlords boys are getting those Bull Centaur Renders, so unfortunately not the max value that the Greenskins really wanted, but overall it was a good Waw. We have several engagements on stuff that isn't just Hobgoblins, so it was fine. It wasn't bad, it just wasn't completely perfect. Some Orc Borbo Biggins are getting lost in the sauce in the woods, and Azhag is fighting the Demon Smith Sorcerer. He's going to lose this fight. Some people like Azhag. I generally don't, because I find Azhag to be a dog shit duelist, and I largely want him to be a much better one. Does he have They Need Stab and supporting him? No. So Cascading Firecloak is actually supporting his opponent, and Azhag is going to land next to Bull Centaur Renders. That is the boldest thing anyone has ever done in their entire life. Both two Goblin heroes. This is even bolder. Nurgle's PA dives down. He's now surrounded by heroes and lords, and Orc Borbo Biggins are here to eat the charge from the Arwar Centaur Renders. That's what I was most worried about. But now with these Boar Boys and Orc Biggins supporting him, the Bull Centaur Renders have nothing to do here, so they are going to go back and support the Magma Cannon instead, and this leaves the Demon Smith Sorcerer to his doom, most likely. Thankfully, with that investment in spells, he does have Astrogoth, so if he loses this guy, it's just a hero. Still bad. It's still bad to lose that character, don't be wrong, but it's not his only caster. He has Astrogoth, who is now throwing down a Flamestorm to support his caster friend. It's tearing through these Goblin Wolf Rider archers, but the little goblins that could are going to kill that Demon Smith Sorcerer. In the backfield, the Bull Centaur Renders are rolling shop over these Orc Boy Biggins and the Spider Riders, just murking them down, and it is looking rough for the Greenskins on the balance power. I would tend to agree. Alea's keeping up nicely in damage value, but across the battle, it is looking really good for the Chaos Dwarfs. Magma Cannon's fine, Astrogoth is fine, and all three Bull Centaur Renders are still just vibing, feeling the music, feeling themselves, and that is all the Chaos Dwarfs really need to win. They don't need their secondary caster on his mount. It would be nice, but they don't need it. All right, the Goblins are peeling off. I do wonder how they do versus Astrogoth combined, and Azhag is plenty fast. He can keep up with this Demon Smith Sorcerer and escort him off the battlefield. Oh no, the Rusty Arrows were forgotten! They're coming up now. Their Armor Summoning will be nice versus the Bull Centaur Renders, even though a lot of melee attacks will miss them. If a couple hit, it just applies that Sundering debuff. Astrogoth is now in the fight for his life against two Goblin Big Bosses, but he gives himself Cascading Firecloak, that very oppressive melee defense, and he is just whooping their ass right now, especially with Bull Centaur support. These guys are left on their own. Orc Biggins have some orders to move around. It looks like they're coming in now, but it is a little too late for them. The archers are coming as well. This game is not over for the Greenskins by a long shot. The damage value has even right up, but it is looking a little scary as these goblins are pushed away. Magma Cannon is still secured. Very good job from Nurgle's PA. Has been bailing this thing out of a lot of trouble. The second Waw, usually you only get two as the Greenskins. That is the most you can really expect, so they have to get the most out of this Waw. And Orc Biggins wawing on top of these Centaurs is going to be great, and a nice rear charge on the side from the Orc Borbo Biggins onto the Bull Centaur Renders, who's actually going to get rid of that one. And the Greenskins are scrapping back. I still really like Nurgle's PA's position in this game, but it is not over. Azhag's returning to the fight, and he will be providing Spirit Leeches, which he's been too busy chasing to be casting those things. So it is about to get a little bit better for the Greenskins. But I do think as soon as these Rusty Arrows start firing, when they are firing at Rout and Chaos Dwarfs, they need to be pouring their fire into the Bull Centaur Renders because of their situation. As soon as Nurgle's PA feels like it, Bull Centaur Renders are going to run out and kill those guys. There's nothing the Greenskins can do to stop that. So that's why I want them to get their damage out while they can on the Bull Centaur Renders, because that's really what's going to decide the rest of this game. Not some Chaos Dwarf Warriors, not the Magma Cannons. Honestly, not even Astrogoth, because you can just get Spirit Leech spammed as Astrogoth down, and that is what Alea's going to do. So Alea's biggest problem right now is that his Spirit Leeches need to go two places at the same time. They need to hit the Bull Centaur Renders, and they need to hit Astrogoth. Astrogoth's probably the better target, and he is going to target those, but that means something else has to deal with the Bull Centaur Renders, and I'm just not seeing a lot of stuff that can. Borborbiggins can do okay, but if in a 1v1 versus the Centaur Renders, they're going to lose it, so they'll need a lot of support. Thankfully, there are Biggins. I mean, there's Orc Biggins are running around. Another little bit of a lag spike, but we are at the point in the game where the lag won't matter as much. There's not as many micro decisions to be making, more macro decisions, like what is attempting what task. But Azhag's feeling good. The ranged aspects of the Chaos Dwarves are mostly shut down. There weren't that many of them to begin with, to be honest. And his only flying competition in that caster is also gone. So now Azhag's free to cycle charge as he sees fit. If he finds a safe place to charge something, he can cast Spirit Leeches for free. And these Goblin Big Bosses, as long as the one with They Need Stabbin' stays alive somewhere, he can give that buff, the They Need Stabbin' buff to Azhag and the Orc Biggins. But it looks like they're actually just going to charge in. They're going for him, and these archers have been trying to punish little Astrogoth. His armor is sundered down to a paltry 100. Oh, only 100 armor. 70 with 2 different armor sundering buffs on him, debuffs on him. He's still that powerful. The goblins are trying to fight him. I think the one with They Need Stabbin' should get the fuck out of here because he's about to die. Astrogoth gets another Spirit Leech onto him. These Orc Biggins are holding, and the Magma Cannon has just been inundated with random Greenskins for so long, it can't really get a shot off. It's frequently getting distracted. Looks like Azhag's maybe even going to dive it. This could be a mistake. No, he's not going to dive it, which is probably the right call. One of the goblins is running for the hills. I doubt he comes back with negative 27 leadership. This one at negative 11 might return and offer his They Need Stabbin' buff. Things are starting to look real good for the Greenskins. As long as we don't have a mass route, and Astrogoth is throwing out a Flamestorm that's going to hit with so many units at the same time, but it's also going to hit Chaos Dwarves. It's a deal with the devil, and we just roll the dice and see who it's going to affect more. The Greenskins are in mass exodus. All of them are routing each other. The more of them that route, the more the other ones feel like they have to get out of it. The Goblin with They Need Stabbin' is back. Azhag's going to dive onto Astrogoth, who is trying to stop these Rusty Auras from providing any of that fire support. Another Spirit Leech onto him, though. Astrogoth, he is many things. He is very strong, but he does not have any healing. And those Spirit Leeches really start to add up. I would not hate for Azhag to dive on him right now and try to get a couple hits before the Bull Centaur Renders are free of your Boar Boy Biggins, because this is probably the best chance you're going to get. But now it is too late. They are coming now, so he shouldn't dive at this moment because the Bull Centaurs are here to support, but he's coming in. No, it's risky. He dives in. Does he get a hit? It looks like he missed. I'm not sure, though, because sometimes his weapon strength is deceiving. Cascading Fire Cloak has popped. He needs to get out of here. He needs to get out of here. His 58 melee attack isn't going to hit that guy. He has 74 melee defense. You need to go. You're taking so much damage. Run! Run, Azhag! Get the fuck out of there, man! Bull Centaurs are on his ass. Orc Boar Boy Biggins and all the other Greenskins are starting to rally after their mass route. They are coming back in. There's no wah for them or anything. I wonder if Saiga slashes. Yeah, it does affect everybody all the time, but the Rusty Auras are a large part of this Greenskin balance of power, and they are currently under duress. The Bull Centaurs are throwing shit at Azhag, doing a lot of damage to him. He needs to back off. Another Spirit Leech onto Astrogoth, though, will whittle him down. It's a nice way of dealing with that foot character, but more and more Greenskins are starting to straight up shatter. We have Forest Goblin Spider Riders trying to get a little bit of poke in. Azhag's going to dive where the Bull Centaurs aren't. He thought about it, but now he is just wandering away. Astrogoth is one Spirit Leech away from death, most likely, and he does rout. But Azhag, is it a bait? No, don't chase him. You're going to walk into the giant Axemen. No, it hurts so much. The Bull Centaurs are doing a ton of damage to him. Azhag needs to back off, as the Bull Centaurs are probably going to kill the Rusty Arrows in just a moment here. Nurgle's PA is trying to punish Azhag for chasing down Astrogoth. Meanwhile, Orc Boar Wiggins and Spider Riders trying to hit the Magma Cannon. Balance power is about dead even. Damage value is 1,000 in the favor of the Greenskins. And the Magma Cannon friendly fires some of his own Bull Centaur Renders, who are now onto the Rusty Arrows, taking out those extremely elite archers. Well, extremely elite is in Greenskin standards, but you get my point. Spider Riders are trying to finish off Astrogoth. They probably won't kill him at this rate, but more Spirit Leeches from Azhag are what the doctor ordered, and they're on some of these Bull Centaurs, which is good. I would not hate for the Orc Boar Boy Biggins to rear charge these guys, and while they distract him, Azhag needs to finish off that Magma Cannon, because these Spider Riders just ain't doing it. They just ain't doing it. In the far side, we have Goblin Wolf Riders. Those guys need to be rallied back to the fight. They'd be nice for some rear charges, get some stuff to routing. Azhag is going now. Maybe he's going to dive that Magma Cannon. Let's find out. Oh, no. I thought I saw an attack order onto those ROR Centaurs, which is not what he wants at all. The other Bull Centaur is barely hanging on. Astrogoth has lost 200 HP since we last saw him. The Spider Riders are attempting a poke, and oh shit, Azhag's fucking going for it! I am so scared! I am frightened! Please don't do this, Azhag! You have so much to live for! Don't just suicide! He's like, oh fuck, oh shit, I seriously misthought this, and yes! Yes, you did! Get out of there! Good boy, he's back up in the sky. A Spirit Leech onto the last Bull Centaur Render that matters. He needs to back off. He can't keep taking these axes like this. He takes another 200 damage. He's gonna rout, and he's out of here.
He should rally in the distance, we will see. But we have Orc Boar Biggins that can chase down these Centaur Renders. Astragoth is getting low in HP. The Bull Centaur Renders are getting really low. But Azhag just way too confident in the late game, taking too much damage that he just did not have to. And that might cost the Greenskins the game. If they do end up losing, it will be that series of play where Azhag just hung around next to throwing axes and took way too many. 53 HP on Astragoth, and if he dies, there's going to be a leadership spike that'll probably finish off these Chaos Dwarves. These Bull Centaur Renders might not rally if he is dead. 16 HP left on him. Azhag rallies, and that is huge for the Greenskins' chances in this game. If he officially went off the map, their fledgling leadership would just altogether fail. Nice Magma Cannon shot, shatters 2 goblins. Azhag's gonna be back. He probably has a Spirit Leech for the Hashut's Ravagers, but he's getting near to other routing units, so he might just rout again due to their presence. He's down to 0 leadership. He routes, but he gets the Spirit Leech just before he does. Astragoth is sitting at 8 HP, 1 HP. Is he dead, or is it actually 1 HP? It's actually 1 HP, and he is only -9 leadership. He has only -9 leadership while surrounded at 1 HP. How can I get this through to you that this man is broken? Astragoth finally dies, and the leadership for the Chaos Dwarfs is going to spike down, but that Magma Cannon is chilling. Spider Riders are trying to hang in there. The Greenskins just have nothing left. Orc Biggins continuing to fight the Chaos Dwarf Warriors with great weapons. They continue to fight next to the Magma Cannon, but it looks like they're gonna break before the Magma Cannon does. Azhag is on his last life. If he routes again, he shatters. It does not matter what happens to him from there. The Spider Riders are moving in, but what can they even do against such reckless Magma Cannon? Orc Boar Biggins are also here. I don't know what they are intending to do either. Azhag's hoping for one more Spirit Leech onto the Hashut Stark Ravagers, but does he even have one? He's cast so many this game. I know every time I think someone's out of Spirit Leeches, they have 4 more, but still, you have to wonder if he has it in him. 2 leadership, and there's a routing unit beneath him, which does lower your leadership when your friends are routing. The Chaos Dwarfs fuck off for no reason. The Magma Cannon misses. The Magma Cannon misses a key shot as it's about to get sandwiched in between the Boar Boys and the Spider Riders. This could be huge. The Rusty Arrows are also in range to shoot at the Hashut Stark Ravagers. Azhag is here. If he has a Spirit Leech, which he does, this game is going to be fucking over. The Greenskins are going to take it. The Greenskins are going to take it 100%. There's no fucking way they lose right now as the Spirit Leech is shutting them down. The Hashuts throw the last of their axes, but the Magma Cannon goes down. The Hashuts are going to rout, and the Greenskins are going to win in a nail-biter of a fucking game. No healing for Astragoth yet, you mean? True. Azhag, 2,700 value on him. The Goblin Big Bosses did not succeed in their attempt to double snipe Astragoth, unfortunately. I like the idea, but they just don't have the stats to deal with a new Lord in 2023. Orc Biggins actually did quite well. Goblins also did what they needed to. The Armor Sundering Goblins and the Armor Sundering Archers were really neat support pieces. Orc Boar Boy Biggins did shockingly low value for how much I felt like they contributed to that game, and the Spider Riders did fantastically. Lore of Death is BS. It is, but what else are you going to use to kill Astragoth and Bull Centaur Renders? If Lore of Death gets a nerf, then Lore of Healing and Bull Centaur Renders / foot characters need nerfs too, because it's like the only option you have. Astragoth did just fine. The snipe on this other caster did end up being a huge part of that game, because without that snipe, I mean, clearly in the late game, it just would have been so tough. Bull Centaur Renders did fantastically. Magma Cannon did well. Dwarf Warriors hung on as much as they could, but they didn't pay for themselves, and Goblin Laborers got mulched, as they usually do. This is why land battles are great. Like all things, some are great, some are trash, but when they're great, they're real great. All right. Nurgle's PA did message me asking if I could drop out for the lag. I didn't feel like there was a ton, but as a spectator, it's a little easier to just be like, it's not that bad, than a player. So, I will play a quick battle while we await them. Doing that. Why can't I find the thing? Okay. Goblin, Big Boar, Bosses, Boys. Facing Jumbo. Ian Zero is in chat. Ian Zero, if you get your opponent, if Alea wins the next round, all right. If Alea wins the next round, just get in a lobby, do your picks and bans, and build your armies. I'm gonna cast the replay no matter what, and we'll do it there. All right. What do we want? What haven't we seen today at all? I'm not picking Slaanesh. Slaanesh is just hot fucking garbage. Let's do some Empire. I love Empire. Empire versus Wood Elves? Okay, that's manageable. Empire versus Wood Elves, huh? Here's my problem with the Empire not having a generic Lord caster, a generic caster Lord, is I don't want any other Lord. I don't want any of these Lords. So sometimes I just take Gelt because I don't want to pay money for anything else. So I am just going to do that. I'm going to take Gelt. Oh shit. Okay, get rid of that. Get Plague of Rust and Searing Doom, Arcane Conduit, and nothing else. Just because I want my Lord to be as cheap as possible. I am going to take a Lore of Life caster with only Earthblood to support Gelt. And all that all together is 1,200-ish gold, right? That's like less than any of the other lords, and then you would still need a caster. So I just prefer that combo if I really don't want to spend money on like Boris Todbringer or something. Spearman Frontline with shields is pretty good. Empire Knights are super cost effective versus Wood Elves in general. I have really been enjoying Outriders. Oh, let's get some Outriders grenade launchers. What else do I even need? I suppose Outriders aren't that useful versus Wood Elves. Treemen? Yeah. Treemen could be a bit of an issue. We'll get rid of the grenade launchers because they're also kind of worthless in this matchup. If he has archers, they're gonna outshoot my grenade launchers with 360 shooting. So then they're worthless on that front. And if he doesn't have archers, if he has like a tree rush, then the grenade launchers aren't gonna be that useful anyway. Oh, what the fuck do we need? Sure. We'll do that. Steam tank? We can probably get a steam tank. How much money do I need? Steam tank, okay. I have 2 handgunners, 2 huntsmen, a steam tank. I could use more frontline if this is going to be my build. Could get some halberds. How many swordsmen can I get? A lot. A lot of swordsmen. Let's do that. That seems more reasonable. Luminarch time? I am not a Luminarch enjoyer. I'm just not. What if he goes melee only infantry rush? Then I'm gonna want grenade launchers. That, while you are correct, you are also wrong. And that's okay. Oh, steam tank. Oh,
steam tank.
But Hummus Boy, Wood Elves actually have a lot of armor piercing. What about Way Watchers? What about Starfire Chefs? What about Eagle Casters? What about Darthu? What about Sisters of Twilight? What about Great Stag Knights? What about the ROR Great Stag Knights? What about the ROR Wild Hunters? What about all the Spearmen they have? What about Wildwood Rangers? What about Tree Men? What about Tree Kin? You finished? You done? Okay. My response to all of that is, chat asked for it and I'm trying to be a good guy. But what if you lose the game?
Then we lose with dignity.
Who brings War Dancers? They're so bad. War Dancers aren't that terrible anymore, but they still aren't that good. They're too squishy. Enemy troop count, 927. What about your mum? Ha. Gotham. I know you tried to say got him, but you didn't put a space, and therefore it is Gotham, and that is your fault, not mine. Gotham. It's fine. Darthu loses to a Gracier. The steam tank has this. He almost lost to a Gracier. He almost lost to a Gracier. Okay. Huntsman. So I'm trying to position my stuff in a way that if something... This is just a general thing. I'm trying to position my stuff in a way that if something gets compromised, I can help it. So if these handgunners get charged by Glade Riders or something, my Huntsman can turn over and fire. If you position everything in a straight line, to help with this situation at all, my guys are going to have to turn, and they're all firing from like the same angle, and it gets awkward, and they're probably going to get mucked up too. So it's really nice if you have ranged units to just spread them out in kind of like a checkerboard type pattern. It's a little easier for them to cover things, because then like, if my steam tank is in the way or something, and the archers here can't see, the archers here probably can. So, different angles is nice. For dumb line of sight shit that can happen to you. Okay, enough tips. What are we doing? Throwing out swordsmen? Okay. Why bring a life cast when your lore is a meta caster already? In case the Wood Elves try to snipe his ass, I can just throw Earthblood on him. I like my lord being alive. Gonna go with a super wide front line, because I don't have enough infantry to really protect my flanks in any meaningful way, so I'm gonna have to rely on my 4 Empire Knights to do that. But having infantry back here, I'm so spread out and whatever that, like, they're just gonna... Whatever cavalry he has is just gonna walk around them. And then they're useless anyway, so fuck him. Also, his build is so tiny, with 927 troops. Pretty sure whatever I'm gonna deal with is manageable. I took down the blocker, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, also healing my steam tank a little bit would be nice. Are anti-large missiles more accurate against a large like spears, giving more melee attack? No. I think they just do more damage. But that is actually a pretty neat question. Steam tank. Kill them. Oh, fuck. Those are Way Watchers. Okay. Actually, yeah, just run their ass down. His great Stag Knights want to fuck with me. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so Way Watchers plus those things should be manageable. Okay, Steam Tank is offering a little bit of support. You guys get into the trees. These Way Watchers are closer to their actual formation, so I'm not going to overcommit on chasing those. But these guys are caught out. I should be able to get some good damage onto them. Yeah. Okay, we can probably go get them. Steam Tank's trying to punish those great Stag Knights, and he's doing a really good job of it. We are just so proud of him. And fuck you, you Wood Elf bitch. God damn it. The net. Okay. We continue to march forward. Punish that guy. At this point, my knights are like so close to those Way Watchers. I'm gonna hope I can get in there and do some good damage.
but we'll see. Okay, y'all punish that. You do that. Steam Tank is big chillin'. Shooting at Great Stag Knights, and I'm gonna turn my Huntsman around, and if they wanna, those Great Stag Knights wanna charge my Steam Tank, they are going to pay for it. Over here, we're gonna target those Great Stag Knights. They have a lose-lose situation. Either defend their Way Watchers from my cavalry and get caught in spears and shot by handguns, or back off and leave those Way Watchers to fucking die. They chose to leave their Way Watchers to fucking die. I would say that's a bad decision, but I did say literally at the start that it's a lose-lose, implying that it was a tough choice to make. They did come back at last, but now their Way Watchers are in combat, and my handgunners are going a little bit burr. Gelt's vibing, Gelt's chilling. I am gonna try and get those. You commit to this, you keep fighting them, Spearmen fight them, handgunners go pew-pew. Great Stag Knights still going kind of nuts in the backfield. Not loving that. So more Huntsmen will turn and try and fire. Gelt's running around. I have some Sleepies somewhere. I will send them after these Way Watchers, though the Way Watchers are defending themselves, so they're actually probably going to get my goat pretty soon here. But killed a lot of Way Watchers. That's nice. Killing more Great Stag Knights. It looks like they've been getting some healing. Steam Tank is trying to do anything. The handgunners continue to fire at these Great Stag Knights, who are sitting in spears. Okay. Searing Doom, walk over. We finally dealt with the Great Stag Knights? No, they were going to fight to literally the last man because of reasons. Okay. Gelt's trying to do stuff, more Great Stag Knights, getting regrowth, because healing is super cool. Healing's just like the coolest thing. You wouldn't understand. Alright. Some of our state troops have penetrated the backline. These fucking Great Stag Knights. I know they're getting heals, but still, Jesus. You get a side shot down those spearmen, and then brace for impact, because it's about to get real bad for us. Okay, we have some people rallying a little bit. Another net. Spearmen continue to chase this. These fucking Great Stag Knights got to literally the edge of the map and then rallied, those bastards. You take this. Just need to clear out some shit at this point. Steam Tank coming in hot. He's coming in hot. Got some more cav back, doing cav stuff. Trying to be back. You guys continue to chase Way Watchers around. You guys continue to chase all this shit around. Steam Tank's gonna tear out off that. What's that? I wanna go tear out off this too. Okay, handgunners are returning to the fold. You all are gonna have to go kill that thing or it's gonna kill you. Whee, Steam Tank. You guys charge over here, though you're all gonna die, and I know that, and I accept that. Whee, Steam Tank. Okay, if they really want to just opt into melee with a fucking Steam Tank, we will oblige them. We will oblige them! Die! Alright. All my ranged units trying to kill those fucking Great Stag Knights that are walking back towards me. Don't like them. Don't like them at all. Earthblood, these troops, sure. You guys continue walking that way. Walk this way. Walk this way. Steam Tank can't route some fucking Way Watchers in melee. Walk this way. Okay, you guys kill this Glade Guard. Because somebody's got to. Might as well be us. Okay, Steam Tank still doing Steam Tank stuff. Is gonna leave those Way Watchers alone. Because it's trying to dodge other Way Watchers. Turn and shoot. Alright, my ranged guys that came back did rout off those Glade Guard. Let's rout off these other Glade Guard. Okay. Steam Tank is stuck in the fight of his life, and he's trying to get the fuck out of there. Shoot that guy. Heal him. Heal the boy. Heal the lad. You can't turn and fire, can you? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. To anybody who said earlier that healing is fine, I introduce you to this fucking game. Where I literally can't kill anything because it's all unbreakable and all fucking heal caps. Great Stag Knights, very fun when they heal cap. Healing is so fucking gross. I hate it. I absolutely despise healing in this game right now. I refuse to entertain any thoughts that it is fun or interactive for any party. It just sucks ass. It just turns any elite unit you have into, like, something that can just carry the entire game because you can't fucking kill it. Because it refuses to break, because most elite units have so much leadership it's goddamn impossible to do anything against them. And they just heal cap. It's like, oh, you ever did anything to us? Healed it. Oh, you damaged our Great Stag Knights because they got into bad combat? Regrowth. Oh, you got our other Great Stag Knights into bad combat? Regrowth. Oh, you got our Way Watchers a little bit? Earthblood. No, I just brought a regrowth. Okay. The Way Watchers was just chilling for chilling's sake, but yeah, this shit's over. I hate healing. It's so fucking dumb. Life Wizard has no summons? What are you talking about? Oh, why not bring summon with Life Wizard? No. Yeah, yeah, no. Steam Tank, as we did call out literally at the start, is mega trash in this matchup. They just have a ton of armor piercing, but we did take that one for the lulz. It's not worth the lulz though. Steam Tanks do in fact suck balls. Yeah. If I didn't have the Steam Tank, probably could have won it considering how close the game was from that point, but the Way Watchers just got to shoot their heart's content out at my fucking Steam Tank. Glade Guard also did very well. So something better if you actually want to win that matchup would be most of the build was quite serious. So Gelt and Life Wizard so that Gelt doesn't get sniped or something. Cut the Steam Tank and then you could get 2 Knights of Blazing Sun. Other than that, the build's pretty solid where it was at. So something like that's probably better. Just for more cav pressure to run down their archers. Because they were able to use 2 Way Watchers. Each Way Watcher killed an Empire Knight, and then each Great Stag Knight got stuck on an Empire Knight for 55 years and got healing. But if you had another Knight per fight running around, I would have killed off his Way Watchers, then got into his back line. Instead, I had a Steam Tank just sitting in the back doing nothing. You take him just for, you take Gelt for like the blob and stuff? Yeah, but I mean, like, what lord are you gonna take? If you take Volkmar on his War Altar of Sigmar, you can cut that. You're gonna keep all of those. So he's 2,300. And then my caster has to be able to defend himself, so I probably need Flesh to Stone, Life Bloom, and a Warhorse. I gotta cut like a Knight and a Huntsman for just Volkmar. Over having Gelt is just a better mana battery. I'd rather go wide. Because that game, I wasn't wide enough, so the Wood Elves were able to just net me and snipe me. And run me down. And Volkmar's just too much gold. Because sure he's tanky, but he's not going to do more damage. And Gelt didn't die either, right? My problem was I couldn't kill enough stuff fast enough, and then the healing healed it all, because I was moving too slow. So that's why I think it's better to just get more cav and run things down and route them off the maps. They can't just heal a bunch. Naked Huntsmaster or Wolf Heart for Lord? Again, it's still... Gelt is cheaper, and that character's not going to do anything in my opinion. Why not bring Artillery rather than more cav? Artillery can't hit anything, unfortunately. Artillery sucks. Nah. I just kind of want to see the Steam Tank. So I have to shoot at the Great Stag Knight. And then how does it do? Pretty good shot. Next shot. Yeah, it misses the second shot. So I got one good shot off in that entire time. God, its reload speed is super slow. These Empire Knights just getting mulched by Way Watchers. Then you continue shooting at the Great Stag Knights. Missing a ton, dude. It's there. Oh, he's just doing no damage. I don't know if he's like fully just missing or just not doing anything. Because he's been firing at that same Great Stag Knight forever. And yeah, they just fight to the very end. Good God, that leadership's insane. That other one's already received a regrowth. It's gonna get another one in a second here. Yeah, Steamy Steam. I give you like a perfect shot down the line in a second here. What do you do with that? Or did he already do it? Looks like he already did it. Now I try to get him catch some Way Watchers, but he just does no damage to him. Yeah. Steam Tank, you suck. Steam Tank, you trash. Ugh, I hate the Steam Tank. Alright. We have a thing. I don't know why I left that. We have a thing. Nurgle's PA sent me the game from Game 2. I do not know if this is going to be a 2-0 or whatever. I just told Nurgle's PA to send me the replay no matter what it was, so I actually have no idea who won. I don't know if they're playing Game 3 right now or if Ian Zero and Alea are setting up a lobby. Why I say Alea is just because if this is the final replay, then Alea wins. Maybe the cab model's bugged like the Dwarfs Bull Centaur. Maybe, but like, I'm telling you, dude, all artillery misses a shitload. So I think it is more of an artillery problem than every cav and infantry unit having model issues. It's just like the cannons suck. I don't know why. Like if you take Empire cannons or Vampire Coast carronades, you're gonna have a bad time. All right. This is for the tournament. Players were having some lag, so we backed out to give them a bit of space. We have Dark Elves for Nurgle's PA. Dark Riders, Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, Cold One Knight spam, some Witch Elves in the backfield, Malekith up on his Dragon with Chillwind and Soul Stealer, a front line of Bleak Swords and Black Ark Corsairs. On the other side, High Elves. Ooh, ouch, for Alea. This is a tough matchup for the High Elves to win. Back line of Archers, front line of Rangers, and White Lions of Krace. We have Imric up in the sky, some Illyrian River Archers, the Fireborn, and a Mage of Life. Healing! Anyway, I digress. ER. Dark Riders diving in onto these Archers, but the Illyrian River Archers are right here. Some of them providing fire support, one of them just moves in. And unfortunately, Repeater Crossbows look like they missed Imric and hit their own Dark Riders, really causing a bunch of damage there. The High Elves went actually pretty heavy on their front line, and that is a mistake, unfortunately. Rangers get out-traded by Black Ark Corsairs. Now, of course, there's a lot of arrow support here, but Rangers in general just do not do well versus Black Ark Corsairs. Their bonus versus infantry is wasted on the 80 armor of the Black Ark Corsairs. They just have better stats, unfortunately, for the Rangers. And the White Lions of Krace, they can hold the front line for a while. I noticed they don't trade super great, and usually they just get shot to death. So I don't really like as the High Elves trying to win the front line fight, but it is a tough matchup, so I guess, like, traditional wisdom is do the normal thing everybody does and lose. So I guess maybe he doesn't want to lose. White Lions of Krace. Oh, hello there. Oh, those are the infantry. Never mind. I thought it was the War Lions. Poop. Anyway, Black Knights and Black Ark Corsairs are fighting the Fireborn. Not going super great for them. While Imric takes a fight with Malekith up in the sky. Already a regrowth overcast is for Imric, while two Dark Rider Peter Crossbows try to make him regret ever taking any fight ever. Bounce power still about even in this game. High Elves' backline is already compromised, and the infantry of the Dark Elves is just walking up to these archers and slapping them in the face. Mage of Life getting murdered by the Black Ark Corsairs. She's already routing. Things are looking tough for the High Elves. I'm scared. Soul Stealer comes for Imrik. It's not going to do that much damage to him. He has way too high of a health pool, but it will heal up Malekith from any of the poke that happened between the two up till now. Hazel's barking in the background at something. Hopefully she's okay. Fireborn trying to bail out this Mage of Life and these archers. They're overall not having a good time of it. The archers just can't find a home to really sit and shoot, and that's going to be a big problem for the High Elves going into this game. Imrik did decide to land. Malekith dragged him down there, and with Cold One Knight support, looks like Malekith is taking the better end of that trade. Archers across the board are shut down. Repeater Crossbow Cav is even just being used for its melee form right now to kill the archers. And Cold One Knights catching the Illyrian Reavers. Mag Cannon just doesn't care. It misses. The flame is so strong. This is looking to be a Dark Elf W at this point, unless Imrik does something absolutely heroic. His Life Mage might rally, and that could be his only saving grace in this game, but the Dark Elves have infantry superiority at this point, they have cav superiority, and they have single entity superiority. I just really don't see what the High Elves can do, and that is why this matchup is generally considered cursed, is just the Dark Elf frontline will win, their sides will win, their archers will kind of win, and all the High Elves have going for them is like Imrik is a better duelist than Malekith, but Malekith is cheaper and also a caster lord, so it's tough, man. It's a real tough matchup for the High Elves. That's looking like a pretty quick GG. 4 minutes on the clock, but already the High Elves are just in mass disarray. The Fireborn are super injured, Imrik's super injured, and the Lifecaster is back, but I don't know how much she can do before these Dark Elf infantry just chase her off. She's not mounted either, so they're actually faster than her. She's gonna get run down. That's GG. And they're going to game 3. Boop. Malekith 2,500 value. Cold One Knights both paid for themselves. Witch Elves just a little bit of support. Blackheart Corsairs did nicely. Repeater Crossbow Cav did fantastically well, and Bleak Swords just pushed straight through. Aside for Leia, Imrik did all right. Fireborn did okay. Illyrian Reaver Archers, I don't love that unit, but they tried. Rangers and White Lions struggled to get their value back, and the Archers just didn't have any time to shoot. It was a quick one, but sometimes that's how it goes. Salty, run back! To assuage my damaged ego, I am going to play the most try-hard of builds. It's time to sweat. Oh, fuck, it's Nameless Order. He's pretty good. He's a pretty good tournament player. Let's do some rats. I've been losing on the rats a lot recently, but I do have fun playing them. And I like fun. Play Tzeentch? No. The way to win as Tzeentch, the super tryhard way to win as Tzeentch is just not fucking fun at all. Soul Grinder, Kairos, your entire army dies because it's dog shit, but then Kairos and Soul Grinder just spam regrowth and win. Skaven, no range rush. I do want to win this one, because I memed last time and got fucked, so I don't know. I mean, the Steam Tank was the only meme, but it's 2,100 gold worth of memes, so it was a sixth of my army. How bad do you feel when you still lose the tryhard build, though? Yeah, I suppose. Versus Nameless Order, it's not that bad to lose. He's pretty solid. Mm-hmm. Rat to do. Rat to do. Only rat ogres. Should I do that? No. Should I do that though? Maybe that's the way. Maybe that's how you do this. It's not. But what if it is? It's not. But it could be. Woo-woo. I actually have not gotten to play this matchup since the nerfs. To Sklenesh. Hell pits? Hell pits suck, man. Hell pits suck. I've been trying to make them work recently, but they do 0 damage, and they're really clunky to fight. Dude, Caradoc, I don't know if you were here for it, but I literally lost in melee combat with a Tzeentch Soul Grinder. It had no ammo left. It fought a full health Hell Pit Abomination, and it whooped its ass. That's how fucking terrible Hell Pit Abominations are, and I don't know why. They just are. Dog shit, my name is Hell Pit. What are we worried about? I have 1,800 gold. What am I worried about? I guess cavalry. Yeah, could take this. This 325 gold. Get a clan rat spear. Hit ready. Take a piss. Here be. Oh. Hup! Hup! I don't know, I don't touch Skaven outside Dom abuse. Oh. Yeah, no, I recently was like, I wonder, because every Tzeentch matchup for me with Skaven goes, I was talking to Lenorm about it a bit. Whenever I fight Tzeentch as Skaven, I kill everything in the whole army, and then I'm stuck fighting Kairos and a Soul Grinder, and then they just cycle charge and blue fire and terror out my entire army, and I was like, wait, I could just have a Hell Pit, and then what the fuck's he gonna do about it? Just kill it, I guess. He used all of his Soul Grinder ammo on my Grayseer, and I kept netting Kairos on the ground and netting his Doom Knights on the ground with Howling Warp Gale, and the Hell Pit couldn't hit Kairos because Rat Ogres were usually in its way, or Kairos would just throw on, he has 20% physical resist, and then he would throw on his 44% damage resist. So even when the Hell Pit hit, it did like 100 damage, which didn't even get through his shield. Hi, Hazel. So that was a problem. And then in the hyper late game, when the Soul Grinder was out of ammo, the Hell Pit was full health, and I was like, okay, now he fucking has to fight me. And he did for about 2 solid minutes, and the Soul Grinder got a single regrowth, but even then, it ended the fight at like 2/3 HP, and my Hell Pit was fucking dead. And Kairos cast like 1 blue fire on it during that, but it was mostly the Soul Grinder just whooping its ass. Because the Soul Grinder also has 20% physical resist and shield, so the Hell Pit just barely gets through. It's terrible. It's so terrible, Hazel. It's so terrible. It's so terrible. Why are you attacking me, by the way? How good are Brood Horrors? Good in general, but not versus Tzeentch, which I'm not fighting Tzeentch. It's also not good versus Slaanesh, because their low armor values means they get surrounded by Hellstriders super easily. And I don't know post-nerfs. Like I said, I haven't played this post-nerfs. But previously, if you had a Brood Horror, like, it would just get surrounded by Hellstriders and die. So we'll see. Because I did bring one. I brought a Packmaster on one. So we'll see how it does. But it used to just get surrounded by Hellstriders and instantaneously die, because it only has 40 armor, so they don't need their armor piercing to rip through it and murder your entire family. Which is brutal. I like my family not murdered. TBH. Stop clicking the assassin. Hummus boy. Stop clicking the assassin. Okay, what else am I doing? Assassin, okay, and then Wolf Rats, okay. Timer's about to tick down, so I'll just spend my time doing this. Blocker? Oh, do I have a blocker up? I was taking a pee. Whoops, my bad. My bad. Okay, I didn't quite have all my tool things done. So you guys need to go together, you guys need to go together, everything else can be on its own. Okay. Skirmishers are gonna go skirmish, but he also has skirmishers, which is pretty cool. Okay, so we have Sigvald and a whole bunch of nonsense. All right. So we're just gonna throw it as demoted marauders. That's the Doombolt thingy of Slaanesh. Okay. Okay, our globes are currently shitting their pants about how they could possibly ever throw. And we don't love that. Give my dogs leadership and melee attack. You continue doing this. I would like to punish that blob right there. These guys are all chilling, so let's come this way a little bit. Plague monks can go get involved. Plague monks can go get involved. Skirmishers can come with me. Globes can go get involved. You go there, you go there, you go there. And Assassin's gonna come with me to go fight Sigvald. Meanwhile, everybody's grouping up for a nice little friendly Flensing Ruin. Hooray. So we're gonna hit all those single entities there. Our wolf rats with the buffs the Packmaster gave them are chasing off those Hellstriders, so we will leave them with that. You are in trouble, but that's okay for me. Assassin, come here. I need your help over there. Assassin, come here. I need your help far from here, where you can help me kill these bitches and everyone else that ever bothered me, 'cause I'm the best player alive ever. Good song, hey human boy. I know, I'm just a treat. You guys retreat. Let's go over here. Yeah, just keep charging them, I guess. Not like it really matters. Packmaster's doing his best. Wolfrat's got a rear charge on those Hellstriders, so should be able to rout them. Meanwhile, these guys are getting back in the game, doing good. I do need some globe pressure over here. We'll see if I can slip away from these Hellstriders long enough to do it. Guard mode is on. Fire, fire, fire. 30 seconds on my next brass orb. That would really punish that blob right there. But yeah, the Hellstriders are all over my globes. Wherever my second globe is, it looks like it's dead. So that's something. Okay, if you can shoot that thing, shoot that thing. You, buff up the rat ogres. And then you're gonna need to run away for a second here. Okay. We do have another overcasted Flensing Ruin, so take that, Sigvald. Broke ass motherfucker. Okay. Elsewhere, we are getting run down. Normal Slaanesh things, honestly. Flensing Ruin is probably gonna get rid of the Soul Grinder, is probably gonna get rid of Sigvald, or at least get him close. Soul Grinder's actually hanging on. Okay, I could use you two. Come with me. If you're having issues, throw that down there and try to run away. Gutter Runners are in here. Plague Monks plus the Assassin should be able to finish off Sigvald, especially with the support of a big old Flensing Ruin. Maybe we can get rid of the Soul Grinder over there? I don't know, it's looking a little tough. There's a bunch of Skaven slaves in the distance that aren't doing anything somewhere. So come with me. I'll try to help with Sigvald, but it's proving to be a difficult task. This fucking Soul Grinder refuses to die, which is also quite annoying. Rat Ogre is getting strung out everywhere. Okay, Sigvald still refuses to die, and he can... Wait, Sigvald can knock my Assassin that far back? What the fuck? Okay. Trying to get away. Packmaster's actually going to route too. Somehow we can't kill the Soul Grinder. Does it have healing of any kind, or are we just literally dealing 0 damage to it? Because that's kind of insane how its leadership's doing over there. You guys all come back. You come here. Assassin's still trying to kill fucking Sigvald. Packmaster, you're plenty far away. There you go. Good boy. Come back. I will try and help you. Try is a significantly keyword here. Okay, do we have any Rat Ogres we need to buff, or should we buff this guy? I want to buff this guy. Okay, trying to kill these Hellstriders. ITP is a hell of a drug. ITP is a hell of a drug! We got more rallying people, just throw them into the fight. I have another Flensing Ruin. It's going for him! because this guy is so close to being dead. Ow, overcast hearts. Okay, doing our best here. Packmaster's still trying to kill a basic fucking soul grinder. Who's also fighting to the end. Sigvald is just running my ass down, I guess. I swore I've given you guys orders to attack before, but okay. Question. Does anything die in this video game? Answer. Apparently fucking not! Die, you stupid bitch! Die! Die! Fuck you, Soul Grinder! Holy shit! Also, Sigvald lived through for 90 million Flensing Ruins. Jesus Christ. Why don't you play 4 Rat Ogres? Are you mad? What good did they do in this matchup? Nothing! I've taken them before, but they just get run the fuck down. I was trying some Plague Monks, but they also got murdered. Globes also got murdered, and apparently this matchup is still really bad for the Skaven. Nothing does anything! Oh my god, the Soul Grinder just soloed my whole army. Yeah, because nothing does any damage. Fuck. Gutter Runners paid for themselves, Globes got shut down pretty quickly. Some of them got volleys off, but they just didn't do any damage. Yeah. Does the Slanesh Soul Grinder have bonus versus large? Also, I'm gonna go out and say it. Skaven might be bad right now. Yeah, he does have bonus versus large. I've been losing all the time with Skaven. They just like can't win anything. Because Hell Pits suck. Assassins also feel really bad. Gutter Runners are okay. Globes got nerfed and they feel pretty bad. Night Runners feel bad. Rat Ogres feel bad. It's just like your whole roster feels bad. You just don't do damage, man. Why not Master Assassin and Warlock Engineer rather than Warlock Master Assassin? Warlock Engineer does not have Arcane Conduit, so he regenerates Winds of Magic super slowly. Skaven into High Elves, I'm ready for it. Maybe. This faction sucks, though. They're so bad suddenly. They just feel so bad, man. That was a serious try-hard build. It just sucked. It just sucked. Why don't you play 4 Rat Ogres? I take them even not in my Skaven builds. Hulk's 80% of the time, more goals for Vanguard. Soul Grind is much faster attacks than New Armor, 3 stagger animations on Wrestling Alliances, yeah. Also, for somebody who was asking about Brood Horrors, that's how Brood Horrors are. Bad. They just die still. Everything the Skaven has just fucking dies. It's so annoying. What else versus Skaven? I just lost this last night versus Black Knight. Durthu soloed my whole army. Have you tried the Orb combo with Overcast Warp Lightning? If no, test damage versus AI. Yeah, it's pretty good, but then you don't have Flensing Ruins. So then, like, I already had issues killing the Soul Grinder and Sigvald. So it's just gonna get worse. And Hellstriders and all that shit can still just run me the fuck down. So it still sucks and blows. Unfortunately. I'm so salty and tilted that I kind of just want to take a dog shit build and be toxic and like just be like, you see, everything sucks, but then also like there are people that don't hang around the stream a lot. And they're like, I thought this guy was supposed to be good at video games, and I'm like, I usually am, but apparently I just suck now because all my factions are bad. So I don't know. Just makes me sad. I should have won that Steam Tank game, but I took a fucking Steam Tank. I maybe could have won the Skaven versus Slanesh game, but I haven't played the new matchup on the patch. It still feels bad. And my opponent, Nameless Order, just played it really well. So there's a bit of that. It's just like, oh. Okay, he played it good, and Slanesh still has pretty significant advantages here. Hellstriders are still really good at running me down. Sigvald's unkillable, even with 3 or 4 overcasted Flensing Ruins on his ass. Assassin still can't hit him, even with the Assassin's trophy debuff. Packmaster couldn't really help me deal with the Soul Grinders at all, so it's still just like a bad matchup. What am I looking for here? Oh, probably these two, and then upgrade some of my infantry. Sure. Would Skaven melee be good into Slanesh? No. Because here's the problem. I took 3 Plague Monks. All 3 of my Plague Monks lost to Marauders that cost less. Yeah. So I have to pay more money than Slanesh to beat them in melee, and then I know I'm going to lose the mobility fight because Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats just can't contest with Hellstriders, which is fine. That's a good thing. If Rat Ogres and Wolf Rats could beat Slanesh in the mobile game, this game is fucking busted. But knowing I'm going to lose the mobile game, I'm also going to get rear charged on the front line. So yeah, you're gonna lose all agency very quickly in the game, and then you're gonna die. Why not Eshin Sorcerer? Couldn't he slowly warp star Sigvald to death? You can't see him. You can't see Sigvald when he's fighting anything because he's infantry sized and all your stuff around him is infantry sized. So your caster just gets stuck, like its line of sight is obstructed, unfortunately. Otherwise it's okay, but another issue is how easily your caster gets sniped. All right, we're still waiting on that last semifinal game, so it must be either a rather long and close game or they are lagging even without me. So that if anybody joining wondering what the fuck I'm just playing quick battles for, it's just buying time for now. Ah, salty, salty, salty. Okay. I did just lose this to Black Knight last night with a little bit different of a build, but Durthu was a huge problem. I do wonder if this build also would suffer against Durthu, because Warplock Jezzails from Game 2 to Game 3, they didn't take a nerf, they got adjusted. Jezzails are much better at killing a lot of infantry quickly, and they suffered against single entities and cavalry. So they aren't really a assurance policy against single entities anymore. But we'll see. This is also a really bad map for them. I should have checked the map before I took them. Whoops. Fucking whoops, they can't see anything. Oh well. It's fine. Okay. So their insurance against, I don't know. Treekin. Yeah. Then we have a shitload of dogs and rat ogres to run down cav or archers or cycle charge random infantry. I might be fucked if he has a tree blob, which doesn't look like he has, so okay. The rest of this will just require good micro, which I definitely for sure have. Cough. Cough, cough, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Okay. I do need to group you guys all by pairs. Poison and armor piercing paired together. Okay. What the fuck? 8 wolf rats? Yeah, I'm fighting wood elves. Kinda gotta go get them. How are you not hidden? Get in there. There you go. Okay. Got it. What the fuck is that? What the fuck am I looking at? Reach out and say hello, little Skrulky. I want them to hit these Skaven slaves, and then I want to rear charge them. Damn it, we've been seen, but it doesn't look like he's reacting yet. So now we can close in on him. Hit the poison ones first, but now the magic damage ones are closing in. So hopefully they'll get some good damage trades out of that. Especially with Skrulk support. But actually, wow, they just didn't get anything out of it. Good lord. Okay. And Skrulk is just out of Lieber range. Jesus Christ. Fine, whatever. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, they're charging the other one, so this should be a free charge attack. Holy shit, they still got a charge attack off. I don't know if he was microing that or if it was just lucky, but he instantly terror outs off those other wolf rats. Okay, feels fucking good. Don't know how I got a free charge attack out of that one. Jesus Christ, whatever. Whatever, wolf rats, just scatter. Well, actually, I don't even want to fight you. I'll just let Giselle shoot for free. I am honestly shocked he still got charge animations while not clicking on my targets. Like, it just, like, the Great Stag Knights just auto did it. That sucks ass. I am so salty. Where are you guys? Keep going. I also feel like they changed the summon range on most casters, because it feels like you have to like summon directly on top of yourself to do any summoning at all. I don't know why he's accepting this trade with the Giselles though. It seems a little silly. God damn it, I am shocked how poorly those fucking wolf rats did. Are you allowed 8x hands? Yeah, they're different. And it's quick battle. So. My wolf rats have 95 speed, those Great Stag Knights have 90, and yet they are catching me. What the fuck? Alright. Now we can start advancing. Now they're actually coming down the hill. I keep selecting the wrong thing. I do want you to Lieber one-shot to kiss them. That'll do a little bit of damage at least. And you dogs are going to be around on the back to catch anybody who runs. Y'all keep coming with me. Y'all keep coming with me. Y'all keep coming with me. Giselles are still shooting at stuff. Let's not shoot at the archers. It's kind of a waste of our time, isn't it? The Great Stag Knights finally get eaten alive. And Skrulk plus Group 2, the healthier wolf rats, now need to run up the hill while the Great Stag Knights fucking died. And nice. We got him. Jesus Christ. Okay, wolf rats on the backfield. Come get some lunch. But apparently you guys break even when you're fighting against random Blade Guard, though. I suppose these are Blade Singers and War Dancers up here, so that is a little tough for you. Yeah. Nice pendulum. Do some decent damage. War Dancers and Blade Singers is bold versus Skaven, though. God. Gosh darn. Alright, million wolf rats. Continue on your glorious rampage. Kill anybody that leaves. I keep hitting 1 as a hotkey because usually I have my, whatever. Pit of Shades is coming. It's fine. Just push through it.
Ah, my clan rats. Oh, God, my clan rats. Why would this happen to someone so clanny and so ratty? This isn't nice. This isn't right.
Fuck. Who did I just give that order to? Shit. I keep using my control group 1 as Skrulk, and it's not. Because I always do it as Skrulk, but I didn't this time because I'm a dummy. Because I'm a big old dummy. Yeah, we got it. Go, Skrulk, kick her ass. I just did it again. I just tried to select it again. Rod of Corruption! Fuck you! Alright, we won one. We proved we aren't losers all the time. Gisele's used all their ammo and barely paid for themselves. Skaven suck now. GG. I haven't done my tier list video yet. It is on my list of things to do. Skaven might take a shellacking on that video. They feel real bad. You have magic dog sandwich nights? I did! I did sandwich the nights. It didn't help me. It didn't help. Couldn't the Ashen Sorcerer use Black Wind to force apart the infantry and create room for Sigvald to be charged by Rat Ogres? That is technically true. But Rat Ogres also don't do that much damage to Siggy. Because, like... Where am I? Sigvald, I'll even take him naked except for Silver Slash. Though he usually takes Paragon of Excess. But whatever. I'll just take him with Silver Slash, even though that would never happen. But Sigvald bodies Rat Ogres, man. You can take a chieftain to deal with Sigvald a little bit. He can do okay. The main problem with that is just, like, the rest of the army exists, right? So if you take a chieftain on a Bonebreaker, Slaanesh is going to use Skirmish Cav to deal with him. Or Hellstriders get rear charges and stuff, or spears and all that garbage. But yeah. Rat Ogres and a lot of things have issues, like, actually dealing with Sigvald. Dead. Like, they do okay, but that's imagining that Sigvald has no support. No Skirmish Cav fire, no infantry, no Hellstriders, nothing like that. What about Mutant Rat Ogre? I feel like that thing fucking misses, but we can try. That's generally the same as a Chieftain, where, like, it might honestly do well versus Sigvald specifically, but it is very expensive. It has no healing, no support of any kind. And it's super weak to Marauder Spears. It's super weak to Hellstriders. It's super weak to Marauder Skirmish Cav. So it's just like, it has a really hard time participating in the battle. And this is a Sigvald that, honestly, he usually has Paragon of Excess and Sliver Slash, so he could be even more potent, but this is imagining an almost naked Sigvald. Boop. Skaven just like I see him killing tools. Yeah, Flensing Ruin's pretty good, but I heal capped Sigvald after 3 casts of him, and my assassin was debuffing him, and we still couldn't kill that fucking bitch. Yeah, Mutant Rat Ogre's getting worked on. Yeah, it died. Jesus. Slaanesh might still be a toughie for the old Skaven. Because also vampire counts, I struggled a bit with, oh, you want to see some fucking shit? So here's how, actually, like, I've just been having a goddamn day. Master Assassin? Maybe later. I played this. I played a best of 3 with Lenorm before the stream, and I just had the worst fucking game. Like, tilted me off the face of the planet. Which is maybe like why I'm playing like trash right now, I guess. We are still waiting on that third semifinal game. I don't know what's going on with it. Skaven versus Tzeentch. I thought I would take the Hell Pit Abomination. The infamous Hell Pit Abomination to deal with Tzeentch in the late game. Game goes on for a bit, Blue Fire does blue fire things. Kairos lands, and I'm like, nice. I net him in place, get my assassin on him. He has 20 melee defense and 50 armor. This should be pretty easy. Hell Pit's also coming up. And we get through his shields. And we do very little damage. And he walks out. And he flies away. Oh, I net him, and he just takes off as I net him, so that was a wasted net. Rip. Okay, Soul Grinder's over there. Send some Brad Ogres to deal with it. He also sends the weird spawn, so then I'm going to send the Hell Pit Assassin and some Gutter Runners to kite all that stuff. Meanwhile, Kairos dives, and I just ignore him, because fuck Kairos at this point. The rest of the battle's going okay. The rest of the battle's doing fine. Chaos Spawn are fighting my Rat Ogres, and the Rival High Talisman gives them 5 melee attacks, so we don't give a single shit. Globes are also going to peel them off for a bit. Gutter Runners running away from the Soul Grinder. Kairos is still diving in. Kairos is doing stuff. I see him dive over here, and I'm like, you know what? Let's get him with the fucking Hell Pit Abomination. Let's go. I give Death Frenzy on Unholy Climber to these guys to keep him in place. Oh, we net him. Oh my god, we've almost taken out his shields. Oh my fucking god, we've almost killed him through his shield. Oh my god, we almost did any damage whatsoever because shields are so fucking cool. Okay. Time to rally the troops. Skaven are slightly ahead on the balance of power. We tend to agree. Blue Horror is about to die. We have this one knight. It is getting regrowth because regrowth is so fun. It's getting regrowth. Kairos is running around. We have Globes throwing at a Soul Grinder doing like next to no damage, but they were over there, so might as well do it. We group up. We run over here. Globes are going to throw at these guys. Weep! Get some damage. And then they turn. They're going to throw at these guys, and they go weep! And they get some damage. Soul Grinder is still like full HP. We're getting blue fired in the bum. Getting fought. And definitely nothing stupid happens here. Another fucking regrowth comes in from Kairos Bitch Weaver. And then a mistake from me is happening right here. Sure. Globes setting up. Net them right in front of my Globes. Let's go, Globes. Let's go. Attack order. See little red arrow. Oh no, we're just gonna stand here. Little red arrow. We moved up a step. Oh no, we're just gonna stand here. Oh no, we're just gonna stand here. Little red arrow. Oh no, we're gonna move up an inch and just stand here. And I was just like, through! Do something! My whole army gets nuked by a Tzeentch army ability because at this point I was already livid, so fucked that up real bad. Whoops. Rat Ogres retreat. Hell Pit's still huge. I am hiding my Grey Seer behind the Hell Pit to try and absorb some of the damage with him. And Globes now turn to try and deal with those Doom Knights, but they wasted an entire volley's worth of time. I net them yet again. Now I throw at them. Oh, look how much damage we're doing. If only we had done that with the previous net, we would have routed them off by now. Hell Pit defends them, but Kairos lands in front of a Hell Pit. He has 20 melee defense, but I don't even get through his shields, and he takes off again. Doom Knights are over here. Globe's still trying to kill him. My guy's getting sniped. Assassin's fighting a Soul Grinder. Soul Grinder's beating his ass. Hell Pit's still full fucking HP! Blue Globe's trying to do something. Kairos lands. He's surrounded by Rat Ogres and an Assassin. Oh my god, and we're gonna maybe get through his shields. No, he just walks away. Hey, let's go. We love Kairos Fate, bitch, don't we, everyone? We love Kairos Fate, bitch. Soul Grinder's out of ammo. Another net. Now we know we have the Soul Grinder dead to rights. Hell Pit Abomination runs over. He fights him. Grey Seer gets picked off. I sent some people to defend him. Holy shit. We round off the Doom Knights. Oh my god. Soul Grinder's coming back. Hell Pit, you're unstoppable. No one can fight you now. Just take 55 years to kill the stupid thing. Oh my god, Hell Pit, you're so amazing. Oh my god, Hell Pit, you're getting your ass kicked by a soul grinder. Hell Pit, how are you missing the soul grinder so much? Oh my god, it's getting a regrowth. Holy shit. Oh my god. Hell Pit, you're gonna lose this whole fucking fight, man. Doom Knights, if they weren't still here, they couldn't have been chasing stuff, so thanks Globes from earlier. We hit Kairos a couple times, almost get through his shields. Hey, we get through his shields a little bit. Hell Pit is still swinging. Hell Pit is still missing. Hell Pit is still swinging. We get rid of the Doom Knights once and for all. And Hell Pit just gets through the Soul Grinder shields before Army Losses takes hold. Fuck you, Hell Pit, you piece of shit, you're garbage! Also, Assassin, you're kind of garbage. Kind of garbo. God Orange did okay. Rat Ogres did well. Poisonman Globes, one did well, the other one got shut down. But even the one that did well, man, I netted him right in front of me! And he couldn't throw. He couldn't throw. Fucking Soul Grinder Kairos killed my whole goddamn army all by themselves. Nothing else in this army even did any good except for that fucking Doom Knight that should have been dead, but the fucking Globes just didn't want to throw the goddamn thing. I hate it. So that's how my day started, by the way. All right, we have our third replay, by the way, so I can actually finish this series. Again, I don't know who actually won. I just told Nurgle's PA to send me the replay no matter who won, so let's go. Isn't Flensing Ruin good versus SCMs too? Yeah, I brought Flensing Ruin, Vertical Cliff versus Sigvald, but he took 3 Flensing Ruins to the chops and just kept on going. Ian Zero, if you're still out there, whoever your opponent is ready for you now. If you guys get in a lobby, do your picks and bans and get your first armies ready, that would be great. I fucking hate Leech. I'm just having a day, though. I'm having a day where bullshit-ass single entity nonsense and healing is just getting my goat. Like that fucking Wood Elf game where it was like, oh hooray, healing. I already lost the game earlier versus Tzeentch, where Tzeentch was healing so much my Skaven couldn't out DPS them. Never seen a Soul Grinder do that good. Well, we also had a Sigvald game versus Slaanesh where Soul Grinder killed my entire army. So it's just a day. Sometimes you get those days where nothing really works out for you. All right. Nurgle's PA brought Norska. It's a Marauder frontline with a bunch of spearmen. We have 2 Marauder hunters with javelins, some Marauder horsemen with throwing axes, 2 skin wolves on the far side with a Norscan Ice Wolf, 2 more skin wolves on this side with a Beast of Tashnar. Wulfric the Wanderer on horseback, and a Deathcaster on horseback with Fate of Unit and Spirit Leech. Frontline, Peasant Mobs. Secondary line, Battle Pilgrims for Alea Yacht S's Bretonnian. I did say he's a Bretonnia main, so it is good to see him busted out. I really do like seeing people play their favorite factions. It's just nice. We have the Fey Enchantress and 1 Grail Relique to offer some support. Henry Le Massif, supported by Pegasus Knights in the sky. We have Knights of the Realm on the ground, Knights of the Realm, Knights of the Realm, Knights of the Realm, and Mounted Yeomen. No Grail Guardians, which is interesting. I suppose Fate of Yuna could be coming for them, but Grail Guardians have been pretty huge in the Bretonnian meta recently. Henry is stuck on the ground. He is surrounded by skin wolves, and there are ice wolves holding back any of his support. The Pegasus Knights can fly right over that, though, and opt in to help him out a little bit. We'll see how much they can do versus skin wolves. Skin wolves are currently on fire, so the regeneration is capped a little bit, but ooh, Wulfric is here, and if Wulfric can hit Henry with his Hunter of Champions and stuff, Henry's stats will go to like 0, and he will get gooned out. So he's trying to leave now, but he's in the middle of spears. There's so little support for him. This could be a big overextension from that expensive hero. On the other side, Skin Wolves and the Beast of Tashnar are eliminating these Knights of the Realm so quickly. Wow, they butchered them. Holy crap. And now the Fey Enchantress might also be in trouble. Knights of the Realm sprinting into the backfield, though they want to shut down these little axe thrower archer type units. But I just feel like Norska's winning everything. They're winning the front line, they're winning the flanks. Bretonnia just is not getting it done here. See how they hold. Battle Pilgrims are trying to stop the bleeding a little bit. Henry did get into the sky along with his Pegasus Knights. They both suffered a lot. And now the archers are beset by Skin Wolves. Someone has to do something. And Henry is diving into a pit of monsters. All of them have bonus versus large. Even a Spirit Leech is onto him at this point. I wonder if the Skin Wolves get attack orders onto him or if they're just going to ignore him and let the Spirit Leech do his business. Archers are routing off in every direction. The Fey Enchantress is trying to get something done, but she just can't do it. And it feels like Norska has more money. It just doesn't feel like, hey, regrowth, let's go! Anyway, Feels like Norska has just more units on the field, more money spent. Knights of the Realm get a nice charge onto the Skin Wolves, does a little bit of damage. Oh, they're armored Skin Wolves too. How does Norska have this much money? Where's the money coming from? All right, armored Skin Wolves fighting Knights of the Realm. That is really brutal. Now, Knights of the Realm are generally just good against Skin Wolves, so the armor helps them, but still, the Bretonnian Knights will get their shit done when they need to. More Skin Wolves are fighting next to Wulfric, and Henry is trying to get in here. The Enchantress adds her healing and adds her Mortis Drain effect to this area, but there are spears, there are Skin Wolf support. Overall, Bretonnia is going to be losing this fight here. On the far side, Knights of the Realm chasing off those dogs, Marauder Horsemen throwing X's back there with them, but overall, it's a good day to be a Norskin. Jesus. Is this still going? Yeah. Battle Pilgrims fighting the Skin Wolves, trying to help fight Wulfric, but Wulfric is busy killing the Grail Relic. Balance of Power doesn't think it's going as well for Norska as I think it is. I think this is going tragically for the Bretonnians, but the Balance of Power is like, it's pretty close. Ooh, this could be big though. Henry lands on the Deathcaster and misses his charge attack and misses his next attack. And there we go, he finally got a big hit in. But if he can snipe out this Deathcaster, that would leave Norska without a caster, and it would give Bretonnia the advantage there. Though the Enchantress is currently getting Hunter of Champions, 0 melee defense while surrounded by Skin Wolves and Wulfric. We now have some fire arrows trying to bail her out of here, and one of the Skin Wolves is going to rout, but she does need to run a regrowth, ticking up with her, and Pegasus Knights flying overhead to make sure she's okay. Big snipe onto the Deathcaster for Bretonnia, and could that be their way back into this game as more Marauders are going to shut down any of these Peasant Bowmen? In the distance, Knights of the Realm getting kited out by the Norskin skirmish cav. Knights of the Realm quickly running down some Marauder Hunters. Okay, Ian has invited me to the finals lobby, which I will do that as soon as we can here. Enchantress heal cap in sight, a little bit of room left to go, and Skin Wolves dive onto Henry, who was pursuing the Deathcaster. Where is the Deathcaster? Did he die? Hold on, there's a lot of blinking going on here. Okay, the Deathcaster's not in this fight, so is he just flat out dead? It appears to be so nice job, Henry, finishing that off. Skin Wolves fighting the Enchantress and Henry, though. They're happy to fight either and both of them. This is going to be a bad time for Bretonnia. They got to try and get Henry out of here, or they got to get some support in nearby. Pegasus Knights need to come over and help out these two single entities right here. Quick Earthblood from the Enchantress, but the Pegasus Knights now starting to realize that there is trouble abroad, and Wulfric and even more Skin Wolves are approaching. More Skin Wolves rallying up with their leaders as well. Are these the armored ones? Nope, regular ones. Regular ones. Regular ones. Where are the armored ones? Are they dead? I don't know where the armored Skin Wolves are. They might be dead. Henry's still fighting, and he causes terror, so you might actually terror out these guys soon. There they go. And the Pegasus Knights opt out of the fight as Wulfric jumps onto Henry, and his Hunter Champion should be off cooldown soon. There it is, as soon as I say it. Oh, and it's a bad time to be Lemessif. Everybody just abandons him. They're like, yeah, you're fucked, bro. Leave him behind in the dirt. Battle Pilgrims and Pegasus Knights trying to catch out these Skin Wolves while they can, getting what little they can get going. There is a full health Battle Pilgrim in the distance. Don't know how much that will matter. Infantry tends not to be the best thing to have in the late game, but you'd rather have it than not. I don't know why Henry is being used a lot more nowadays. I don't feel like he's that good. Yeah, I also have noticed Henry struggles to get a lot done. I think people just like him because he's cool. Okay, Pegasus Knights running around. We do have a routing Skin Wolf. We have a non-routing Skin Wolf that is chasing Henry. Wulfric is still healthy, and the Enchantress is running around. I don't know how much Winds of Magic she has left. She has cast 2 regrowths and like 3 Earthbloods, so she probably has a good amount left, but we will see. As these Skin Wolves are going to get chased off by the Fae, these other Skin Wolves are getting rear charged by Pegasus Knights. We'll see how that goes for them. Henry might rally. He has 0 leadership. He might come back. But he's already almost heal caps, and like there's that much more healing for him. The rear charge onto the Skin Wolf started out great for the Pegasus Knights. Now it is going tragically bad, and they are going to be ground down to dust. Norska is back ahead on the balance of power once again. We have Knights of the Realm in the distance trying to get anything done. The full health Battle Pilgrim still just trying to join the fight. And Wulfric sits there at half HP, wondering who could even attempt to fight him at this point. Henry came back for just a moment. Looks like he routed yet again, because this is further from the white line than he used to be. He is back with +6 leadership, and he is actually just going to go straight off the map for no reason. Okay, we take those. Skin Wolves are chasing. At this point, I'm going to play at ×2 speed for just a second as Knights of the Realm charge into the Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. Get some decent damage done there, but the full health Marauder and Wolfric are going to rout them off. At this point, Skin Wolves still regenerating up, getting close to their heal caps, and Bretonnia will surrender. Skin Wolves, amazing value. Deathcaster did okay. Wolfric did alright. Throwing axes did okay. Beast of Tashnar did fantastically. And the Marauder frontline also did amazingly well. For Alea, Enchantress did okay. Enri got 1600 value, so good job, Enri. You did well. Knights of the Realm, mixed value overall. Battle Pilgrims, mixed value overall, fine. And Peasant Archers got shut down rather swiftly by the Mass Dog build. Alright, GG. So the finals will be Nurgle's PA versus Ian. 1, 2, 3. And then before I hit enter, I do have to get the blocker up. Boom. Nurgle's PA, please be on the right side. Please be on the right side. Yeah, let's go. I don't have to retype the name. All right, one best 3 left for the stream. Then let's end this shit. Warhammer 3 sucks. I don't want to play it anymore. Lizardmen versus Norska is going to be our first up. Seems like Ian Zero has been enjoying himself some Lizardmen. Lizardmen are ready. Norska's thinking about it. Kind of happy to see some Norska. I think they're a strong faction. I also like Norska. They're fun. Oh, I like the dogs go whoosh builds. I also love Throg. I fucking love Throg. He's my favorite. There are some Wolfric people out there that enjoy Wolfric, but I am not among them. The Wintertooth is my only home. Turn is streaming some game. I don't know what. I know he was streaming something that wasn't Warhammer. So there's that. If you're looking for content that isn't this one, you're looking to abandon us. Also, Tactical Lich is streaming Central Scrutinizer versus BB Chief. Just an FYI. Just FYI for everybody involved. Or you can stay here with us and watch the new player finals between Nurgle's PA and Ian Zero. Watch our boy Ian Zero take it all. He's gonna win it. Gonna win the whole damn thing. Or Nurgle's PA will. Both are fine options. It would just be funny if the person I predicted won. Always gives it a little more stakes. Norska has 2 gold, so he's just kind of figuring out some chevrons and stuff. He's almost good to go. What up, Platty dude? Witch Hunters are decent, but not good enough to really do much. Still like them for their debuff. Throg versus Mazda Mundi. Okay. We are loading in. People will set up their builds, and I'll probably cover them when they're more set up, because I don't like chasing stuff around the map as it keeps getting moved and missing stuff. But we do have Mazda. Ian Zero seems to really like Mazda, though I am so happy he's taking Croc scores, man. I love Croc scores. They're cool. Their debuff is cool. Their buffs are cool. Everything about them's cool. Love croc scores. Ooh, crap salad. Yeah. Don't know who, but let's go. Ian 0 and Nurgle's PA. Alright, Lizardmen build's mostly set up. I can do that. 4 skink skirmishers, 3 skink cohorts with javelins, 2 Saurus spears, 2 feral cold ones, a revivification crystal, Mazda Mundi, 2 Ripperdactyl riders, one of which is the Gloston hunters, and then we have the Sacred Croc Score ROR, the Court of Waddle. Stilled on with a Rev Crystal is here now for even more healing for the lizards. Heal up those Croxies. But I thought you hate healing. Not when it's healing my Croxies, then it's fair and balanced. No, I'm kidding. Healing is annoying, but I at least like it going on to cool units like Croxors. Someone said something about that, and they are right. Healing does allow us to have more elite units. I do appreciate that, but I think it's also a little ridiculous. On the side of Norska, we have 2 Skinwolves on each side, 1 armored and 1 regular, again on each side. Beasts of Tashnar and Norskan Ice Wolves for some mobility pressure. We do have 2 Marauder Hunters with Javelins, a single Marauder Champion, and a front line of regular Marauders. We have Throg, the Troll King, and a Shaman Sorcerer of Death, Fate of Unit, and Spirit Leech. Let's go. Lizardmen are advancing. They're going to start Pokey Pokes soon. They're going to start their Pokey Pokes soon. Don't you worry. These Marauders with their bronze shields and 15 armor aren't going to know what hit them. Uh-oh. Sneeze. Sneeze! Somebody help me. I'm going to sneeze. Nope. It's passing. It's passing. We're good. Skinks shoot over the Marauders' heads for literally no reason. All right. That is one way of shooting your ammunition. I do not think it is a good way, but it is a way. Skink skirmishers start falling back, still firing as they go, and the skink cohorts with their jabs are going to start firing forward. The cohort of Waddle charging in. Boxigors go boom! Half health that Marauder. But they have to be careful. They are standing in front of Marauder javelins that if they turn their heads and start firing inwards, could be a brutal time for all of us. A little bit of lag on the sides. Skinwolves and Norskan Ice Wolves will find the Feral Cold Ones and probably take them out. I wonder if the Ripperdactyls even want to rear charge or if they just want to opt out of this fight, because it could be a bad time, but it looks like they're going in. They'll need some Mazdamundi support or healing support. They'll probably need this Shield of the Old Ones cast on them, or the Skinks to come over. They need something, because they don't want to just raw dog fight Skinwolves like that. Cohort of Waddle is now surrounded by Skinwolves and Marauders. We could use a Ruination of Cities, and there it is, but it goes back into the Lizardmen lines for one of its casts. Very unfortunate there. It does do good damage overall. I wonder if we also get a Banishment follow-up. Ripperdactyls, the support went to the Cohort of Waddle, so they are left on their own, fighting these Skinwolves by the lonesome. We do have some Skink Skirmishers offering poison as a secondary prize. And a Comet of Cassandora cast from Mazdamundi. Man, Ian Zero is the only person I know that like takes this spell offhand, but he takes it a lot, and it does good damage for him. Cohort of Waddle are hanging on. They did get an Apotheosis and a Revivification Crystal, so just stacking as much healing on these big guys as he can. And these Saurus, the Saurus are currently fighting with Marauder Champions, but they are being pushed back from where they actually want to be. They want to be out there supporting the Cohort of Waddle. The Beast of Tashnar in the backfield. Nurgle's PA is up about 500 damage value. It is continuing to grow while Skink Skirmishers chase off anything that's routing into the backfield. Good stuff over there. The Ripperdactyl Riders are getting real low, but so are the Norskan units that are fighting them. Who breaks first? It is the Skinwolves. If the Skinwolves leave, these Norskan Ice Wolves are probably going to head for the hills soon too. Can the Ripperdactyls hang on long enough to make that happen? Can they chase off the Skinwolves and not allow them to come back and regen is a pretty big thing. Doesn't look like it. It looks like both sides are actually just going to rout, which probably favors Norska because they will come back stronger than ever before. Mazdamundi trying to opt into a fight is getting Spirit Leeched at the moment. Cohort of Waddle running away, getting Apotheosis to try and heal them up. The Feral Cold Ones are fighting the Beasts of Tashnar, and there's just so many bodies in here. The Beasts of Tashnar are actually about to rout. But Throg and his Skinwolves are working on Mazdamundi, just kicking his ass into the dirt as he throws out another Comet of Casadora onto the Marauder Champions and of 2 other Marauders. That is a big clump, and he's going to get huge value. Both sides really trading well at the moment. There it goes. There it is. 3 units nuked down. Mazdamundi trying to get away. The Beasts of Tashnar are routed, allowing these Feral Cold Ones onto the armored Skinwolves, and all these Skinks and all these Saurus trying to bail out Mazdamundi. Even the Revivification Crystal is coming in, and he is going to get a Revivification Crystal cast. No, it's a Spirit Lich. I thought I saw a Healy symbol under him, but whatever. Court of Waddle are back. Ripperdactyls have rallied on the sidelines, but so have the Skinwolves, and they are now chasing down the Skin cohorts. Damage value is in Nurgle's PA's favor by about 1,500, but there's just so much healing on both rosters that damage kind of is a moot point. Do have more Skinwolves routing, ton of Marauders routing off in the distance. Now, unfortunately for the Lizards, their Ripperdactyls are otherwise occupied. They do need to be rallied back to the fight. I say unfortunately, it's a mistake. I guess it's not a luck thing, but whatever. The Ripperdactyls need to be back in the fight at this point. They could be chasing off whatever does route at any point. Ruination of Cities is coming out. Does it just delete the Skinks? Because that's the kind of horrible, horrible gods the Cold Ones can be. Okay, it is a little bit of poke onto the Marauders, doesn't touch the Skinks, so overall it was fine. Throg breaks away from the Saurus Spears. He finds Mazda Mundi out in the open field, and Mazda is trying to run now. Where are the cohort of Waddle? They are fighting Skinwolves, going to push those guys off as well. The Lizardmen still even or slightly ahead on the balance of power. Nurgle's PA is struggling. In the backfield, a banishment? Nope, it gets canceled. Apotheosis and Shield the Old Ones trying to keep Mazda Mundi safe. Spirit Leech and Skinwolves plus Throg trying to drag him down as the last of the Skinwolves from this far flank attack are now over there. But Ian Zero has forgotten these Razordons these Ripperdactyl Riders entirely. Do need to come back to the fight. Their rear charges could be massive. Their ability to chase things off the map could also be quite good. Pistolodon barely hanging on. And the banishment was well dodged by Nurgle's PA. He got away from it with those javelins. The javelins could be very, very useful in the late game, especially if they can find the cohort of Waddle wherever they are. Cohort of Waddle still fighting Skinwolves off in the distance. They just can't seem to finish these guys off. Oh, they're mostly trying to chase the hunters of javelins. There, the Ripperdactyls are coming back. This is a huge moment for the Lizards. They came back before the game was literally over. Because if they came back too late, then their usefulness is at an end. Mazda Mundi is still really low. Javelins doing a little bit of friendly fire there. In the distance, Feral Cold Ones continuing to chase these armored Skinwolves, doing good damage to them, but they are regenerating the whole time, and now a whole bunch of Marauders have rallied on their corpses. Other Skinwolves that were fighting the cohort of Waddle have either abandoned the fight or shattered, but Mazda Mundi gets killed by a Javelin volley, and the Skinwolves at his back. And Throg gets a nice breath attack out. I don't think Mazda can be saved. Mazda is dead, lowering the leadership of all the Lizardmen units. But in the backfield, the caster for Norska is shattered. These Ripperdactyls are overcommitting. He's shattered. You don't need to kill him at this point. You can come back. You can come back. A terror out for the Skinwolves. Now, this happens actually quite frequently to Lizardmen, and this is why I like a Revivification Crystal. It's not a caster, but it's essentially a caster. So they still have healing. Multiple charges. We'll see if they use them on the Cohort of Waddle. The Cohort of Waddle do need to just flat out charge those Marauder Hunters, though. They can't keep taking damage like that while they're running away. The Ripperdactyls are rallying now. Skin Cohorts are rallying in the distance. What does Norska have left? A full health Throg. And that is it. Norska is running on absolute fumes. Armored Skinwolves are back in the fight with these Saurus Spears, but that's not proving to go well for them. And then they will get poisoned and charged by the Cohort of Waddle. Do they get routed? It looks like they're going to hang on. It looks like they're going to go away. And someone has to do something about these Marauder Hunters. They cannot be allowed to just throw at the Cohort of Waddle for free. Nice little dodge there for the Cohort, and they are going to sprint straight at the Hunters. Ripperdactyl Riders are charging any rallying Norskan units, trying to actually get them off the map, take out these Hunters. And if you get too close to these Skinwolves, the Skinwolves might rout too. They're just so low in leadership, and their nearby friends are shattering. Balance of power is still dead even. Now the damage value is also coming back that way. Skinwolves trying to heal up, but they are going to opt into the fight. The Clawstone Hunters pop their buff, the armor-piercing damage buff. And that should finish off the Skinwolves, allowing the Ripperdactyl Riders to take a victory there. Javelins pushed off. Norskins routing in every direction. Skinwolves also running off. It's an Ash raid? What up, dude? What thank you? Is it Radiant Ash? Because if so, I'll have to thank them. But thank you. Alright. Skinwolves actually managed to hang on until Throg gets over here. Throg does turn the fight on its head. Clawstone Hunters and the other Ripperdactyls are pushed off. Saurus Warriors here are trying to poke at his little buns. And Marauder Hunters being chased by these little Skin Cohorts who actually have an insane amount of ammunition left for this point in the game. That's going to be constant leadership debuffs from getting shot and leadership, damage debuffs from poison. I don't think poison has any effect on your leadership. A wild game. I am very worried Norska cannot clutch this out. Throg is the last value piece on the map for them. They have a 1/3 HP Marauder with great weapons, and that is it. And then Throg. That's the whole army. Meanwhile, the Cohort of Waddle are coming in. They can debuff Throg a lot. There's 3 more heals on the Revivification Crystal. There's plenty of volleys of ammunition from these Skink Skirmishers. And Throg is currently fighting a bunch of Saurus Spears, which I swear, yeah, there's another Saurus Spear over there. That they could honestly be the next target of the Revivification Crystal, and I wouldn't even be that mad. So Norska is looking out of this one. Crystal Spears, changed my mind. Is Slaanesh still pretty good? No, they are trash. Yes, it's her. Oh, I did not know Radiant Dash. It's female. I've only spoken to them in the Content Creator Discord, so I've only typed to them ever. My bad. My bad. Lizards just taking their time. The Cohort of Bottle are going to opt into the fight now. Saurus Spear should probably stay safe and just get a couple heals from the Revivification Crystal. The puppy in the background drops her little bone and makes a loud sound. And if Throg routs, this bounce power is immediately going to shift into Army Losses territory just because your only good unit is routing at that point. Throg's leadership dips. It is -14 as soon as he routs. Watch that bar because it's going to tip against him. Throg, how are you still here? You were negative for like 55 years. Come on, buddy. Another heal for the Cohort of Waddle. Throg routes, immediately Army Losses. G fucking G. GG. Who dares message me? Mazda Money 2000. Gold value. He did good. Ancient Croc Scorer. Let's go. 1700 value. Ripperdactyls mixed. Saurus did well. Ooh, Saurus did really well. Feral Coldlands did fine. Skink Skirmishers did okay. Skink Cohorts did alright. Throg, 1400 value. Skinwolves did okay. Deathcaster did alright. Dogs did well. Jabs and Marauders mixed. GG. It's 1 up for Ian Zero, the hometown hero. See if Nurgle's PA can drag it back. That was a good game, though. I wonder how good the Armored Mammoths would be versus Lizardmen since lacked of really good shooting. It's true. I like Razor on hunting packs, actually, for shooting, but not versus Norska, because there's so many dogs and skinwolves that can run them down. Okay, I gotta let the dog outside. Tian, you take over, alright? Tian, I swear to God, you entertain those people. Alright, she didn't want to go outside. So now she just has her little bullying stick and she'll be okay. I have returned.
Okay. Is the Oracle still good with the double spit bug? No, he sucks. His DPS just isn't high enough on ultra unit size. Ooh, and Caradox, good point of he has a really, really low range. Do you like the screenshots I sent you? It was a bunch of cat stuff, right? When my cat showed up? Yeah, it was cats. And that is all I'm going to read into from those. Neither player has shifted what faction they're on yet. Oh, Ian Zero all of a sudden flips the High Elves. What will Nurgle's PA do against such reckless High Elves? Oh, fuck, he's Norska. Oh, no. Ian Zero's Norska now. Okay, Dark Elves Norska looks like what we got here. How we feeling? How we feeling? Think Dark Elves got this? I traditionally would think that this is Dark Elf favored, but like it's actually been a super common counterpick into Dark Elves these days. A lot of people have been enjoying it. You just take Throg, Skin Wolves, Norskan Ice Wolves, and then a solid front line, and you just try and beat down the Dark Elf front line. And if Malekith ever lands, you pounce in on him, which makes me wonder what would happen if you took Malice here, because I feel like Malice whoops on Skin Wolves. With his AoE debuffs for leadership and melee defense, you could really take him down. We'll see. Mostly it's still Malekith, because the breath attacks are really, really nice, obviously, and Soul Stealer's super good. If Ian Zero takes this game, this shit's over. The stream's done. I quit. If Nurgle's PA takes it, we have a game 3. I am very tired. It's been a relatively long stream. We're going about 5 hours. And that makes me sad. We did have a stall out in the semifinal, though. It seems like there was a lot of lag issues, because the games weren't even that long in the replay, but in actual game they took a long time. Warriors of Chaos is the lowest win rate now for Dom. Makes sense. I mean, Hellstriders got brutalized. Be'lakor also took hits, so like their two main reasons for being good at Dom just got slapped in the face. They did not enjoy it. Dun, 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 dun. Chaos Warrior at 66% win rate. Damn. Yeah, they're really good in Dom. I don't watch a lot of Dom streams or Dom content, really. It's just not my cup of tea. But when I do peek in, it's usually Chaos Dwarfs versus Ogres. That was for the... Actually, the last time I even peeked in, that was like during the Chaos Dwarf DLC release spring tournament thing that CA did. Not even, well, it was an invitational, because it is a tournament, but it's not like a tournament that randos play in.
VC at 55%. Sounds about right. I think vampire counts are wildly overrated right now. I think they're fine, they're solid, but a lot of people still treat them like they're S tier, and I think they are most definitely not. They're A tier, I think. Maybe even B. Maybe. But I think in like really good vampire counts hands, they're still A tier. I really struggle to put them in S. I think S tier is... I don't know if anything is S tier right now. It would debatably be Dark Elves, and that's it. But otherwise, I think we just have a lot of A tiers. Because, like, we see Dark Elves lose, right? They're strong as fuck, but we see them lose. So it's not like, they picked Dark Elves against S tier. I think maybe the only thing that could be considered S tier is possibly Chaos Dwarves. Possibly. Though I haven't had that much issues versus Chaos Dwarves. I've heard from, like, Berserk and a couple other people who grind the shit out of ladder that at the super high tier, Chaos Dwarves are a constant problem and they kind of want global bans back, so... Dark Elves with a terrible win rate and Dom, strange. Their infantry can't hold. That's their problem. Their infantry is expensive, so you can't spam a lot of it. It takes a while to get where it is, because it is infantry, it's slow. And then when it gets there, it dies pretty quickly. So yeah, I feel like Dark Elves just don't have the holding power in Dom that they need. Their cavalry isn't that strong either. Cathay is an S tier? Possibly, but I also just haven't seen that much of them in tournaments. I wonder if they're getting banned all the time, but... I haven't seen too many of them. Cathay at higher levels is easier to take out. We were talking about earlier in the stream with the Dwarves, but like box type builds get worse as like the skill of player goes up. So I don't foresee Alfredino having issues with Cathay. I don't see Caradoc having issues with Cathay. I'd probably have some issues with Cathay, right? People in this tournament would have issues with Cathay, but like at the super high levels and tournament finals and stuff, you're getting like the best players and they're really good at taking out boxes. So, yeah. I think Cathay is strong. I think they're probably like A, B tier, somewhere in there. But I don't know if they're S. Could be just my opinion though. Brett is going to struggle horribly versus boxes while Beastmen will laugh and Traderkin. Yeah. Okie dokie, for the builds. For Norska. Marauder Hunters and Marauder Hunters with Javelins. Actually, a lot of them. That is a lot of ranged for a Norskan build. Marauders with great weapons and Marauders across the front line. We have Skin Wolves and Norskan Warhounds with poison across the back line. Beasts of Tashnar. The Berserkers ROR Brutes of the Hound, a Firecaster with Cascading Firecloak and Burning Head, and of course, Throg the Troll King with Wintertooth Crown, which you haven't seen all day. Interesting. So this Norska build feels like it is going to struggle in the mobile game. Because only 2 Skin Wolves and some dogs is not going to be enough to beat like Cold War Knights and Dark Riders and shit. On the other side, 5 Black Arc Corsair Handbows, the Raven's Herald Repeater Crossbow, ROR Dark Riders gives them flight. We have 1 Witch Elf for some Rampage support in the late game, a whole bunch of Bleak Swords, 3 Cold One Knights, and a Supreme Sorceress of Dark in the sky with only Soul Stealer. Cool. I think Nurgle's PA is going to be immediately pissed off that his opponent has like 5 ranged units, because that means these Raven's Herald Repeater Crossbows can't go wherever they want and do literally whatever they want. But if he plays safe with them, he should be okay, because there's no Spirit Leech or Fate of Buna. Burning Head, like, literally can't touch them unless for some reason they land in it. Alright, sorry. 1 sec. Okay. There was apparently some confusion, which happens. Ian Zero just missed that Norska was banned. Oh, okay. If you want to. Sorry. We're dealing with something here. Okay, sorry. I'll explain in a second. I'm just figuring out what the players are going to do. So, Nurgle's PA banned Norska. Ian Zero took Norska anyway. Nurgle's PA missed it, and now that he's in the game, he sees his opponent as Norska, and he's like, ah, fuck. So they asked me what they wanted to do. I said, well, we can remake, and you guys can just, like, he can pick something that's not banned. And Nurgle's PA says he feels bad for making the stream wait for that semifinal, and it looks like he is just going to play on. So we'll see if that is indeed the case. I actually hate you with Lich that you somehow stream at the same time. He was 4 hours delayed from me, so it was maybe going to miss us, but didn't end up happening. So, looks like Nurgle's PA just opts to play on, which is pretty cool of him. For the sake of the stream, we also have been having lag issues interspersed throughout the day, so it has been a bit of a longer stream. There is no prize pool on the line. It is just a tournament for new players to get some games against people that aren't tournament pros. So that's a little hand clap. That's a little hand clap for Nose PA. The issue, the short version is Norska was banned by the Dark Elf player, and neither player really registered that Ian Zero picked Norska anyway, and then loaded into game, and Nurgle's PA messaged him and said, bro, I thought I banned Norska, and Ian Zero's like, so you did. So then they asked me what to do. Alright, the Marauder Hunters with throwing axes, their armor-piercing missiles shredding through the Blackheart Corsair handbows. Meanwhile, Marauders push straight past those skirmishing elements and are going to chase down these other guys. Norska's feeling pretty good about their frontline push so far. Meanwhile, the dog units moving up behind the infantry, just ready to support wherever these Cold One Knights jump in. And the Dark Elf Sorcerer Caster staring ominously down at these Marauders who are about to get run down by Cold One Knights and rear charged by Bleak Swords. They are not long for this world. Here comes the dog and javelin counteroffensive, though. Cold One Knights have opted in. Ooh, the javelins don't have attack orders, they have movement orders. Oh, I hate when I do that. They're gonna walk into melee combat. Oh, it's so easy to do, but when you do, it feels bad. Because he clicked next to the Cold Knights, he didn't click directly on them, so then it was a movement order, not an attack order. That's fucking rough. You do not think the missile trade would go that way for Norska? I am also surprised. Javelin still trying to hit these skirmishers. The Javelin should for sure be aiming at the Cold One Knights, while throwing axes can aim at the skirmishers. That one doesn't matter, but Javelins need to be punishing these Cold One Knights that are just currently inundating the backline. Bleak Sword's going to run over these Marauder Hunters pretty quickly. We do have Norscan Warhounds and the Brutes of the Hound. Waiting on the sides, they should also be getting involved, so this is a faster game than last game, like Lizardmen versus Norska. It was a slower setup. Both sides just sprinted straight into each other, and there's definitely some micro mistakes being made, as it's like, oh fuck, I gotta move that unit, I gotta move this, and I gotta do this. And the ranged units not being able to fire at the repeater crossbows does leave Throg just in the thick of it by himself, so he is taking free shots from those guys. They'll have to be careful as Javelins try to punish this dive onto the Firecaster. I haven't seen a Burning Head yet from this guy, so I do wonder what he's hanging on for. We have dogs that do need to do some chasing, but Skin Wolves are routed off by the Cold Knights. It looks like the Dark Elves are going to be taking this game quite handedly. All said and done. We are 3 minutes into the game, and already the bounce power is showing a sizable influence towards one side. Throg is rampaging, and wall rampaging fucking jukes! That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Anyway, but he is getting skirmished in the face now, so as he chases these guys, they're going to be shooting at him at nearly point-blank range, and this repeater crossbow cav is going to be harassing him. Soulstealer punishes the Skin Wolves, and I'm just not seeing how Norska is going to win this. I am extremely concerned for their safety. This Throg is stuck in the fight, getting shot in the bum. And if he routes, he ain't coming back, and actually just looking around the battlefield, Norska doesn't have anything left, really. Everything's running. And that is going to be a rather decisive GG. So the accidentally picking a faction that was banned anyway didn't matter. Caster officially dead and sniped out. I'm kind of surprised Army Losses hasn't hit already because there's like nothing left on this map. But there we go. Hits now. And the Brutes of the Hound, unbreakable. We're going to have to watch each and every one of them die because Ian Zero is definitely not about to surrender. He is definitely going to make us watch every single Brute of the Hound die. Because they could do it. You don't know. They could kill everything left on the whole map. Oh, shit, they didn't. Damn it. I wanted to save that as Throg Spin. Super quick games, the values really aren't going to be that impressive on either side. The Marauder Hunters, the Javelins, and the Throwing Axes did really well. The rest of the Norskan build just completely fell apart. It got overstretched in certain areas. Some units were forgotten, and Nurgle's PA's Heavy Cavalry and his Monstrous Lord punished that swiftly. So GG. It's 1-1. We're going to game 3. This is the last game of the stream no matter what. I refuse to cast any more video games. My voice is getting tired. My brain is getting sleepy. My temper is wearing very, very thin. Why is your temper wearing thin? Because I've been losing a lot recently, and I don't like losing. But Human Boy, you just have fun. It's just a game. It's not just a game. It's real life. No, I just hate losing. I accept that I made mistakes, and that's why I was losing, but I don't like losing. Nobody does. Nobody likes losing. Lenorm kicked my ass this morning. My empire lost to some wood elves, and though I took a steam tank, it still does not feel good to lose. Then Nameless Order and I played a very serious game where both of us had very serious builds, and he beat me. There is no excuse there, no silliness about any special units. And then I did manage to win a game against a player who was clearly quite new. So that was nice, kind of. But after this stream, I want to watch Tactical Lich's stream, which is also going on right now. If you want to go check that out. He's doing a best of 5 between BBB's Chief and Central Scrutinizer. I do want this stream to be done so I can go support my friend Scrutinizer in his epic battle versus Chief. This is not a slight against these two players. It's just I like watching my friends play video games, and I would like to watch him play his video games. That's all, my friends. So yeah. Let's wrap this series up, spank it on the bottom, and get you all out of here. Get you over to Tactical Lich's stream so we can all watch the action together. But I do want to know how this series ends. Let's do Beastmen Mirror, Centaurs only. End this shit in about 45 seconds. See who wins. Get on with it. Just get better and you'd lose less often? True. Love the crown on Throg for his routes. That midstream plug. What if Hazel starts the host instead? She won't. She's too much of a coward. She doesn't have the courage to play video games in front of strangers like I do. I'm such a hero. I need a hero. I'm holding out for a hero till the end of the night. Looks like we have Beastmen for Ian Zero. Versus what? Versus what? Versus what? Nurgle's PA has not switched yet, so we don't know what the Beastmen are facing, but we will have a Beastmen game. Lizardmen versus Beastmen. This has definitely gotten a little harder for the Beastmen since game 2. Especially with everybody figuring out how strong healing is on the Lizard Boys about now. Beastmen have some teeth in it, though. The Minotaur buffs were pretty significant. Traderkin is still quite strong versus any form of Dino spam. Centaurs could dominate the flanks easily versus Cold Ones, Cold One Spear Riders, Feral Cold Ones, or Skinks or Skirmishers or anything. So Centaurs can do really, really well in this matchup, as can Traderkin and Minotaurs. The problem is your infantry is going to guaranteed lose, and your low leadership is going to be a problem. And the fact that the enemy is healing and you don't is always a bit of a bitch. Hi, Hazel. I will probably... I think the Lizardmen are advantaged in this matchup, though, if I had to pick a side, so we'll see. It's looking like a strong get for Nurgle's PA. Ian surprised me before, though. His Beastmen versus Dwarves game, I thought the Dwarves on build alone were just going to win it, and then he fucking slammed that game, so... I'm ready. I'm ready to be wrong. Hazel is a good doggo. She's a good pup. Ian Zero's been hovering on the same build for a while, so I think he's about ready to lock it in. Nurgle's PA just started picking Lizardmen, so he is working on his build as we speak. Taking a look at it behind the blocker to make sure there's nothing weird about it. You know, not too many of any type of unit or something. Best to avoid any issues there. Oh, he's doing the big thing. He's doing the big thing. He's thinking as hard as he can. This was good for Beastmen Chariots worked. That's true. It was. Nurgle's PA is stalled out. He's been sitting at 1,700 gold for quite a while. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Add a unit. There we go. Oh, fuck, he added the unit and took it away. We're back to 1,700. I ran out of things to say like 4 hours ago. I ran out of things to say 4 hours ago, and now we're just gonna sing whatever we have to say, 'cause that fills the time we need. Please, God, add a unit to your roster. Please stop sitting on the same amount of gold. Add something, please. Please, please. Beastman build is back to 0. Holy shit. Now we have 2,500 gold. He's cutting stuff from the build, getting further from completed. Shit! Shit! No! No, the build's being taken apart. No. Ian Zero's ready. Nurgle's PA has 3,500 gold left to spend. Spend it. Spend it. Just buy a shredder illustrated, lock it. Just lock it. Oh shit, you can't even afford a shredder with 3,400. I thought it was 3,400. Hi, Hazel.
Hi. I tried to let you outside and you didn't want to go. So why are you upset? Why are you upset? Why are you upset? Are you missing Mom? She's up in the cities visiting her friends. Are you missing Mom? Are you saying, where is she? Where is she?
Where is she? Oh, Nurgle PA's build just fucking exploded down to 8 gold left. Holy shit. Oh my god. He went deep. That boy went deep in the juice. Actually, I don't know. Well, actually, Nurgle's PA would be excited to go deep in whatever juice that Nurgle offered him. So yeah, he's fine going deep in the juice. Nurgle's Cauldron welcomes all comers. Nurgle's PA is thinking about it, though. He's wondering if this is the build he wants. 8 gold left, and he is thinking. He is doing the big thing. He's looking at it. He's looking at it. He's looking at it. What does PA stand for? Public Accountant? Wouldn't it be Personal Assistant? I feel like that's a Personal Assistant angle. Alright. Alright. He's thinking. He's still thinking. He's down to 5 gold. Which is an infinite improvement over 8. Is 5 gold enough to start? Nope. Nope. It was not. Abandon ship. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. It's back to 5 gold. Oh my god! He readied up, he did it! He did it! With the Saurus build. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a fuck ton of Saurus. Saurus spears without shields, Saurus riding dinosaurs, Saurus pretending to be a Slan, Saurus on a revivification crest. That's a lot of Saurus. On the other side, for the Beastmen, we have roughly what we expected. Centaurs with great weapons is interesting, but Centaurs, Minotaurs, throwing X's, some dogs. Very light on the infantry, which is fair. Your Beastmen infantry get bodied by anything the Lizardmen are going to bring, but it's still surprising. You usually like a little bit more to help out the Minos. Cool, cool. Cool. Okay. Builds are setting up. We did see them in the load screen. There's still a lot of units to place over there. Okay, I'll start with Nurgle PA's build. It looks more put together at this moment. 3 skink skirmishers, 4 skink cohorts of javelins, 3 Saurus spears with shield, 1 Saurus warrior with clubs in the back without shields. We have Cold Spear Riders, 3 Feral Cold Ones, the cohort of Hwaddle, Sacred Crossbow ROR. We have the Bestilled on Revivification Crystal with its Healy Heals, and a Slan Mage Priest of Fire with Cascading Fire Cloak, Burning Head, Banishment, and Blood Statue of Spite. I want Ian Zero to win because I predicted him to be the tournament winner, but I'm going to have to go with Nurgle PA. Needs to win this game to prove that my combination of the Healy guy with the Burning Head caster is the best thing in the whole universe. So let's go Nurgle's PA. Fucking win this shit! Win it! Alright. On the other side, we have Centaurs with great weapons. Looks like 2 of them. 2 Centaurs with throwing axes. 2 Ungor Raiders. 3 Minotaurs, 2 with great weapons, one of which is the ROR regular Mino, but they have regen. Morgard the Shadowgave with his summons, with Traderkin Caster, and 3 Ungor Spearman Herds. Let's go, Lizardmen. Win with the build combination I support. Even though it's not exactly my build, it definitely has some differences, and this player came up with it on their own, but still I really like the combination of a Fire Slan and a Rev Crystal. Plus my Croc scores. Though I usually like 2 regular Croc scores and the ROR Croc score. So. Boo. But still, we take those. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. We started. We started now. It started now. Human boy, you're annoying. You're annoying. But also, I am getting a little hangry. The hanger is setting in. We've gone on 5 hours of streaming. I need lunch. All right. We are off to the races. The Beastmen are going to have to shatter through this front line very quickly, which will be easy for the first part. The Saurus are going to be a lot more stalwart. And 2 Centaurs and 2 dogs, plus 2 throwing axes, so 6 total cav pieces should be able to overwhelm the feral cold ones quite easily. Sure, there's 1 cold one spear rider you want to watch out for, but it's not that bad. So we'll have to see how the Beastmen do on the flanks. It will be heavily micro-intensive on Ian Zero's side. He has to pick a lot of really good cav engagements, and right now, this is a tough one. He is going to get caught by javelins in the front line, and he's getting poked by 360 spears, so a tough start for the Beastmen. It's very minor. I mean, the gold damage value, there's no way that is correct. Yeah, that is incorrect as fuck. Even this single jab skink has more value than it says Nurgle PA's whole army does. Anyway, we have lost about half health off of a dog unit already. Centaur is plowing straight into Saurus spears while getting shot at by poison darts. This is just not going how the Beastmen need it to go. They need to take the flanks. They can't be taking these frontline fights against Saurus with their throwing axes. Ooh, and this one also gets caught while Nurgle PA's javelins are spearing him down. This entire the Centaur is down to half HP. A rear charge from the great weapons will be nice, but it might be too little, it might be too late. More Centaurs caught on the front line. They are even going to get hit by a burning head unless they retreat immediately, but it looks like the time has passed. So with the spears and the burning head killing them off, that'll be a goodbye from those Centaurs, and the Lizardmen are off to a great, great start. Throwing axes pushed away on the far side. Ogre Spearmen get hit by a little bit of a burning head, though their unit is so spread out right now, they're really just not going to take that much damage. And the Butchers of Kalkengard plus another Minotaur gang up on the cohort of Waddle, and this could be huge for the Beastmen. While the flank fights have admittedly gone terribly for them, if they can snipe out this cohort of Waddle through the healing of the Revivification Crystal, and then run over and kill the Slann and kill the Revivification Crystal, this entire game could be flipped on its head. So I wonder how long the cohort can hold. With Cascading Fire Cloak keeping them alive, I haven't seen healing for them yet from the Rev Crystal. I wonder if it's coming now. But the Cascading Fire Cloak is trying to keep them alive, and Cold Spear Riders are wrapping in. This is the support they need. They're also getting Saurus Spears. Yes, this could turn into a disaster for the Beastmen in the center area. They just couldn't get through the cohort of Waddle fast enough. Now they are surrounded. Now, Cold Spear Riders have failed me many times in the past, so maybe they will shit the bed here. Blood Statue of Spite is also trying to drag down these Butchers of Kalkengard. We'll see how this goes, but more Saurus Spears are coming in. More Javelin Skinks are joining as well. I just don't see this going that well for the Beastmen in the long term. Feral Cold One Rear Charge plus the Banishment should take out the Ungor Raiders that are supporting this fight. We have Centaurs with throwing axes. We have a Traitor King Caster. All these things have been forgotten in the backfield. Traitor King Caster definitely has to come up here as the cohort of Waddle is pushed off. These Minotaurs are just in a little bit over their heads. Morgar's on the far side. His first Chaos Spawn summon is out and about. But these Minotaurs are way out of position. Yeah, the Beastmen are just having troubles with their units are too far away from where they need to be, especially this Traitor King Caster. He has been entirely abandoned. And that is going to be a rest in peace moment. The Minos are still pushing forward for now. They're running low on steam. Are you going to have a Euro? Nah, dude. Nah, fam. Minos are about routing. Traitor King Caster's moving now. He's coming right up to where he needs to be to hit the Slann and the Bastillodon. We'll see if he gets here in time. The Centaurs with throwing axes could run into melee, which is probably what they should do on these King Skirmishers. Balance of power is looking good for the Beastmen, though, and I am rather surprised, honestly. This Minotaur is full HP. He clubbed down these Saurus, and Morgar is currently dealing with Saurus Spears, which he is more than adept at doing. The Traitor King Caster, while forgotten before, means he has been safe this whole time, at least. He hasn't been sniped out, and he has tons of Winds of Magic. Now I imagine we'll see 2 back-to-back Overcast Traitorkins on this area that could really help out these Minos who are holding on for the most part. Cohort of Waddle coming back. A little bit of healing for them. Cascading Fire Cloak on the retreating Bastillodon with the Revivification Crystal. And there is the first Traitorkin. It will hit the Bastillodon. Missed the Slann, but hit the Bastillodon. Still hit the Saurus. And the cohort won't do that much damage to the Saurus, but at least it'll finish off the cohort and damage that caster over there. Ooh, unfortunate. Morgar's second Chaos Spawn summon comes out so far away from the main fight that it is unfortunately a waste. It's the uncontrollable one, though, so nothing you can do about it, just happens. Cohort of Waddle, terror out, but they return immediately. 2 models left for them, but these Minotaurs of Grey Opens are butchering the Revivification Crystal, and these Saurus Spears are just doing everything they can, and now they finally push off the Butchers of Kalkengard, and the other Minos will be on their way as well. The only problem with the Revivification Crystal is it cannot heal itself, so I want to see another 2 Traderkins on it to kill it for sure, make sure it can't offer more and more healing to these Cohort of Waddle. The full health Minotaur in the distance will be a problem in the late game for the Lizards. It looks like they are using some of their skirmishing elements right now, and a nice rear charge from the Bray Shaman will finish off those skinks. Not that they were that much of a problem, but it's still good mechanics. Not that we can blame you, they are quite tasty. Oh, McRightface, I just got that now. I need a hero. Nice. So for the Lizardmen, their healthy Chariot Caster is invaluable in the late game. We have some throwing axes with a lot of ammunition, but their model count is low at this moment because they have taken a lot of damage. Oh, and the Butchers of Kalkengard got to come back. They're regenning up slowly but surely, killing off these skink cohorts, and things are looking so scary for the Lizardmen about now. I wonder what they can do. Is the Cohort of Waddle, I don't see them anymore. They are either dead or shattered somewhere. Fire Salon is back, but I just don't know if you can kill this last Minotaur that is left. Maybe if all of your spears... Ooh, you have a Golden Spear Rider. Actually, some good Revivification Crystals on this guy. Could bring them back in the game. I'm surprised they got a rear charge onto the Butchers of Kalkengard and still have, like, less than half their value because... I don't know why Golden Riders just suck ass. Overcasted Traderkin plus a Mino charge will probably be the end of this Bastillodon. We'll see if the Golden Riders can get in there and do anything. Though I expect we will have a soon cast... Burning Head to eliminate any spears from this area. Still on barely clinging to life. Does he have Cold-Blooded on him? No. Cascading Fire Cloak onto the Saurus Spears. Golden Riders charge straight in. They do good damage on the charge with the Minos, but they will die very, very quickly. More Minos returning. Lizardmen just running out of gas. They're running out of steam, lads. They're running out of steam. Blood Statue of Spite onto the healthy Minos. That is a great cast. And these guys are taking a lot of work. Can the Lizardmen hang in there for just a little bit longer? Really whittle them down. As Morgur and the Minos look like they're kind of fighting. Nope. Just Morgur is fighting the Slawn Mage Priest of Fire. And the Saurus are getting their work done. The last healthy Mino is getting dragged down to the dirt. The Lizardmen are slightly up on the damage value, and they continue to do so. These 2 skink cohorts are off to the side just firing in, and the Minos do it. The Minos successfully get routed by the Lizardmen. Throwing Axe returning to the fight, though, and another Trader can cast onto the Slawn as Morgur chases him down. The Chariot Caster is going out of his way to deal with these little poison skinks, and the Minos are coming back. What is keeping the Lizardmen healthy on this balance of power? It is a half-health Rampaging Feral Coldon that is rampaging infinitely. Also, some skink cohorts are coming back, but I just don't know if there are enough bodies. I don't know if there are enough men to deal with the Butchers of Kalkengard who are here. All right, Skink Skirmishers taking their day out on the Bray Shaman of Wilds. Something's happening here. I thought I saw him casting something. Looks like it was canceled. Saurus Spears continue to fight those guys. And, ooh, a really nice Burning Head is going to go up the line, hit all these Centaurs, do enough damage to them probably to rout them. It curves off course a little bit. Well, I don't know where it was actually originally going, but does some damage. Not enough to finish them off fully. Skink cohorts getting rammed into by these Minos. Butchers of Kalkengard almost heal capping. Morgur still regenning up too. And the Fire Salon is just trying to buy some time for his last Blood Statue of Spite cast. Could probably like kill off one of these 2 Minotaurs, honestly. Another Mino is gone. Another Traderkin is cast. It is undercast, so it's not really going to do that much damage to Salon. Still good poke, but not a terrible amount. As the infinitely rampaging Feral Coldon still continue to run around a single Ungor Spearman herd. But it's 4 HP, keeping this armor-piercing unit out of the fight. Do I think it would turn the whole fight around? No. Would it be nice to have? Fuck yeah. The second Blood Statue of Spite is out. Actually, it's the 4th because he has full cast of it overall, but whatever. It's doing good damage onto the Minos. Going to take out some models there. And the Beastmen army is slowly getting down to just the Minos and Morgur. That might be enough as the Slawn pushes off these Minos. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye. Damage on him might be too severe. The damage on him might be too significant. Wait, how the fuck did they hold on? No, they routed. They're just routing past him, which looks weird. Okay, got it. Feral Cold Ones finally stopped rampaging. They can return now. Also, one of the Centaurs with throwing axes is getting run off by more Feral Cold Ones. The Slann, Mage Priest of Fire, running over to fight the Minos. He's going to need to throw down a Burning Head to lower their leadership or something, because right now he's just getting his ass handed to him by these big guys. He throws a Cascading Fire Cloak on himself. Leadership goes negative. Balance power shifts, and Ian Zero does manage to win the day. Meaning our prediction was right. We are mega geniuses. But Nurgle's PA put on a hell of a show. Put on a hell of a show. And was a really, really good sport in game 2, where there was a mistake, but he didn't want to hold up the stream, so he just played it out. He played it out, and he won the matchup he banned like a fucking champ. So good on him for that. The last game was a banger, got really close, but Morgar and the Minos were able to just barely hang on. Cool, cool. Slann Mage Priest of Fire did okay. Cascading Fire Cloak is a weird spell. It's a weird spell. Casting on the Saurus, I don't know what their armor piercing values are. I don't know if they get that much of a buff out of it or if it's just a melee defense, but yeah. GG, well played to everybody involved. It was a banger. Okay, I'm gonna get going. Wait, don't go. Stop it. This is where I'm going. You should go there too. Okay. Goodbye forever, everybody.